Chapter 22-25. The so-called statue was, in fact, an ordinary man wearing simple clothes. He was very ordinary, even like the lowest rung of the dragon sacrificial continent, an ordinary person without any power. This kind of person was very common in Poplar Town. Whether it was his figure or his demeanor, he was no different from an ordinary person. He belonged to the kind of person who would be drowned in a sea of people. It was really difficult to connect him with the so-called number one god of ancient times, the master of all gods, Di-Jun. But this ordinary statue was definitely Di-Jun, otherwise he wouldn't be standing behind the Di-Jun shrine, at the peak of Mount Di-Jun. At first glance, he looked like an extremely ordinary young man, incomparable to City Lord Di-Jun's peerless and unparalleled aura. But only after careful observation could one discover that this Di-Jun had a different temperament. His left eye was carved with flames, like the scorching sun, while one side of his right eye was empty, as if he was blind. But Long Chen knew that it represented the power of space. Ordinary, it was just a disguise. The more he looked, the more Long Chen's eyes were sucked in by the empty right eye. Suddenly, it was as if there was a raging fire burning around him. For a moment, the whole world was filled with terrifying flames. Long Chen had a feeling that he was inside the scorching sun. That terrifying burning feeling was much more terrifying than the chaotic green flames of the blue fire emperor. Endless sea of fire, endless magma, flames and magma swept around Long Chen. The whole world had been submerged. This grand scene seemed to make Long Chen return to the eternal dragon city, back to the time when the 7 dragon emperors and the black llama beasts were fighting. What was even more terrifying was that in the depths of the endless sea of fire, there seemed to be a giant with a height of more than 1,000,000 meters. In front of him, Long Chen was unimaginably small. As the flames swayed, Long Chen vaguely saw a super emperor sitting on the throne. First, the throne he was sitting on was like a giant golden dragon crawling, looking disdainfully in all directions, but submitting to him. Looking up, the bright yellow golden dragon robe was embroidered with the image of a dragon soaring in the sea. Under the surging golden waves at the corners of the robe, the sleeves fluttered high in the wind. Behind him, there was a blazing sun burning, and flames danced behind him. On the giant's face, his long eyebrows were slightly raised, and his black jade-like pupils flickered with a warm luster. His handsome face reflected the morning sun, with a tall nose, thin lips, and sword-like eyebrows slanted into a few strands of black hair that fell from his temples. His handsome side profile and facial contours were perfect and impeccable. He had the majesty and innate nobility of a god, and his entire person emitted a kind of king's aura that could shake the world. Seeing Long Chen, the 1,000,000-meter-tall giant's lips curled into a sinister smile. The left side of his eyes was like a blazing sun, while the right side was empty. It was as if he could see through Long Chen's heart. Such an emperor was obviously the master of the gods, the number one god of the primeval times, Di-Jun. The first time he saw a statue of a god, Long Chen was really shocked. When he came back to his senses, what was in front of him was an ordinary young man dressed in cloth clothes. Whether this ordinary young man was Di-Jun, or the emperor standing proudly on the throne of the Golden Dragon Emperor was Di-Jun, Long Chen naturally did not know. Perhaps they were the same person, one body, but in 2 different states. If one did not look carefully, one would not fall into the vortex of the statue and be deeply shocked by the statue of Di-Jun. For example, Li Xuanji did not look at herself. She danced in the wind, and her slim figure had infinite charm. Unfortunately, Long Chen was focused on finding evidence, so he did not have the mood to appreciate it. In the blink of an eye, City Lord Di-Jun was already standing in front of Long Chen. His temperament was similar to that of the emperor on the throne. He did not speak, but revealed the true majesty of an emperor. In the entire Di-Jun divine city, there were many people who noticed the arrival of Long Chen. At this time, there were many people surrounding City Lord Di-Jun. Of course, only the warriors of the 6 paths of reincarnation were qualified to come here. The arrival of a figure like Long Chen had basically caused all the hidden warriors in the Di-Jun divine city to appear. Not a single expert was left behind. For example, Di Ku, who had once imprisoned Long Chen. Of course, this old man could not even take one move from Long Chen. They originally hated Long Chen. This time, they thought that he was finished. Unexpectedly, not only did he miraculously survive, but he also borrowed Long Qinglan's power to save the world. Now that he had gained the trust of all living beings in the world, coupled with his terrifying strength, he was no longer a soft persimmon that they could squash at will. Of course, it was impossible for them to swallow Diyu's hatred. Moreover, this time, Long Chen could be considered to have barged in. Why did Long Chen barge in forcefully? That was because he knew that to this group of people, regardless of whether they barged in forcefully or not, there would only be one result if they wanted to take their things. That was, it was impossible. As expected, City Lord Di Jun did not mention the hatred. Instead, he asked in a deep and dignified voice, "Why did you come to my Di Jun divine city? Even though you have a noble status now, I did not invite you personally. Yet, you barged into my Di Jun divine palace and offended me. This doesn't seem to be in line with the rules." The others had long wanted to curse out loud. However, in the face of Long Chen, they no longer had the courage to do so. It was said that when Long Qingyue transformed into a monster, it was equivalent to having hundreds of yin-yang dragon clones. Moreover, Long Chen had killed him. He had 2 sets of 700 Dao patterns Dao weapons. That was the most precious thing in the entire Di Jun divine city. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "I want to go to the battlefield of the gods. Therefore, I have come to borrow your Di Jun divine boat. After using it, I will definitely return it to you immediately." They did not expect Long Chen to have such thoughts. Go to the battlefield of the gods. I want the Di Jun divine boat. Everyone repeated and couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Long Chen had killed the hope of their Di Jun divine city. Now, he had barged into this place. The Demon Slaughter Conference had ended up being a laughing stock, causing the Di Jun divine city to lose face once again. Now that Long Chen had come to beg them, they naturally would not agree. The Di Jun divine city said decisively, "That is impossible. The divine boat is a treasure of our divine city. It was passed down by our ancestors. We definitely cannot let outsiders use it. In addition, the battlefield of the gods is the resting place of our ancestors. It is only opened once every 1,000 years for our descendants to pay their respects. If you enter now, you will be disturbing the spirits of our ancestors. Therefore, all the more I cannot agree to your request." These 2 reasons had completely rejected Long Chen's offer. To be honest, the reason why he didn't ask Long Chen to scram was because of the strength and status that Long Chen had. This result was actually no different from what Long Chen had expected. The people of the Di Jun divine city didn't like him. Even if he begged shamelessly, it would be useless. Looking at the others, they indeed had looks of hatred. Some of them were even mocking Long Chen for having wild thoughts. Long Chen didn't panic and said, "This time, I am heading to the battlefield of the gods with the permission of the 7 dragon emperors to investigate the matter of my father's intention to destroy the battlefield of the gods. I also want to find out the truth. This time, I will definitely not disturb the rest of the ancestors. Moreover, although the Di Jun divine city didn't spread the news, my action this time is related to the Black Yama beast that appeared in the Eternal Dragon City previously. It can be considered as an exploration for the common people. As the leader of the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, the Di Jun divine city should contribute a portion of its strength. I believe that all the ancestors would definitely want all of you to contribute to the rise and fall of the human race. If you don't believe what I said, City Lord Di Jun can personally ask the 7 dragon emperors." He said all these words to block the other party from all sides. The other party couldn't refute and couldn't come up with any excuses. In fact, Long Chen was very clear that lending or not wasn't a matter of words. No matter how extravagant Long Chen's words were, it wouldn't be possible. In the end, they still had to fight for it. As expected, after listening to what Long Chen said, City Lord Dijun narrowed his eyes. He was already slightly angry in his heart, and the sound of wind and thunder could vaguely be heard. Your words are pleasant to hear, but how can I believe you? It's not your turn to truly go to the battlefield of the gods to seek the truth and secrets. The 15-dragon emperor can enter the battlefield of the gods at any time. There's no need for the divine Arc Dijun. Besides, there's no secret or truth in the battlefield of the gods. Back then, when Long Qinglan wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, everyone in the world saw it with their own eyes. Long Chen naturally understood that before he understood everything, they naturally wouldn't believe what he said. So he said, "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. If you don't give me the divine Arc Dijun, then during this period of time, don't blame me for causing trouble in your divine Emperor Jun city. I want to see who here can stop me." He was originally here to cause trouble. Hearing this, everyone in divine Emperor Jun city was furious. A few elders blew their beards and glared at Long Chen, wanting to display their divine power to fight with Long Chen. City Lord Dijun was the most shrewd. He blocked the crowd and squinted at Long Chen, saying, "What you mean is that you want to fight with me and test the strength of a demigod, right?" Back then, when Long Chen defeated the monster Long Qingyue in the Eternal Dragon City, City Lord Dijun saw it with his own eyes. At that time, Long Chen had indeed reached the peak of the demigod body. Only a few days had passed, and he had actually locked his target on himself. "Yes, let's make a bet. If I lose, I leave. If you lose, you give me the divine Arkansas. Are you brave enough?" Although Long Chen was a junior, he was completely qualified to say such words to the master of the ancient city of the 72 ancient cities. City Lord Dijun was on the same level as the Azura Star Lord and the others in the Chaos Star region. Thinking back to when Long Chen had just arrived in the Eternal God realm, this level was like a god to him. But now, he might be able to challenge him. Of course, he had to include Li Xuanji. Long Chen didn't have the guts to fight him with his true strength. After all, no matter how talented he was, he knew his limits. Before he reached the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation realm, he wouldn't force himself. This time, it was for the divine Arc Dijun. He had no choice. He still owed 7 chapters. He would take it slowly. The burden was too great, and his body couldn't take it. He wanted to watch the World Cup, but he didn't have time. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to write during the day. Chapter 22-26. City Lord Dijun was not the only one in front of him. There were also many experts from the Dijun Divine City. Long Chen's motive for saying such a thing was already very obvious. City Lord Dijun was the strongest expert here. If he was defeated, the divine boat would naturally be in his hands. This was even more of a robbery. Of course, he was not completely confident. However, in order to enter the battlefield of the gods, he had to use the divine boat Dijun. Obviously, the other party would not lend it to him obediently, so this was the only way. This kind of provocation was basically tried and tested, especially towards martial artists of the older generation like City Lord Dijun, who had a very high status. He could not tolerate provocation, especially from a junior like Long Chen. In the past 2 years, many experts had finally fallen in the process of Long Chen's rise. Back then, when City Lord Dijun rose to power, he had also defeated many opponents. However, he did not want to become one of Long Chen's stepping stones. All along, Long Chen had stopped at the demigod body, and he still had unlimited potential for growth. Of course, City Lord Dijun knew that he would defeat him one day, but it was definitely not now. At their level, they all knew how powerful the world tree, the heart of laws, the millions of divine palaces, and the divine power of all beings in their bodies would be, crushing the demigod body. They would crush the demigod body. Therefore, when he heard Long Chen's straightforward provocation, City Lord Dijun was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "You're very courageous, but aren't you a little too hasty? Do you really not regret it?" Long Chen asked in return, indeed, if you are willing to use the divine boat as a bet, I will not regret it. All right, come with me. City Lord Di Jun had not fought for many years. To be honest, he was also itching to fight. The rise of Long Chen was a legend, and he wanted to challenge this legend. It had been many years since he had felt so excited. This was a battle between the rising star Long Chen and the true top experts of the older generation in the Dragon God region. City Lord Di Jun could be considered to have just stepped into the level of a top expert. Of course, because he was the successor of the primordial first god, in terms of battle prowess and resources, he even surpassed ordinary ultimate divine dragons. Among most dragon martial artists, those who could reach the demigod body were basically the same. They were all ultimate mystical dragons, such as the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor. Although the Azura Star Lord and Rakshasa Star Lord had astral cores, they weren't a match for City Lord Di Jun outside of the Azura Star and Rakshasa Star Lord. City Lord. The few old men beside him couldn't help but dissuade him. Of course, they weren't worried about City Lord Di Jun's defeat, but they felt that it would be beneath him to fight with Long Chen. The death of Diyu, the failure of the devil slaughtering meat, the status of our Supreme Jun Divine City has plummeted, but we have no way to punish him. Today, he came to us personally. We don't dare to kill him, but we can still teach him a lesson. This is an extremely rare opportunity, why would I give up? City Lord Di Jun was truly enraged. If not, given how shrewd he was, he wouldn't have acted so rashly and hysterically in front of everyone. During this period of time, everyone in the Supreme Jun Divine City was feeling extremely depressed. After saying that, City Lord Di Jun directly soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and heading into the distance. Naturally, he was doing this to prevent the battle from affecting Mount Di Jun. But even so, it seemed that the news of their battle had spread through the entire Mount Di Jun very quickly. Originally, the arrival of Long Chen was already very high profile. When this news spread out, it caused an uproar in the entire Supreme Jun Divine City. Did you hear that? Our City Lord is going to fight with the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, that Long Chen. That terrifying genius is invincible among the younger generation. Even many of the older generation aren't a match for Long Chen. It's said that even many 7-star Samsara Tribulation Realm cultivators aren't a match for him. He seems to have 2 primordial Dao treasures with 700 Dao runes on him. 700 Dao runes, a total of 700 Dao runes. If I could have one primordial Dao artifact, I would be satisfied for my entire life. For a moment, the entire Supreme Jun Divine City was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but look at the sky. In the clouds in the east not far away, it seemed that City Lord Di Jun and Long Chen were there. That Long Chen is really terrifying. He's even stronger than the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He's not more than 1,000 years old, but he's qualified to challenge our City Lord. Our City Lord is the strongest expert of the human clan below the 5 great dragon cities. That's natural. He's the absolute leader of the 72 divine descendants ancient city and has a huge rallying power. It's said that he already has the body of a demigod. At the same time, he also has the treasures passed down from the primordial era. His combat power is boundless. He's one of the top experts of the human clan, almost comparable to those of the 5 great dragon cities. Although this Long Chen is terrifying, he's still not strong enough to challenge our Supreme City Lord. Almost at that moment, everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks and look towards the east. They clenched their fists. They were from the Supreme Jun Divine City. Naturally, they hoped that City Lord Di Jun could win. Of course, they also firmly believed that City Lord Di Jun would win. Boom. City Lord Di Jun moved his eyes slightly. Suddenly, the clouds within a radius of tens of thousands of meters were swept away, revealing a clear blue sky. This way, the figures of the 2 experts were even more clearly displayed in front of everyone, which made them even more excited. It's about to start. It's about to start. Although that Long Chen is still very young, this might be a grand battle. A battle between the old and the new. It's going to be very interesting. High up in the sky. How magical. No wonder you didn't break through and fought with me. So that woman from the dark divine city is actually a part of your body and power. City Lord Dijun was simply amazed. Now, he had hidden all the anger and hatred in his heart, showing a calm emperor's temperament. Now, Li Xuanji had turned into a Yin demon and entered his body. The Yin demon's power flowed in his body. After a series of improvements by Li Xuanji, when the Yin demon's power entered his body, it immediately caused the power in Long Chen's body to rise and soar. Yin and Yang harmonized and became even more perfect. The turbulent power in his body was almost uncontrollable. It was as vast as a river. Compared to before the fusion, it was a whole level stronger. As for whether he could defeat City Lord Dijun in one go, Long Chen didn't know. Because he had never fought with an expert with a demigod body, he didn't know how strong they were. Anyway, before today, Long Chen didn't even dare to think about it. Back in the Chaos Star territory, any Star Lord was a supreme ruler. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had reached the level where he could fight against them. Just this speed alone was something to be proud of. In that case, let's not talk nonsense. City Lord Dijun said once again. His vigorous white hair danced in the air, and his silver dragon robe fluttered in the wind. His white eyebrows were very long, and his left eye was burning like a scorching sun. His right eye was empty, and there was nothing there. All right. Today was just a spar, not a life and death battle. Therefore, Long Chen was relatively relaxed. Of course, he knew that the guy in front of him would definitely want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, everyone held their breath and looked at the two people in the sky. The murderous intent and blood color on Long Chen's body made people break out in cold sweat, and the vast emperor's aura on City Lord Dijun's body seemed to be pressing down on their heads, making everyone feel excited and breathless. They were surprised to find that Long Chen actually had the aura of confrontation with City Lord Dijun. What a miracle. He's still so young. What a miracle. He's still so young. He's even a myth. However, he's still a little anxious. Our City Lord can end this myth, or at least slow him down. The number one god of the primordial era, Dijun, was the controller of the scorching sun and the space rules. He had the supreme power of the rules. City Lord Dijun could also control space. Although he hadn't made a move yet, the surrounding space seemed to have been sealed. Long Chen had a feeling that there was nowhere to escape. In fact, the surroundings seemed to have sunk into mud, making it very difficult to move. This undoubtedly weakened Long Chen's advantage in speed. Buzz. The space was constantly trembling as if it was about to break and tear apart. In the distance, City Lord Dijun's left eye was blazing with flames. Today, I will only use the scorching sun Dao. If you can defeat me, you win. City Lord Dijun's majestic voice came crashing down. Everywhere it went, even the clouds were shaken. Even the distant Mount Dijun was trembling silently. On his chest, Long Chen saw that the world tree seemed to have come to life. It was rooted in his dantian, the spine was the trunk, and the branches and leaves extended to every part of his body. In the center of his chest, there was a shining spot of light. That was the heart of the rules. And among the countless branches and leaves, there were divine palaces that looked like stars. Among the branches and leaves, divine palaces that were like stars were born. In each divine palace, a new creature was born. The power gathered was just like the body of City Lord Dijun. It was as if millions of people were cultivating for him. What flowed in his body was the god power of living beings that came from millions of living beings. It was endless and indestructible. From the 7 stars to the 8 trigrams, it was almost the first step from a mortal to a god. At this moment, City Lord Dijun had the might of a demigod. Indeed, this wasn't something that Long Chen could resist by simply increasing his power. The hope of victory seemed very slim. But Long Chen still wanted to give it a try. Wow! There was a loud noise coming from Mount Dijun. In the midst of the noise, City Lord Dijun smiled slightly, opened his arms, and said, "First of all, I will let you see my Dijun bloodline, the Yang Spirit Great Tao." His arms were open and his face was full of smiles, but time seemed to have stopped at this moment. At that moment, the sun in the sky actually instilled a brilliance that crossed the limits of space and instantly descended on the head of City Lord Dijun, converging into his body. For a moment, his body had been covered by flames, and his whole body had undergone an incomparably huge change. The scorching light forced Long Chen to retreat. When he looked back, City Lord Dijun had already turned into a flaming man. Chapter 22-27. Undying, Sun God Technique. As long as he was under the sun, he would be able to fight for a long time without dying, just like a demon. This was one of the true supreme great Taos passed down from the first immemorial god, Dijun. Only the City Lord of Dijun City could cultivate and use this move. In order to cultivate the Sun God technique, Dijun City Lord spent 5,000 years studying and honing before he achieved what he had today. In front of him was a man made of fire and sand. His eyebrows, eyes, and even hair were the same as the original City Lord of Dijun City. He could still see his smile in any expression, but the terrifying heat and flames on his body proved how terrifying he was at this moment. Sun God technique. Under the sun, he turned into a sun god. With a wave of his hand, he could burn half of the world. It was as if the real sun had descended. Now, the City Lord of Dijun City had truly shown his terrifying side. In particular, under the fire and sand, the world tree was still thriving. The vast divine palace provided endless divine power to all living beings. A true demigod body expert was displayed in front of Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help but shiver. It was really terrifying. However, this couldn't scare him away. How is it? The City Lord of Dijun City made of fire and crystal sand was calm and said with a smile. Although it was a smile, it still gave people a creepy feeling. Ruoxin, he squinted his eyes and extended his arm that was made of fire and sand. He opened his palm, and in that instant, a fiery red longsword that looked like the feathers of a phoenix condensed in his hand. It was covered with patterns of the phoenix feathers, and every tiny pattern was a Tao pattern. Judging from the outline, there were at least 600 or even 700 Tao patterns. It was an aura that was not inferior to the imprisoning dragon Bao. An immemorial Tao artifact with 700 Tao patterns. With his identity as the City Lord of Dijun City, it was normal for him to get one. This was a longsword named Ruoxin. Although the name was beautiful and reminded Long Chen of Lingxi, the terrifying heat and sharpness were synonymous with the Grim Reaper. What surprised Long Chen the most was that there was a peerless beauty inside this primordial Tao treasure named Ruoxi. She snuggled up to the City Lord with a gentle and intimate expression while staring at the city. The Lord's eyes were filled with endless emotions, which explained everything. That was Ruoxi's Tao spirit. This scene reminded Long Chen of his time with Lingxi. During that period of time, Lingxi was hidden in the mysterious Lingxi sword, just like the woman in front of him. "This is my wife," the City Lord of Dijun City said without hesitation. He looked at the Tao spirit with gentle eyes, but when he looked at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with anger. Long Chen naturally didn't know why his woman would become his Tao spirit, but this wasn't important. What was important was that he was too powerful from the power he displayed at this moment. He took a deep breath. In his left hand, the imprisoning dragon Bao condensed and turned into an immemorial Tao artifact that wasn't inferior to Ruoxi's. The golden giant dragon coiled around the imprisoning dragon Bao and glared at the opponent. The azure dragon arrow was useless to Long Chen. He reached out and pinched the imperial dragon arrow with 600 Tao patterns. At least in terms of Tao artifacts. He was temporarily at an advantage. His feet shifted and at that moment, he unleashed a terrifying speed and teleported thousands of meters away. In the blink of an eye, the imperial dragon arrow in his right hand was knocked on the imprisoning dragon Bao. The vast power in his body surged and condensed on his arm. Long Chen instantly pulled the imprisoning dragon Biyao to its fullest. The imprisoning dragon roared. As though heaven and earth were condensed on the tip of the sword, a vast power vibrated. Long Chen finally displayed the power that could resist the opponent. At that moment, he decisively let go. The Imperial Dragon arrow instantly shot forward. In an extremely short period of time, it turned into a Dark Emperor Dragon. The Dark Emperor Dragon was the suppression of darkness, while the power of the Imperial City Lord was the suppression of light. The two powers collided on Mount Dijuan. There was a sudden collision outside. In fact, it was the Imperial City Lord who was holding the Ruoshi sword. When the Imperial Dragon arrow reached his glabella, he used all his strength to push it away. The Imperial Dragon arrow was shaken away by him. It could be said that he dealt with it easily. In fact, he knew that the power of Long Chen's arrow was almost the same as those just now. The experts who had entered the demigod body were almost all. Ding! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The martial artists on Mount Dijuan felt as though they had been slapped in the face. The Imperial City Lord's arm trembled slightly for a moment. That was because he was pouring out the tremendous power of Long Chen's Imperial Dragon arrow. It was their first confrontation. Long Chen's arrow that condensed a tremendous amount of divine power didn't injure the opponent. At this moment, the Imperial Dragon arrow had returned to his hand. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "This guy is really difficult to deal with. This was destined to be a very difficult battle." Long Chen was also sure that this battle would be very important to him. It would be very difficult to meet such an opponent who could suppress him and bring him endless possibilities. This made him even more ecstatic and excited. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. The first confrontation was just a test to let them know that the other party was qualified to fight fiercely with him. Even the Imperial City Lord couldn't help but become fanatical. He hadn't fought for many years. Biyao, he's really an amazing person. Even you think so? The Imperial City Lord looked at the sword in his hand gently and suddenly sneered, "I also admit that. So this is probably the only time in my life that I can defeat him. Ruoshi, let's attack together." After saying the last word, the Imperial City Lord turned into a trail of flames and attacked. The Ruoshi sword in his hand immediately erupted with terrifying waves of flames that swept in all directions and engulfed the entire space. Long Chen remembered that even Di Sheng had the spatial divine art of instant universe flash. This Imperial City Lord definitely knew it as well. However, since he said that he wouldn't use it today, that was why he didn't use it. Once he used that move, his speed would be terrifying. Long Chen's Imperial Dragon arrow was about to shoot out. It was basically impossible for him to shoot it. Ruoshi sword Dao. Before the Imperial Dragon arrow could be released, the Imperial City Lord had already arrived before him. The divine power of all living beings was a kind of divine power that made Long Chen feel suffocated. The Imperial City Lord used the divine power of all living beings to execute his self-created Ruoshi sword Dao, instantly suppressing Long Chen. On Mount Emperor, everyone was dumbfounded because they could not see anything. Everything they could see was covered by a sea of fire. Countless sword lights flashed and formed a picture of mountains and rivers, completely suppressing Long Chen. In the sky. As soon as Ruoshi moved, Long Chen was surrounded by hundreds of millions of flaming sword lights. Any one of those sword lights could destroy a city. When hundreds of millions of them combined, they could easily shatter the entire Mount Dijuan and Dijuan Divine City. This was the Dijuan City Lord. This was the reason why the Imperial City Lord chose to fight far away from Mount Imperial Emperor. Such a vast scene caused an uproar. Countless people in Mount Imperial Emperor exclaimed in amazement. Of course, they knew that this was the Imperial City Lord's attack, so they were quite excited. They had never seen such a terrifying battle in their lives. This scene was deeply engraved in their minds. And Long Chen was the one who was facing this vast attack. The billions of sword lights formed a beautiful painting. There were mountains, trees, the sun, the moon, and stars, but all of them contained a terrifying attack. The Imperial City Lord was able to execute his sword moves to such an extent, which showed that he had a very profound attainment in the sword Dao. He was a true top expert. Every move of his changed the color of the world. Long Chen's fighting spirit was high. At the moment when the billions of sword lights rushed over, he still held the bow in his hand and searched for the location of the City Lord. At the same time, his eyes turned into many as he cast the storm of time. The time within a large area was under Long Chen's control. After cultivating in the Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen had made great progress in the cultivation of the Tao of Time. This time, when he executed the Time Storm, with the addition of the Yin Devil's power, it created a shocking attack towards the surroundings. It spread out and collided with the Ruoshi Sword Tao of the Imperial City Lord. Boom! At that moment, the two sides collided, producing a brilliant light that instantly blinded everyone's eyes. The power of the time storm was a real storm. In a short moment, it tore apart the landscape painting and tore a hole in the cage, allowing Long Chen to escape from the Imperial City Lord. He rushed out of the Imperial City Lord's sword net. Bang bang. The moment he rushed out, he sensed the position of the Imperial City Lord who was truly using the sword move. He became very terrifying after using the Sun God technique, but he was also exceptionally dazzling. Blood-weeping dragon soul. Millions of divine dragons rushed out, filling everyone's vision. At this moment, Long Chen shot out the Imperial Dragon Arrow that he had been accumulating for a long time with the imprisoning dragon bow. The Imperial Dragon Arrow was mixed with the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls, forming a strange attack that rushed towards the Imperial City Lord who was close by. He was reversing the opponent's attack and creating a life and death threat to the opponent. Long Chen's move was very outstanding. Under the divine power of the Imperial Dragon Arrow, the world was almost torn apart and the space was penetrated repeatedly. However, the power of the Imperial Dragon Arrow did not decrease at all. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Imperial City Lord while being surrounded by millions of divine dragons. Whoosh! The Imperial Dragon Arrow actually passed through his head and blasted it apart. At that moment, what Long Chen felt was not excitement, but nervousness. Of course, he knew that it would not be so easy to kill him. As expected, in the next moment, the head that had been shot turned into countless pieces of fire and sand. In the end, they gathered together and formed a body on his torso. Even the long hair on his head was the same as before. This was the true power of the opponent's Sun God technique. It was almost immortal and difficult to defeat. At this moment, the two sides staggered. After 2 or 3 intense exchanges, the outcome was still not decided. However, they had a certain understanding of each other's strength. He hasn't lost yet. Chapter 22-28. The City Lord's attack is a killer move of Ruoshi's sword Dao. It's called the landscape map. I didn't expect Long Chen to be able to break it. Back then, countless warriors died under the City Lord's sword. Especially after the death of his wife, the City Lord's temperament changed greatly. This was the discussion of a few elders from Dijun Divine City. Their eyes were sharp, and they could roughly tell that Long Chen was still on par with City Lord Dijun. However, City Lord, it's about time for you to display your true combat prowess and defeat him quickly. City Lord's strongest ability is spatial mystic arts. If you use those, that Long Chen definitely won't be able to last for more than 10 breaths. Just watch. Even without using spatial abilities, the City Lord can easily defeat him. While they were talking, the two people who had challenged each other for a short period of time fought again. Their battle instantly shook the earth and the mountains. City Lord Dijun held the Ruoshi sword in his hand. His sword was like a long river as he unleashed one exquisite sword move after another. On the other hand, Long Chen used the various divine abilities of the body of Ancestor Dragon to defend himself. Even though he managed to hit his opponent a few times, he couldn't truly hurt him. He had fallen into a true trapped battle. The gap between Dijun and City Lord Dijun was very clear. The truth was that even with Li Xuanji's demon power, it would be difficult to defeat him head-on. Supreme Supremacy 9 Yang. At that moment, City Lord Dijun laughed out loud and retreated. His hands transformed, and 9 of his fingers burst out with rays of light. Flames soared into the sky and turned into 9 huge devils beside him. They were hundreds and thousands of meters tall, with thick fangs and ugly faces. With a wave of his hand, flames rose to the sky. Restrain him, Supreme Sovereign 9 Yang. The 9 flames surrounded him and formed an array diagram, locking onto Long Chen from 9 directions. As for City Lord Dijun, he was like a ghost, shuttling between the 9 Suns Emperor Venerables, bringing about a huge destructive attack to Long Chen. Several times, the opponent's 700 Dao pattern Dao artifact the attack landed on Long Chen's body and nearly caused a fatal injury to Long Chen. Space-time reversal. When the 9 Yang Supremacy unleashed a ferocious attack and attacked Long Chen from both sides with the array diagram, almost completely restricting Long Chen had no choice but to use space-time reversal to send them flying. At this critical moment, he transformed into a mystical dragon, and the ancient blood spiritual dragon raged. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the 9 Yang sovereign's body. Even now, the blood spirit thrust was still Long Chen's most terrifying attack. Under the blood spirit thrust, the 9 Yang Supremacy was completely penetrated. Vast sea sacrifice. Under his control, the huge current swept out furiously and sent the 9 Yang Supreme Emperor Venerable flying. All of them crumbled in the vast sea and turned into ashes. Although Long Chen was at the bottom, his bravery and knowledge were truly amazing. Even City Lord Dijun was extremely shocked. The move of the 9 Yang Imperial Venerable was already extremely terrifying, but he never expected that it would still be destroyed by Long Chen. Rumble. As the ancient blood spiritual dragon reappeared, the 9 Yang Supreme Emperor Venerables exploded one by one. Give up. It's basically impossible to defeat me. Of course, now that you have the combat power of a demigod, it's just the initial state. City Lord Dijun sneered. Long Chen had a rough understanding of his own abilities. Just based on the scorching sun mystique, it was almost impossible for him to defeat the other party. At most, he could continue to be in a stalemate with him, but it was impossible for him to defeat him. Moreover, the other party still had many abilities that he had yet to display. He was afraid that he would not be able to borrow the divine boat Dijun today. But he was not resigned to it. He had already come all the way here, and now he had to leave with his tail between his legs. That was really embarrassing. Just as he was hesitating, City Lord Dijun did not say a word. He turned around and retreated. In the blink of an eye, countless flames erupted from his body. At that moment, he turned into a real sun, standing proudly in the sky. Countless flames gathered around him, and under his feet. He actually transformed into many Inferno Divine Dragons. Tens of thousands of Inferno Divine Dragons flew around him, and under his feet. Emperor Controlling Dragons. City Lord Dijun, Biyao, stood proudly on the heads of countless divine dragons. It was as though he was riding the divine dragons. Countless divine dragons served him, dancing under his feet. With him as the master, they roared at Long Chen. This made Long Chen feel a huge sense of humiliation and anger. How could a dignified divine dragon allow an insignificant person to stand on their heads and suppress them? This anger came from his bloodline. It made Long Chen feel like he was about to explode from the impact of his anger. He originally wanted to come again next time, but now, he couldn't care less. He went up. Long Chen, are you convinced? City Lord Dijun stood on the roaring dragons and asked in a clear voice. After this question, countless martial artists from Dijun Divine City roared with laughter. Indeed, Long Chen was not a match for City Lord Dijun. Their hearts were filled with satisfaction. Long Chen did not reply. The body of the ancient blood spiritual dragon rolled in the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Then, he charged towards City Lord Dijun, who was controlling the dragons. Courting death. City Lord Dijun was furious. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of Inferno divine dragons rushed towards Long Chen. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with flames. Long Chen was facing tens of thousands of divine dragons alone. As dignified divine dragons, they were being controlled by a mortal. These dragon souls had simply abandoned their dignity and pride. Long Chen could not help but be furious. Disregarding everything, his dragon tail swung and instantly collided with the tens of thousands of divine dragons. At that moment, all the Inferno divine dragons exploded. Half of it was because of Long Chen's angry dragon claws and dragon tail, and the other half succumbed to the anger of the ancestral dragon of Long Chen. The blood-colored divine dragon was like a wolf that had entered a flock of sheep, causing this move of Emperor controlling dragons to quickly collapse. The entire sky exploded, and the sky was torn apart. Countless fire rain poured down from the sky like a downpour. With a rumble, it almost ignited the entire Mount Dijuan and a large area around it. But even so, the explosions in the sky continued. Everyone could not help but raise their heads to look. The blood-colored divine dragon seemed to have gone berserk, tearing apart all the flaming divine dragons. Under his might, the flaming divine dragons could not resist at all, and all of them dissipated. In just a short moment, the Emperor controlling dragons had disappeared. This was one of City Lord Dijun's ultimate moves. No one expected that Long Chen would be able to break it so easily. Not only was City Lord Dijun shocked and convinced, but even the entire Mount Dijuan was stunned. This was simply like a scene from a legend. Long Chen had used his strength to tell everyone that he had the strength to fight against City Lord Dijun. It was just that he did not have the strength to truly defeat his opponent yet. But this did not mean that he would not have it in the future. After tearing all the divine dragons apart, Long Chen thought it through. He had underestimated the power of an expert with a demigod body. He had indeed come a little too early today. Now, it was time to stop. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. This was nothing. After tearing all the divine dragons apart and transforming into a human, Long Chen did not make a move. Instead, he looked at City Lord Dijun who had descended and said, "Today, I am no match for you. However, I must borrow the divine boat Dijun. Prepare for the next time. I will come again." After saying this, he had already traversed tens of thousands of meters in a flash, disappearing in front of City Lord Dijun. City Lord Dijun silently put away the Ruashi sword. Within the Ruashi sword, the peerless beauty said, "Biyao, are you afraid?" City Lord Dijun shook his head and said, "I did not expect that this time. I do not have the power to absolutely crush him. In another year, I am afraid that he will completely surpass me. When that time comes, he will be a dominator, and I will never be able to avenge Diyu. He is our hope," Ruashi said gently, "let it go. Things have already happened. This is all fate. We mortals cannot resist it. Fate, fate, it is fate again. I, Biyao, do not believe in fate." He could not help but growl in a low voice. His eyes were gloomy. He escaped. That Long Chen escaped. However, the emotions of the people below were completely different from those of City Lord Dijun. They were shocked just now, and thought that Long Chen could really continue fighting to the death with City Lord Dijun. They didn't expect that he would escape by himself at this point. It seems that this guy is still inferior to our City Lord. Yes, he is far inferior. From the beginning to the end, it was our City Lord who had the upper hand and suppressed him. Ruashi Sword Principal, Emperor Jiuyang, Emperor Yuan Long, it is good that Long Chen can survive. Sure enough, this guy thinks that he is invincible after defeating a few experts. He even came to challenge our City Lord. What a joke. For a moment, all the people in Dijun Divine City roared with laughter. Dozens of miles away, Long Chen and Li Xuanji had separated. Although today's battle was very difficult, he was not injured. After Long Chen knew his own strength, he did not continue. City Lord Dijun was proficient in the Sun God technique, and there was also space magic that he had not used. There was no way to crush him. It seems that this matter cannot be rushed. I am too impatient. Let's wait until I reach the four-symbol Samsara tribulation realm. During this time, I will find a place and focus on breaking through. Long Chen adjusted his mood, calmed his heart, and said with a smile, I will accompany you. Li Xuanji's long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were clear and bright, and she was very charming. It felt good to have her by his side. Thinking about it, Long Chen had been alone for a while. This is the central region of the Dragon God domain. I remember there is a place called the Land of Four Extremes. The power of the earth veins from the north, south, east, and west of the Dragon God domain collide in this place, causing chaos. It is said that many people from the Dragon God domain will come here to awaken the power of the four extremes. I think you can go to that place and give it a try. There is such a place. Long Chen's eyes lit up. If it was feasible, it seemed that it would not be long before he returned to Dijun Divine City and obtained the Dijun Divine Arc from City Lord Dijun. Chapter 22-29. Now, Long Chen was already at the pinnacle of the Three Talents tribulation. As long as he survived the Four Symbols tribulation, he would be able to transform again. In addition to Li Xuanji's demon power, based on today's situation, there was still a possibility of defeating City Lord Dijun, who was at his peak and using his spatial mystique. He was in a hurry to enter the battlefield of the gods to find the truth and evidence, so he had to get past City Lord Dijun. Now that he had learned of this opportunity from Li Xuanji, of course he would wholeheartedly head towards the Land of Four Extremes. This was a very magical place. There would often be geniuses in the late stages of the Three Talents tribulation who did not want to wait for the 1,000-year time limit to come here to stimulate the awakening of the Four Symbols Celestial Emperors and complete the Four Symbols tribulation. The reason why the awakening of the Four Symbols Celestial Emperors can be triggered is because there are four kinds of power colliding here, forming a chaotic current. The Land of Four Extremes can be said to be one of the cores of the Dragon God domain. To the north is the northern region of the Dragon God domain. The power of the entire northern region sinks to the ground and forms the power of the earth veins. It rushes towards the center and finally condenses into the northern dark cold energy, which gathers in the Land of Four Extremes. Similarly, the power of the earth veins that gathers in the southern region is called Southern Li Yang energy, the power that gathers in the eastern region is called Purple Micro Emperor energy, and the power that gathers in the western region is called Desolate Heaven Blood energy. These four vast powers collide in a canyon, forming an area that ordinary people do not dare to approach. The power there is the most violent, and the only benefit is that it can stimulate the awakening of the Four Symbols Celestial Emperors. This was the detailed introduction that Li Xuanji had given to Long Chen before heading to the Land of Four Extremes. Northern Dark Cold Energy, Southern Li Yang Energy, Purple Micro Emperor Energy, Desolate Heaven Blood Energy. Four powers. It seemed like a good opportunity. With his speed, it would only take him 2 or 3 days to travel from Dijun Divine City to the Land of Four Extremes. After 2 or 3 days, he would almost reach his destination. Before arriving, Long Chen had already felt the terror of the Land of Four Extremes. In front of them was a vast stretch of mountains that rose into the sky. There were very few trees and vegetation, and there were strange rocks everywhere. Standing on a high vantage point, Long Chen could see the situation below. First, there was the east. Purple qi came from the east. Large areas were under the furious roar of purple qi. The Emperor's qi that gathered from the east formed a very dense Emperor's qi. It turned into thousands of galloping horses, charging into the land of the four poles. In the south, boundless South Liyang Qi swept over from the ground and turned into a dense flock of flaming birds. They flew over the mountain peaks like a sea of fire and rushed towards the center. Those were countless flaming birds. They let out shrill screams as if they wanted to tear everything in front of them apart. In the north, the northern dark cold energy turned into thousands of poisonous snakes. They flicked their tongues, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everything in sight was dark green smoke. In the west, boundless power of the earth veins surged from the west and gathered at one point. It gave birth to a steady stream of desolate heaven blood energy. The desolate heaven blood energy had a fierce and brutal nature. It condensed into giant blood-colored wolves. The countless blood-colored wolves howled and collided with the northern poisonous snakes, the southern flaming birds, and the eastern purple horses at the same spot. That place was the land of the four extremes. Looking from afar, the four-colored power of the earth veins collided, forming a huge chaotic force that soared into the sky. It turned into clouds and rushed into the distance. Countless horse cries, bird cries, wolf howls, and snake hisses resounded incessantly. The power of the earth veins that came from the four continents was not simple. The collision at this moment was even more extraordinary. The power of the collision caused the area within hundreds of miles to shake intensely like the entire world was about to explode. The surrounding mountains are filled with the power of the four extremes. If we get closer, it will start to help us awaken the four-image sky emperor. Normal people will be able to provide it at the outskirts, but if it doesn't work, we can only head in. I met a friend in the Darkness God City. She came here to cultivate for half a year, and after she returned, she had already passed the four-image reincarnation tribulation realm. She was the one who told me everything about this place. Li Xuanji explained in detail. Let's head in. Long Chen sensed that with his body's condition, it wasn't easy to wake up the four-image sky emperor. Anyway, he definitely couldn't do it at the outskirts. The two of them continued forwards. In front of them, the power of the four colors surged forward, causing their clothes or long skirts to flutter in the wind. The beauty beside them had snow-white skin and long hair. Her cold temperament was like a beautiful flower blooming in the dark night, standing proudly in the wind. Yin Demon, this was a relationship she couldn't break away from for the rest of her life. Li Xuanji originally thought that she could leave in the future, but now it seemed like she wouldn't be able to break away from this man who was like a curse to her. Most of the time, she was at a loss. When she heard that she was about to be judged, she rushed over to Eternal Dragon City. She didn't expect that she would be able to take risks with him again. Forget it, let fate decide. There was no need to worry about it. What the future would be like depended on fate and what changes fate needed him to make. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already very close to the place where the four powers collided. In front of him was a canyon, and the canyon was where the collision occurred. That place was like a furnace. Countless horses, venomous snakes, blood wolves, and fire birds were slaughtering each other here, turning into countless dismembered corpses. Then, they were minced into pieces, and the place where Long Chen stood was affected by the shockwaves. From here onwards, we have the power to awaken the four-image sky emperor. If it doesn't work, we can only go deeper. Li Xuanji said softly beside him. Obviously not here. Just as Long Chen was about to enter, Li Xuanji turned into a Yin demon and surged into his body. This didn't require his consent. Under the fusion of the Yin demon's power, Long Chen became even stronger. I'm going through the tribulation. What are you doing? Long Chen asked curiously. I'm increasing your strength, she said. But, if I fail, you will probably be swallowed by the power of the reincarnation tribulation too, Long Chen said. It's okay. Indeed, she felt that it didn't matter. Although she didn't want to admit it, the center of her life was indeed on Long Chen. Okay. Long Chen smiled. Of course, he had enough confidence in himself. He definitely wouldn't kill her. After getting ready, he headed toward the center again. At this moment, several people rushed up from below and blocked Long Chen's way. They were a few barbaric martial artists. They had dark skin, bare shoulders, big ears, and their eyes were like copper bells. At this moment, they widened their eyes and blocked Long Chen. They said angrily, "Kid, who are you? This is the territory of the Four Extremes sect. Without our permission, ordinary people will have to pay to enter. Their voices were like a great bell, and they were quite strong. They should be, quite strong. Back then, there was only one reincarnation tribulation realm martial artist in the wind dragon stream of the ancient god of war's territory. However, these people in front of him had already reached the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm. It was already very powerful for a non-divine descendant ancient city like this to reach this level. They were probably very famous nearby. Those with status don't have to pay to enter, but ordinary people do. They were clearly bandits who bullied the weak and feared the strong. With their strength, if an ordinary 3 talents tribulation realm martial artist came here without a backer, it would be normal for them to bully him. That's right. As long as your backer is stronger than us 4 extremes immortals in the 6 paths of reincarnation tribulation realm, the fee will be waived. We will also be respectful to you. But if not, call for an archaic Tao treasure first. This was an exorbitant demand. Usually, young people like Long Chen would not be able to take out an archaic Tao treasure. That's simple. I'm from Massacre Dragon City. Long Chen smiled. If these people could be scared, then he wouldn't bother to attack them. After all, there was no deep hatred between them. I'm from Fortune Dragon City. Idiot, do people from Massacre Dragon City need to come here to break through the 4 symbols tribulation? They all laughed, their eyes filled with malice. Looks like he doesn't have a backer. It's pure nonsense. Brothers, let's do it. A few burly men with red hair shot up to the sky. They chuckled and surrounded Long Chen in the middle. Let's do it. Against someone without a backer, they naturally acted quickly. But in that instant, they couldn't move at all. Long Chen had already used the power of time stop to its peak. He slapped each of them, knocking out a few of their teeth. Then he walked past them and headed for the 4 extremes land of upheaval. Only then did those cultivators recover. They cried out in alarm, their mouths full of blood, and almost fell to the ground. When they looked back and saw that Long Chen had already walked far away, they were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. Oh no, we've hit an iron plate. Quick, call for 4 extremes immortals. They quickly closed their eyes and began to summon. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen discovered that there were 4 people standing in the clouds in front of him. When he got closer, he immediately felt a little strange. These 4 people had human bodies, which was very normal. However, their heads were actually horse, wolf, snake, and bird. It was as if the heads of the 4 creatures were connected to their bodies. They had nothing to do with demons or wild beasts. Hey, that scoundrel dared to touch the disciple of 4 extremes immortals. He deserves to die. The purple horse head said harshly. Capture him and make a feast. Tonight, we 4 brothers and sisters will add dishes. Who's next? The blood wolf head smiled sinisterly. Chapter 22:30. In fact, it was not impossible for many people to make themselves look like this. However, it was not easy to make the 4 in front of him look so natural, as if they were born like this. Their strength was also rather strange. He could not tell their cultivation level, and it could even be said that they had no cultivation level. 4 extreme celestial. They smiled sinisterly and attacked decisively. Perhaps because they were afraid of Long Chen, the 4 of them surrounded him and attacked almost at the same time. Long Chen naturally used Eternal Moment to deal with them. With his current ability, he could indeed freeze the 4 in mid-air and make them unable to move. Long Chen arrived beside them in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to study them, they suddenly broke free from the Eternal Moment. Their strength was not ordinary. Although they were so close, Long Chen could still deal with them easily. The god-slaying sword in his hand displayed the massacre sword art. It swept past quickly and immediately sent their hands flying. After the hands left their bodies, they turned to dust. Long Chen once again aimed at their heads. Wherever his long sword pointed, they actually all fled at a very fast speed. At the very least, they reached a speed that was difficult for them to reach at their level of power. In the blink of an eye, they had left Long Chen's side. They began to chatter and chatter. What a powerful young man. He actually heard us. However, this does not mean anything. We still want to eat you. Yes, wait for us to return. They were still full of backbone. At this time, they joined forces and actually rushed towards the center of the land of four extremes. In the blink of an eye, they were drowned by the four colliding air currents. There's definitely something strange about these four fellows. They're way too different from the humans. Long Chen's gaze was cold. He had doubts earlier and did not kill them. However, now that they had actually rushed into the land of four extremes, from what they said before they left, they seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed them and headed towards the land of four extremes. In front of them was a canyon. The power of the earth veins from the four continents collided here. The closer they got, the greater the resistance and the greater the destructive power. It might even trigger the awakening of Long Chen's four celestial emperors. Before dealing with their opponents, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. Where did they go? Long Chen searched everywhere. Right now, the surroundings had already been submerged by the four-colored fog. His vision was a blur, and it was very difficult to see any living beings. In the past, there were martial artists who had broken through to the four symbols tribulation here, but they had not gone as deep as Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen sensed that the four types of energy were gathering in one direction, as if they were being sucked in. Without a word, Long Chen immediately headed in that direction. The closer he got to the center of the collision, the more obvious the feeling of being sucked in became. Finally, Long Chen saw a blurry silhouette in front of him. It was a fat silhouette with four protrusions on its body, as if it had grown four heads. The four types of energy were converging towards the four protrusions and being sucked in. The power level of the silhouette's body was rising at a terrifying rate. If this continued, it might even surpass the current Long Chen. This is one of the so-called four extreme deities. Long Chen was alarmed. If each of them could absorb the power here and become stronger, he would really be in danger. Hence, he took out the dragon-enslaved Biyao decisively. When there was still a long distance between him and the other party, he took out the Emperor Dragon arrow, pulled the bowstring to the fullest and aimed at the other party. Swoosh! The Emperor Dragon arrow gathered the power of the dragon prisoner Biyao and Long Chen. It shot out in the chaotic land of the four poles. In an instant, it hit the other party. Perhaps the other party did not expect Long Chen to appear at this moment. This time, he was directly torn to pieces. He screamed and disappeared. Perhaps because the power he absorbed did not belong to him yet, the Emperor Dragon arrow pierced through him and exploded, instantly annihilating him and blowing him to pieces. However, the moment the Emperor Dragon arrow broke through the fog, Long Chen saw his appearance clearly. Originally, he thought that this was one of the four extreme deities. He did not expect there to be four of them. However, their bodies were twisted and combined in a strange way, becoming one. They became a monster with 8 arms and 8 legs. 4 heads grew in 4 different directions. In fact, they were the 4 protrusions that Long Chen saw in the blur at the beginning. If he had seen them like this at the beginning, Long Chen would not have killed them. For such a strange change to happen, it might have something to do with the sky-devouring clan. However, under the power of the Emperor Dragon arrow, the 4 extreme deities disappeared. Of course, what Long Chen did was not wrong. If he did not kill the other party in time, given the speed at which they were devouring, he would probably be in danger if this continued, especially when he was preparing to break through to the 4 extremes reincarnation tribulation realm. Now, apart from the sounds of the 4 extremes colliding, there was no other sound. Long Chen asked Li Xuanji. She did not understand what was going on with the 4 extreme deities either. Long Chen searched the surroundings for half a day. He did not see anyone else nearby. The so-called four extreme deities had also been shattered. Only then did he feel at ease. It can actually devour the power of this kind of earth vein to strengthen itself. This is too heaven-defying. The most boundless power here was actually the power of the earth vein that came from all over the dragon god domain, the emperor's essence, the desolate heaven blood chi, and so on. If he could use them, he would definitely gain endless benefits. However, entering the battlefield of the gods was still more important. Currently, the four extreme celestial emperors had not been awakened. Long Chen was already prepared to enter the depths of the four extremes' chaotic land. The place in front of him was the place where the purple steeds from the east, the flying firebirds from the south, the northern underworld vipers from the north, and the brutal blood wolves from the west collided most fiercely. The four kinds of power collided here, causing people and horses to be thrown off their feet. The giant beasts created by the four kinds of power fought here, turning into shocking power that spread in all directions or directly swept into the sky, forming huge pillars of air. Rumble. The sound of such explosions simply lingered in the ears. In the midst of this destructive collision, Long Chen protected himself and continued to go deeper. He allowed the giant beasts created by the power to shatter around him. His body was as unshakable as a mountain, resisting the huge power produced by the four kinds of power. Generally speaking, ordinary three extremes tribulation warriors would not come to this place at all. With their ability, they could not withstand the impact here at all. Apart from three extremes tribulation warriors, there was no need for people stronger than them to come here and awaken the four extreme celestial emperors. Therefore, it was actually rare to see people like Long Chen go as deep as he did. Here, it was like being in the middle of the sea, surrounded by raging waves. There were even more terrifying things than the raging waves. We can't reach here yet. The so-called four extreme celestial emperors still showed no signs of awakening. Among them, the torso was Grand Emperor Long Yang, the head was Young Emperor Dong Wan, the head of the primordial spirit was High Emperor Biyao, and the spirit of the primordial spirit was Ancestor Emperor Yuanqing. These were the four extreme celestial emperors. The four extreme celestial emperors were the god spirits in the body, which were said to exist in all living beings. There were also the seven-star ancient gods, which were the ancient star gods outside their bodies. They existed for thousands of years and were immortal. However, they would not descend into the mortal world. These were all things that had existed since ancient times and were full of mysteries. Do we still have to go deeper? If we can't, then forget it, the Li Xuanji said with some worry. Long Chen shook his head and said, "We're already here, we definitely can't give up." At this time, he might have already neared the center of the entire land of four extremes. Large numbers of giant beasts were fighting and colliding around him, causing the sky to be filled with the power of the four extremes. It was a mess, as though a whirlpool had formed. In the collision of this destructive power, Long Chen was swaying left and right. It even caused a certain amount of pressure on his body. However, for the sake of the divine boat Emperor Jun, to enter the battlefield of the gods, and to prove the truth of Long Qinglan's innocence, Long Chen endured it. He knew that there was definitely something wrong with the battlefield of the gods. There was a secret, but he just didn't know it yet. Advance, advance. Just like that, he gritted his teeth and advanced silently. The raging waves around him were gradually ignored by him. What he saw in his eyes was power and a bright future. The storms around him were getting fiercer and fiercer, but he ignored them all. After an unknown period of time, he was already at the center of the entire land of four extremes. Suddenly, an ancient praying mat made of four colors appeared in front of him. It was placed quietly on the ground. Above it was the most violent power of the four extremes. This was the absolute center. If he passed this center, the power of the four extremes would start to decrease. Long Chen didn't say anything. He took a few steps forward and slowly sat down. He sat under the four-colored praying mat. In that instant, he faced the most terrifying power of the four extremes. If it wasn't for his tyrannical body, he would have long been sent flying. Of course, he needed strong willpower. For a demon like Long Chen who dared to harm himself in the unending palace in order to find the black Yama beast, this storm was nothing. When he sat on the four-colored praying mat, he gradually felt that his body was finally starting to change. At the beginning, it was the transformation of his physical body. His physical body was mainly divided into two parts. One was the head, and other than the head, everything else. The first was the transformation of his torso. Light. Countless rays of light surged out from every inch of his body. The vast emperor's might was displayed. Long Chen had seen this situation before on Li Xuanji. That was when she awakened the four-symbol celestial emperor and tried to break through to the four-symbol samsara realm. Today, it was finally his turn. Chapter 22:31. Countless rays of light began to condense within his body, forming the image of a godly spirit within his internal organs. It was a godly spirit image made up of countless lines. It was a man wearing complicated clothing, and his entire body was bursting with masculine energy. His eyes were wide open as he glared angrily at the man in front of him. A majestic divine might descended. Next was the transformation of his head. Light flashed in his head, and another god appeared within him. This was a handsome man with hair standing on end. He held two swords in his hands and pointed them angrily at the sky. Colorful clouds danced around him. This was young Emperor Dong Wuan. Next were the two gods stationed in the primordial spirit. The head of the primordial spirit was High Emperor Ju Yao. The spirit of the primordial spirit was the ancestral emperor Origin Star. The four celestial emperors awakened at this moment. The tribulation of the four symbols. You have to guide the four celestial emperors and fuse them into one. This is a very complicated process. If anything goes wrong in the middle, the four celestial emperors will be enraged and destroy you. You cannot let your guard down. The mortality rate of the tribulation of the four symbols is very high. Within his body, the Yin demon power of Li Xuanji circulated. Understood. Long Chen had a rough idea of the steps and methods. In reality, before the tribulation of the four symbols, the head, torso, and primordial spirit were separated and controlled by the four celestial emperors. Hence, there was a slight difference in coordination. The transformation of the tribulation of the four symbols was to fuse the four celestial emperors into one and control everything within the body. In this way, there would be a huge increase in speed and connectivity. The four major parts would be completely fused into one. Of course, it was not the head, torso, and primordial spirit that had fused into one, but the god that controlled them. The four celestial emperors were also a mystery. No one knew what was going on. Perhaps it was just a form of power within the body, but now, it had a very strong mystical color. All warriors had to be careful when dealing with them. After passing the tribulation of the four symbols, the ancient blood spirit dragon and the void universe dragon would at least have a huge improvement in their coordination. Long Chen was already prepared. The four celestial emperors had already manifested. They all looked angry and disdainful. The path of cultivation is incomparably mysterious. There are mysteries everywhere. Who could possibly figure it all out? Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. What he had to do now was to fuse the four symbol celestial emperors together. First, he had to fuse the Grand Emperor Long Yang and Young Emperor Dong Wuan. Then, he had to fuse the two primordial spirits. Finally, he had to fuse the corporeal body and primordial spirit into one body. From then on, he would enter the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. His corporeal body and primordial spirit would be completely fused and inseparable. Just as he was about to start, an accident occurred. The four symbols' heavenly emperors actually underwent changes at the same time. At this moment, the entire land of four poles of chaos was in turmoil. The powers from the north, south, east, and west continued to clash. In that instant, it was as though everything had come to a standstill. In the next moment, the Ziwei Imperial Qi, the Desolate Blood Qi, the Nanli Yang Qi, and the northern sea cold qi were no longer clashing. Instead, they surged towards Longchen. This was almost equivalent to the tens of thousands of purple galloping steeds from the east charging into Longchen's body. At the same time, the overwhelming firebirds from the south, the endless venomous snakes from the north, and the innumerable blood wolves from the west did the same. They were formed from power. They no longer fought or collided with each other. Instead, as though they had found an opening, they converged towards Longchen's body. For a moment, Longchen's body was almost crushed by the vast power of the earth veins that came from all directions of the dragon god domain. The purple steeds, firebirds, venomous snakes, and blood wolves charged into his body. They ran wildly through his blood vessels, bones, and muscles. They collided and tore at him, bringing him immense pain. If he wasn't proficient in Dream of the Origin, his body would probably have been torn to shreds. What's going on? Longchen couldn't understand why the power of the four extremes would surge into his body at this moment. He wasn't the four extremes immortal, and the speed of his absorption was more than 1,000 times that of the four extremes immortal. In just a short moment, the power of the earth veins of the entire dragon god domain had already rushed towards Longchen. Looks like I can only use space-time reversal to force the power out of this place. Longchen thought of a solution. If he didn't do this, he would soon be crushed by the violent power of the earth veins. However, he soon found the culprit that caused this change. It was actually the four-symbol celestial emperors. When large amounts of power converged on Longchen's body, the four-symbol celestial emperors suddenly moved. They actually started to absorb one of the powers of the four extremes that had entered Longchen's body. Countless purple steeds were swallowed by the Grand Emperor's dragon sun. The Grand Emperor's dragon sun, which was originally shining brightly, gradually turned purple. Young Emperor Dongguan, on the other hand, swallowed the heaven's wilderness blood qi from the west, turning it dark red. High Emperor Juyao, on the other hand, swallowed the south Liyang qi from the south, turning it into the golden red rays of the blazing sun. Ancestral Emperor Origin Star, on the other hand, swallowed the north dark cold qi from the north, turning it into a dark and sinister black. Longchen's body, which was almost crushed by the power of the earth veins, was finally relieved. Although the powers of the four extremes were still rushing into his body, they were basically being swallowed by the four-symbol celestial emperors, maintaining a balance that wouldn't harm his body. Even so, the boundless power outside continued to converge on his body. The entire land of four extremes of chaos was almost emptied. It was hard to imagine that the vast power had already entered his body and was being swallowed by the four-symbol celestial emperors. However, if this continued, the four-symbol celestial emperors would become more and more terrifying, and he could still control their fusion. Longchen couldn't help but worry. In the short span of an hour, he could already feel that the entire land of four extremes of chaos had been emptied. It had become no different from an ordinary mountain range. Of course, there was still power rushing in from all four directions, but it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. In a few months, this place would probably not return to its original state. What were the four-symbol celestial emperors trying to do after accumulating such a vast amount of power from the earth veins? Could he still control them now? He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seemed that although he was terrifyingly talented, every time he went through a tribulation, it was a disaster. He might not have it any better than others. Now, the four-symbol celestial emperors finally stopped swallowing. Inside his body, every image of a god was shining with a terrifying light. Their bodies were overflowing with colors, as if they had really come to life. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were standing proudly in the sky, looking down at the ant-like beings below. Each of their bodies had basically gathered destructive power. Longchen strangely realized that they seemed to be looking at him coldly. Then, Grand Emperor Longyang and Young Emperor Dongguan actually went towards each other. Without Longchen's control, they actually started to fuse. The purple power and the dark red power fused together, becoming stronger and more majestic. On the primordial spirit side, the two celestial emperors also started to fuse, and the golden red and black merged into one. This fusion process was much faster than others. Then, the two fused bodies started to advance. They surpassed the limits of the primordial spirit and corporeal body, and they slowly fused together at the border of the two. They fused into a divine image with 4 colors. It was a terrifying divine image, and before Long Chen could see it clearly, this image turned into countless spots of light that scattered into Long Chen's body. The spots of light turned into vast power that fused with the power of reincarnation, forming a brand new power of the 4 symbols reincarnation. It was as if the surging power of the 4 extremes had once again transformed into Long Chen's body. It was just that this time, he didn't feel as if he was about to burst. The newly born power of the 4 symbols reincarnation was very docile, and it flowed freely in Long Chen's body. It formed and grew stronger, and it couldn't be stopped at all. Until it was as if all the power of the 4 extremes had once again appeared in his body, becoming his own power. The entire land of 4 extremes of chaos had been sucked dry, and it had now become his power of the 4 symbols reincarnation. This was very terrifying, and no one's 4 symbols reincarnation could achieve this. To Long Chen, the improvement this time was much greater than he had imagined. He just didn't understand what the 4 symbols celestial emperors were, and why such a change had occurred. It was precisely because of this that he didn't feel too safe obtaining such vast power out of nowhere. In his body, the power of the 4 symbols reincarnation condensed Ziwei Emperor Qi, Desolate Heaven Blood Qi, Nanli Yang Qi, and Northern Dark Cold Qi. Combined with the Taisha divine power, the power of the 4 symbols reincarnation was in charge of destruction, and the Taisha divine power was in charge of divine might. The combination of the two had already surpassed the divine power, and it might be able to compete with the higher level divine power of all beings. This time, he had a much greater chance of getting the divine boat. Emperor Jun Long Chen took Li Xuanji and left as soon as possible. When Li Xuanji left his body, his current level of power was even greater than when he had fought City Lord Di Jun. With the addition of Li Xuanji's demon power, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight City Lord Di Jun at full strength. City Lord Di Jun was after all one of the strongest descendants of the primordial first god. To be honest, I also don't know what's going on, Li Xuanji said. She only knew that this place could awaken the 4 symbols celestial emperors, but she didn't expect such a change to happen. Fortunately, the ending was good, Long Chen said with a faint smile. He asked Li Xuanji about the situation when she went through the 4 symbols tribulation. She guided the 4 symbols celestial emperors to fuse, and then the 4 symbols celestial emperors disappeared. This was the normal process, but Long Chen's 4 symbols celestial emperors absorbed the power by themselves, fused by themselves, and disappeared by themselves. Now, Long Chen indeed had an incomparably close connection with his body, and even his primordial spirit and physical body had become one. The two kinds of power were more integrated, and this was the divine power that only a martial artist of the 4 symbols reincarnation could have. This kind of thing, even if he wanted to study it, there was no way, and he didn't have the time. Let's go and get the divine boat. Emperor Jun. Chapter 2232. Di Jun Divine City. Mount Di Jun pierced through the starry sky. It was boundlessly tall, and a large portion of it was covered by layers of clouds. It was as though it was made of steel, and the might of a great emperor suppressed the world. Since ancient times, Di Jun Divine City had been passed down for millions of years, worshipping the number 1 god of the ancient times. Di Jun was the number 1 expert of the human race after the Divine Dragon era. His attainments were close to many of the ultimate divine dragons of the Divine Dragon era. He led the human race and suppressed the 4 directions. Even today, Di Jun Divine City was still the leader of the 72 ancient cities of the world. Today was the day of the Di Jun Genius Battle that was held once every 10 years. Almost every cultivator in the inner city below the age of 4,000 had to participate in the battle to test the results of their 10 years of training. To every young cultivator, this was an extremely important opportunity to display their skills. For the arrival of this day, they had been rubbing their palms and preparing for a very long time. In every genius battle, there would be people who rose and people who fell. Those who rose would have a bright future, while those who fell would never have the chance to rise again in their entire lives. What made all the young cultivators even more excited was that City Lord Dijun would personally oversee the battle to test their cultivation success. If there was someone who could gain the favor of City Lord Dijun, that person's future would definitely be bright. Of course, this time's Dijun genius battle was a little unexpected because they had already seen City Lord Dijun a few days ago. It was just that the distance was a little far. On that day, City Lord Dijun fought against Long Chen and obtained a complete victory. For a moment, he became the pride of all the cultivators in Dijun Divine City. Of course, Long Chen dared to fight against City Lord Dijun at such a young age. That was also a kind of glory. This time, I must perform well and let those who look down on me look at me in a different light. I must let the elders see my hard work and potential. I don't need the city lord to appreciate me. As long as a young city lord thinks highly of me, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. The young cultivators clenched their fists and stepped onto the battlefield that belonged to them and started fighting. With their power of reincarnation, they were the absolute rulers of the draconic sacrificial continent. It was only in a place like the Emperor Jun Divine City that they appeared insignificant. City Lord Dijun sat on the highest throne, surrounded by the higher-ups of Dijun Divine City. But today, there were some old friends. They were Tai City Lord, Ziwei City Lord, Yuanshi City Lord, Randang City Lord, and other city lords of the central region. Of course, Ziwei City Lord came from the east. A total of 6 or 7 city lords sat beside City Lord Dijun, watching the Dijun genius battle. Their performances are all outstanding. The younger generations of the Emperor Jun Divine City are indeed full of geniuses. Each of them is more hardworking than the other. Brother Biyao, you don't have to worry about anything. The Tai City Lord stroked his long beard and nodded with emotion. He had once fought against a sacred spirit, and his strength was at the early stage of the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. Back in the battlefield of gods, it was in his Tai Imperial Bell that Long Chen killed Du. To be honest, Long Chen was worlds apart from him at that time. There was no smile on City Lord Dijun's face. He shook his head helplessly and said, "If Du was here, I don't know what realm he would have reached today." This was the greatest sorrow in his heart. Even the Eternal Dragon Emperor had agreed to take Du as his disciple. Unfortunately, he had died young. If he had not died, even if he was not as good as Long Chen, Du would not have been any worse. This, the Tai City Lord also sighed, feeling very helpless. Du had died in front of him. Now that Long Chen has shown his heaven-defying talent, it is said that he could fight against Brother Biyao a few days ago, and in the blink of an eye, he has surpassed me. This kid is sinister and vicious. If I let him become an expert, I'm afraid I won't be able to avenge Du. If I had hardened my heart and killed him, this would not have happened. The Tai City Lord shook his head helplessly. Don't say such things in the future, or you will get yourself killed. Now that his reputation is like the sun in the sky, I'm afraid he will catch up to me in less than a year. How can we fight against him? But he has a lot of enemies, so let's just wait and see. When City Lord Dijun said this, the competition below had already reached the climax. 7 or 8 youths had already fought their way into the top 8 and obtained a lot of rewards. Next, they would fight for the top 3 and obtain even more benefits, and even City Lord Dijun would personally reward them. In order to speak to City Lord Dijun personally, the youths were even willing to give up their lives. He was the number 1 person in the dragon god realm other than the 5 great dragon cities. At this time, Long Chen came to the divine city of Dijun and stood above everyone. Li Xuanji, this beauty, was like a ghost, following him like a shadow. Of course, even if she was a ghost, she was still a beautiful ghost. After he reached the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, he went through a short period of recuperation before rushing to the divine city of Dijun. Of course, he didn't know that the Dijun genius battle was being held here. Because of his arrival, the Dijun genius battle had already been interrupted. The moment they saw him, the faces of everyone in the divine city of Dijun instantly darkened. One by one, they stood up from their seats. The faces of the few city lords also changed from cheerful and witty chatting to gloomy and cold. They were all top-notch divine cities, and they were all in groups. The arrival of Long Chen made the place fall into a dead silence. To every young martial artist in the divine city of Dijun, Long Chen was a terrifying monster in their eyes. They had long stopped treating Long Chen as someone of the same generation. After all, when they were still trying their best to get City Lord Dijun to look at them, Long Chen was already fighting on equal grounds with City Lord Dijun, that's, the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. It's that Long Chen. What is he doing here again? Didn't he lose to our City Lord last time? Could it be that he is looking for a beating again? I heard that City Lord went easy on him in the previous battle. The young martial artists had no choice but to stop their battle. They stared blankly at the sky. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on Long Chen. Long Chen didn't panic. He looked directly at City Lord Dijun and said, "City Lord, I came back this time to borrow the divine boat of Dijun. When I return from the battlefield of gods, I will definitely return the divine boat of Dijun to you. I hope City Lord can fulfill my wish." Dijun Divine City sized him up from head to toe. Of course, he could feel that Long Chen was different from before. He was stronger and more terrifying. Previously, he said that Long Chen would surpass him within a year. Now, only a few days had passed. No matter how rich his imagination was, he wouldn't be able to guess that Long Chen would awaken the four symbol celestial emperors within a few days and enter the next level, causing his strength to skyrocket. Hence, he said, according to the previous agreement, didn't I say that when you can defeat me, you can take the divine boat of Dijun? If you use any other methods, such as begging or exchanging, it's impossible. I won't agree to it. The hundreds of thousands of people in Dijun Divine City won't agree to it either. He said resolutely and coldly. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, he said, "That's right. This time, I came back to finish the battle with you." And Dijun Divine City held the armrest of his throne with both hands. With a light pinch, he turned it into powder. He stood up. Under the strong wind, his white hair and beard fluttered in the wind. "Now?" City Lord Dijun asked, enunciating each word. Hearing this, the people below were extremely nervous. Their hearts were thumping, as if they were facing City Lord Dijun. To be honest, they actually had a hint of fanatical worship for Long Chen in their hearts. "Now." After Long Chen said this, he flew back and headed towards the clouds in the distance. That was the place where the last battle had taken place. Even now, there were still many traces of that battle. Until he became a small dot in the eyes of the crowd. The other city lords also stood up. What the hell is this kid doing? Could it be that he has some scheme or found a new primordial Tao artifact? City Lord Yuanshi asked doubtfully. No, he has 2 primordial Tao artifacts with 700 Tao patterns. As for schemes, he is not that kind of person. Dijun Divine City said indifferently. Brother Biyao, are you going to fight him again? City Lord Randang asked. City Lord Dijun nodded and said, "This time, I'll make him retreat in the face of difficulties. Otherwise, he'll come looking for me every few days. I'm not his sparring partner, so how would I have so much time?" After saying this, he flew like a god and headed in the direction of Long Chen. City Lord Dijun's action made the crowd extremely excited. It was another battle. They could see that City Lord Dijun was already very angry. This time, he would definitely beat Long Chen to the ground. In the blink of an eye, City Lord Dijun was already standing in front of Long Chen in the wind and clouds. Another confrontation. In front of him was a real peak challenge, a warrior with a demigod body. It was Long Chen's real sprint and challenge to this level. If there was no Li Xuanji, even the current him was not sure that he could defeat him. At most, it would be a draw. With Li Xuanji's help, he had the confidence to take away Di Jun's divine boat. At this juncture, Li Xuanji had already turned into a Yin demon behind him and merged into his body. The four symbols reincarnation power, Taisha divine power, and Yin demon power combined to fight against City Lord Di Jun's divine power of all beings. Buzz. Under the fluctuations of power, the surroundings seemed to shake. The wind was blowing, and clothes were fluttering. This peak confrontation attracted everyone's attention, especially when several city lords had come nearby. Miracle, a miracle. City Lord Tai felt the most. Because just a few years ago, Long Chen could not move in his Tai Emperor Bell. Now, his aura was simply crushing him. His eyes were filled with deep shock. This time, City Lord Di Jun would not only use the power of the sun. He used the sun god technique and turned into a body made of fire crystal sand. With a wave of his hand, the divine sword Ruoshi appeared beside him. The beautiful Tao spirit accompanied him at all times, protecting him and becoming his strength. At this moment, countless transparent lights gathered in City Lord Di Jun's left hand, turning into thousands of transparent beads the size of a grain of rice. The beads formed together and rolled into a transparent disc. The power of space erupted. That's the Wuji wheel. One of the city lords said in shock. Chapter 2233. Sure enough, it was another Tao item with 700 Tao patterns, the Wuji wheel. It was a roulette made up of tens of thousands of crystal balls. They gathered together and rotated around the center. Each crystal ball was a vast world. Within it, there was wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, rivers, and trees. There were even giant beasts roaring, snakes slithering, mosquitoes dancing, and birds soaring into the sky. City Lord Di Jun held the Wuji wheel as if he held the entire world in his hand. Divine sword Ruoshi's flames soared to the sky, and the spatial divine item, the Wuji wheel. City Lord Di Jun was almost invincible among those in the same realm, second only to Yang Yu and Xue Qi, who had late-stage demigod bodies. Two kinds of might descended. Seeing this scene, almost all the cultivators in Di Jun Divine City cheered, cheering for City Lord Di Jun once again. In reality, many people didn't know what was the meaning of fighting again after a few days of fighting. But the city lords knew the meaning of this battle. If City Lord Di Jun was defeated, it meant that Long Chen was equivalent to a peak expert with a demigod body. It meant that there were few in the world who could suppress him, and that he was invincible in one of the 5 great dragon cities. At that time, no one would look at him from the perspective of a young man, because he was no longer a genius, but a supreme expert. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing the battle begin, everyone took a deep breath. For Long Chen, this was, of course, a very important challenge. The last time was considered a defeat, and this time was his hope of turning things around. He had absorbed the imperial qi of Zi Wei, the desolate heaven blood qi, and other power of the earth veins. Now, under the suppression of the divine power of all beings, he basically did not feel any pressure. City Lord Di Jun held Ruoshi in his right hand and the Wuji wheel in his left. With a light shout, he rushed forward. Using 2 Tao items, he immediately displayed a divine might that was difficult to resist. The flames of battle burned. Rumble. Just as the two of them clashed, the heavens and earth began to tremble. Wherever divine sword Ruoshi went, heavenly fire blazed. Countless flaming sword lights shot out from the heavens, forming a beautiful diagram. Every single one of those beautiful flame diagrams contained a peerless killing intent. Long Chen shuttled through the sword light, holding the dragon imprisoning bow that could fight against the other party. Long Chen used the Emperor Dragon Arrow, and with his current strength, he could release the power of the dragon imprisoning bow. The 2 dragons moved, and an arrow shot into the sky, breaking through countless sword light, and shot towards City Lord Di Jun. Bang, bang. The Darkness Emperor Dragon destroyed the flaming sword light patterns one by one. Seeing that the Emperor Dragon arrow was about to pierce through him, City Lord Dijun immediately smiled. He casually walked and his body disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was somewhere else, causing the Emperor Dragon arrow to miss. Sure enough, it was the spatial ability, Cosmos Blink. In a flash, he appeared behind Long Chen. With a casual swing of his sword, a towering sword light that spanned tens of thousands of meters shot out, condensing into a huge flaming bird that rushed towards Long Chen. Because of the Cosmos Blink, his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the flaming bird was about to swallow Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen did not panic, and did not even look back. Suddenly, a blue-haired youth rushed out from behind him, blocking his back. It was a youth with blue hair and blue eyes. He looked neither male nor female. He was the combination of Long Chen and Li Xuanji, so he did not even have a gender. However, because he was condensed from the purest 5 elements, he had the pure power of water, the heavenly Tao of water. The moment he appeared, his hands rolled, and heaven and earth were under his control. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was submerged by the waves. The raging waves, under the influence of Long Chen's water identity, bombarded and extinguished the flaming bird in an instant. The vast waves were still surrounding City Lord Dijun, pressing towards him. However, City Lord Dijun's cultivation was higher. After a few consecutive attacks, the seawater in front of him was shattered and burned completely. Of course, Long Chen would not rely too much on the power of these 5 identities. In the blink of an eye, the water clone returned to his body, and the Emperor Dragon arrow in his hand was already in front of City Lord Dijun. This time, it was even more ferocious. Too slow. City Lord Dijun sneered. With the speed of his heaven and earth blink, although Long Chen's Emperor Dragon arrow was extremely fast, and could travel tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, it would not be easy for it to hit him. Until now, he still had not displayed the power of the limitless wheel. After the heaven and earth blink, he suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, and the limitless wheel in his hand flipped. What was unexpected was that the moment the limitless wheel flipped in his hand, the surrounding space actually flipped as well. Simply put, it was an instant reversal of everything. Heaven and earth reversal. That was the name of the mystique. Because it was in the air, when the heaven and earth reversal suddenly happened, only Long Chen accompanied the entire space to flip. Because he was not prepared, for a moment, his feet were in the sky, and his head was on the ground. Such a change did not matter much to him. It was just that he was not used to it for a moment. However, City Lord Dijun took advantage of his discomfort to summon the Emperor Imperial Dragon again, and charged towards him. This move again. Although only a few days had passed, Long Chen was no longer the same as before. His whole body was covered with blood-colored dragon scales that flickered with light. After the Emperor Imperial Dragons appeared, countless blood-weeping dragon souls rushed out. There were millions of them. For a moment, everyone's vision was filled with blood-colored dragons. The mighty Emperor Imperial Dragons were directly engulfed by Long Chen's blood-weeping dragon souls. Boom! Under the continuous explosions, City Lord Dijun retreated rapidly. This time, he truly experienced that Long Chen's combat power was much stronger than before. Even if he used his spatial mystique, it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Hua! This time, the scene of the battle was so grand that countless onlookers were in an uproar. The various city lords who were watching the battle were even more nervous. Until now, City Lord Dijun had not gained the upper hand. Could it be that Long Chen was really so terrifying? The anxiety and public opinion were naturally because City Lord Dijun was burning with anger. It was not that he did not want to kill Long Chen, he just did not dare to. However, when he displayed all his techniques and still could not do anything to Long Chen, the killing intent in his heart gradually rose. In a situation where the two of them were equal in strength, if one wanted to defeat the other, one had to have the heart to kill the other. At that moment, a blazing pillar of fire appeared behind City Lord Dijun, illuminating the world. The endless fire pillars condensed into a terrifying emperor. It was the number one god in the ancient times, Dijun. He sat on the throne, proudly standing at the peak, and the whole world bowed down to him. Long Chen had seen such an image in the spiritual world of Dijun's statue, and now it appeared in front of him. Like the arrival of the emperor, the sword devours the divine space. At this moment, Dijun seemed to have been possessed by a god. His eyes shone brightly, illuminating the world. The divine sword in his hand pierced out, and the sharp sword light was aimed at Long Chen. The so-called sword devouring the divine space was a spatial divine ability. With Ruoshi's divine sword with 700 Dao patterns, the power was even more terrifying. That seemingly ordinary sword pierced through, but the world seemed to have been imprisoned. The entire space was frozen, condensed, and could not move. In Long Chen's eyes, that divine sword suddenly expanded to a length of tens of thousands of meters. It cut through the sky like a huge mouth, and everywhere it went, the space and the universe were all devoured. Large pieces of space collapsed, and Long Chen was trapped in the collapsed space. The divine sword that was thousands of miles long turned into a huge mouth, tearing the world apart and devouring. Everywhere it went, everything collapsed and shattered. Long Chen was like a dragon in shallow water. He lost his space and could not move at all. He could be killed by that divine sword at any time. This was the power of the sword devouring the divine space. City Lord Dijun's sword came with the intention of killing Long Chen. My divine might is invincible since ancient times. How dare you disturb my divine might? Hurry up and die to atone for your sins. In the sky, the divine voice was vast and deafening. Countless martial artists were trembling in fear as they watched the sword devouring the divine space and finally devouring Long Chen. You want to kill me? Long Chen could truly feel the killing intent in his bones. However, just by relying on this sword devouring God's space and its mighty momentum, would it be able to kill the current him? One must know that he had yet to reveal his true strength in this battle. No one knew how strong he was at this moment. He opened his arms as though he was swimming in the river of time. The cultivation in the sea of time was still vivid in his mind. Now, he was in the entire sea of time, fighting against the wind and waves. He only saw the time around him. As for the shattering and collapse of space, it had nothing to do with him. He is going to be defeated. Unable to resist, he actually closed his eyes and died. Everyone was puzzled. Even the experts at the city lord level didn't know what Long Chen was doing. Was he really going to be defeated like this? He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. This wasn't Long Chen's style. As expected, the power of time rioted. It wasn't the storm of time, but the reversal of spacetime. The power of the reversal of spacetime was not time and space, but time. Long Chen was really using the power of time to fight against the power of space. That was the power of the reversal of time. It was like Long Chen's tentacles. In the blink of an eye, he completely controlled the time in the surrounding space. It was like he controlled an ocean of time and then reversed it. Then, everyone was shocked to see. The divine sword was actually retreating. The shattered space was actually condensing. The space that Ruoshi's sword devoured retreated. Long Chen stood where he was and easily broke the sword devouring the divine space of City Lord Dijun, dissolving everything with the reversal of time. Shocking. Admirable. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but cheer for Long Chen. Only City Lord Dijun looked gloomy. He had truly used his peak strength for this move. If it was the previous time, Long Chen would definitely not have been able to block it. But this time, he had actually blocked it and perfectly resolved his strongest killing move. This meant that he was already on par with him, or even more outstanding. City Lord Dijun had placed his only hope on the Wuji roulette. It was the final key to his victory. There were only 5 left. Day and night were reversed. He woke up early and slept late, just for a promise. He hoped that he would write painstakingly and diligently, and that they could read happily and happily. Then, everyone would be happy. His effort was to write, and his brother's passion and love were his gains. Because of this, there were still things that he owed, and they would eventually appear. Chapter 22-34. The reversal of time did not just resolve the sword-devouring god space. For many young martial artists, it was even more shocking and exciting. When everything was broken and destroyed, it actually began to reform. The reversal of time was clearly displayed in front of them. How could they not be shocked? This was a wonderful confrontation between time and space. Under such circumstances, City Lord Dijun suffered a great irony and even a humiliation. He also deeply realized that Long Chen's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation in just a few days. It had only been a few days. All the martial artists could see it. A few days ago, Long Chen could not do anything to City Lord Dijun. His reversal of time and space would not have shown such power. But now, he did it. In fact, it was very easy. From this peak confrontation until now, Long Chen had been very relaxed. Therefore, this had already forced City Lord Dijun to a crazier path. He cared about his reputation. After all, he was one of the most powerful experts of the older generation. At the same time, he did not believe that he would be able to surpass Long Chen in just a few days. This irony was too great for him. He looked calm, but in fact, even his breathing had become heavy. At this moment, when Long Chen broke out of the sword-devouring god space, he instantly put away the divine sword Ruo Shi in his hand and held the infinite roulette in his hand with both hands. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was the infinite roulette. Under his control, it showed unprecedented trembling. The entire Mount Emperor Jun was trembling and rioting. The space within a radius of hundreds of miles was under the control of City Lord Dijun. It was constantly rioting and trembling. Under such control, others did not know how Long Chen was doing, but at least everyone on Mount Emperor Jun had already experienced great pressure. They were almost suffocating and their faces were pale. Under the vibration and compression of the space, they were almost injured. Of course, they knew that this was the key to City Lord Dijun's victory. They knew that he wanted to win. Therefore, they were willing to endure such a disaster. When such a vast space was under the control of City Lord Dijun, Long Chen was naturally the first to bear the brunt because he was the center of all the controlled areas. If you can break this move, you can take the Dijun divine arc away. City Lord Dijun floated diagonally above him, his eyes bursting with light. The world tree on his body revealed itself slightly. Countless divine powers of all living beings flowed from the millions of divine palaces to his hands, and he was holding the Wuji roulette. At this moment, all the points on the Wuji roulette were rotating around a center, and they were rotating at an extremely high speed. It looked like countless worlds were rotating at the same time. The reason why City Lord Dijun was so confident was obviously because what he was controlling now might be more effective than the sword-devouring god space. Buzz. At that moment, his eyes widened, and the world tree lit up. Limitless universe, supreme limitless realm. Every time City Lord Dijun spat out a word, the space within a radius of hundreds of miles would tremble once and collapse once. Everyone on Mount Dijun would exclaim once, and Long Chen would be locked tightly by an extremely tyrannical space-freezing force. At this moment, the Wuji roulette in City Lord Dijun's hands suddenly enlarged, and the countless crystal balls on it also enlarged, becoming bigger and bigger. Then, like a cannonball, tens of thousands of crystal balls shot towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the first crystal ball had a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the huge world inside was clearly revealed. The crystal ball was flowing with ancient space runes, and when it approached Long Chen, it opened up like a huge mouth, and swallowed Long Chen, including the world inside the crystal ball. Then, it squeezed. Of course, this was just the beginning. There were tens of thousands of crystal balls on the Wuji roulette. When the first crystal ball engulfed Long Chen, the second crystal ball quickly engulfed the first crystal ball, and then the third crystal ball caught up and engulfed the second crystal ball. In such a cycle, the level of the space outside Long Chen's body became higher and higher, until the last crystal ball engulfed the previous crystal ball. After that, Long Chen's body had been firmly imprisoned by tens of thousands of worlds. Tens of thousands of layers of space. This was the Wuxia Roulette, the power of the supreme limitless realm. Endless worlds, one by one, imprisoned Long Chen in the deepest part. The reason why City Lord Di Jun was so tyrannical, in fact, to a large extent, was because of the Wuxia Roulette and the supreme limitless realm. At least among those at the same level, no one could break his supreme limitless realm. This was also the reason why he was unparalleled in the world. Hua. Looking at the huge crystal ball in the air, it seemed that there were endless worlds combined together. Through the countless worlds, one could see that Long Chen had become incomparably small. The supreme limitless realm was successfully unleashed. City Lord Di Jun's eyes were cold, but there was already a gleam of excitement and satisfaction in them. To be able to unleash it to this extent, it was basically enough. There was no way for Long Chen to make a comeback. You've lost. As long as I condense the supreme limitless realm into the Wuxia Roulette again, you will be crushed into minced meat, turned into powder, and disappeared for eternity. City Lord Di Jun's godlike voice reverberated in countless worlds. Hearing this, everyone in the Di Jun Divine City cheered. Of course, they were also in awe of Long Chen, but for the sake of the Di Jun Divine City's reputation, they still hoped that City Lord Di Jun could defeat his opponent. The other city lords also heaved a sigh of relief. If Long Chen won today, then from then on, no one would be able to suppress him. In the entire dragon sacrificial world, the strongest expert had yet to become a deity, but Long Chen had defeated a martial artist with a demigod body. Didn't that mean that he was only a step away from the peak of the entire world? That was too terrifying. He wasn't even 1,000 years old. Therefore, the crowd started to clamor. Long Chen could hear these voices. City Lord Di Jun controlled the supreme limitless realm, and he was the master of this place. Under his control, Long Chen couldn't move at all. And now, the innermost world was under City Lord Di Jun's control, and it was already squeezing towards Long Chen. Tens of thousands of worlds were squeezing. If Long Chen really couldn't resist, or didn't admit defeat, and if City Lord Di Jun went crazy and wanted to kill him, then Long Chen might be squeezed into pieces. City Lord Di Jun was also a very capable person, at least in the supreme limitless realm. In this world, those who could cultivate to a demigod body were absolutely heaven-defying geniuses. They weren't simple characters, and all of them had a terrifying cultivation history. City Lord Di Jun was also such a person. But Long Chen was just a little more heaven-defying than them. Therefore, when everyone wanted him to admit defeat, he knew that the real challenge had come. Today was a symbol of him stepping into the ranks of the top experts, and to him, it was epoch-making. So how should he celebrate his ascension to this level? Dragon-enslaved bow, dragon-enslaved arrow. The combination of two 700 Dao patterns Dao tools. These two Dao tools were precious because they could be combined. For example, City Lord Di Jun's celestial sword Ruashi and the Wuxia Roulette couldn't be used together, but the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow were a perfect pair. Their combination could display terrifying power, just like how Long Chen shot the Black Yama beast to death in the Eternal Dragon City. That day, he used his true strength and willpower to pull the dragon-enslaved bow and shoot the dragon-enslaved arrow. Now that he had advanced to the next level and had Li Xuanji's help, two Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns were no longer a problem. Back then, Long Qinglan had used these two Dao weapons to kill an expert with a demigod body. And now, the two golden dragon-enslaved flames coiled around Long Chen, and let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire supreme limitless realm to tremble. This was a terrifying confrontation between 700 Dao tools. 2 against 1. When the two divine dragons turned into golden arrows in Long Chen's hands, even City Lord Dijun narrowed his eyes. Supreme limitless realm, mortal fate returns to one. His hands seemed to be holding a ball, pressing towards the center. At that moment, the entire supreme limitless realm was squeezing towards the center. The speed was so fast that even a huge beast would be flattened. What made everyone feel suffocated was that Long Chen turned a deaf ear to all of this. His powerful physical body and immense power blocked the pressure. His spacetime reversal could forcefully push the pressure away. During this process, he placed the dragon-enslaved arrow perfectly on the dragon-enslaved bow, and then aimed at City Lord Dijun, who was far away. The golden dragon-enslaved arrow was flashing with supreme killing intent. That was the final trace left behind by the two supreme divine dragons in this world. The enslaved dragon symbolized love, imprisoning each other. At that moment, Long Chen still had to expend all of his strength to pull the dragon-enslaved bow to its limit. When the supreme limitless realm was squeezing the world, he released it without hesitation. Buzz. The moment the dragon-enslaved arrow left the dragon-enslaved bow, the entire supreme limitless realm was shaking. Everyone's heart was trembling. They seemed to have seen the birth of another legend. The shock caused by this scene was even more shocking than when Long Qinglan killed the expert with the body of a demigod. The ordinary-looking golden divine arrow tore apart the first layer of the world, then the second layer, and the third layer. It penetrated outwards at a terrifying speed, layer after layer. The continuous explosions caused the supreme everlasting realm to be like a deflated balloon. It trembled violently and actually lost its previous majestic aura. Break. Long Chen spat out a word softly. The might of the dragon-enslaved arrow was as fast as lightning, sweeping up countless gales and smashing worlds. Tens of thousands of worlds collapsed, exploded, and shattered. When the dragon-enslaved arrow penetrated the last layer of the supreme limitless realm and came out, everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at this scene. They watched as the dragon-enslaved arrow pierced into City Lord Dijun's shoulder and instantly turned into a golden steel net, trapping City Lord Dijun completely. This was called a reversal of victory. After watching the German team's match yesterday, it was a 4 o'clock instant victory. Chapter 2235. The two imprisoned dragons had mastered the two rules of explosion and binding respectively. The dragon imprisonment bow was actually the explosive imprisoned dragon, which was also the one who caused the disaster in the legends. The dragon imprisonment arrow was the binding imprisoned dragon. When they worked together, they could use the two rules of explosion or binding. If Long Chen wanted to kill City Lord Dijun, he could have used the explosion rule just now, but of course, he would not kill City Lord Dijun. He was only here to borrow something. However, the binding book belonged to the rules of the dragon imprisonment arrow. When this binding rule was used, the dragon imprisonment arrow even extended countless steel, directly locking City Lord Dijun's world tree, rule heart, and divine palace. It also locked the resistance of his physical body. Now that City Lord Dijun was bound by Long Chen, he was like a fish on the chopping block. The 700 Dao pattern Dao tool was firmly locked on him. The shocking scene caused by their battle finally stopped at this time. Everything became quiet. City Lord Dijun deeply felt the horror of the dragon imprisonment arrow. Not only was he imprisoned, but he was also not allowed to resist. Otherwise, the dragon imprisonment arrow could easily tear him apart. This was victory. Long Chen broke out of the myriad worlds and stood about 100 meters in front of City Lord Dijun. Now that he had destroyed all the threats, he was unharmed. Compared to him, City Lord Dijun was simply a synonym for embarrassment. Such a scene was still fixed in everyone's mind at this moment, causing their minds to go blank except for the scene. They held their breath and could hardly believe their eyes. They could not believe that Long Chen had actually completed a reversal under the absolute situation of defeat. In the end, he had actually captured City Lord Dijun alive. This was even more shocking than directly killing him. Everyone waited for a long time, only to see City Lord Jun's expression was filled with grief and indignation. His body was trembling with anger, but he did not seem to break free from the restraints of Long Chen's dragon imprisonment arrow. The most ominous premonition appeared in their hearts. City Lord Jun was not only defeated, but also captured alive. For a moment, this reality was like a hammer hitting everyone's head. Why hasn't he broken free yet? Is his bow really that terrifying? Just now, City Lord used the limitless roulette and the supreme everlasting realm. Everyone couldn't help but discuss in low voices. When the entire Jun divine city saw this scene, they found it hard to accept. In their eyes, the unparalleled emperor had been defeated at their own doorstep, and by a young man at that. For a moment, no one dared to speak loudly. However, the way they stared at Long Chen changed once again. In the past, many of them had looked down on Long Chen, claiming that they would avenge Diyu, but now, Long Chen had become a godlike existence in their hearts. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He kept the dragon-imprisoned arrow from the other party and returned it to City Lord Jun naturally. The other party's face was extremely gloomy, but he was a martial arts senior after all, and he cared about his face. Long Chen cupped his hands and said, "City Lord, thank you for letting me win." City Lord Jun was obviously caught in an emotional deadlock, and his face became gloomier and gloomier as he looked at Long Chen. On his Mount Jun, there were countless people discussing him. In fact, he was already mentally prepared to be defeated, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Since young, he had been defeated before, but this was the most humiliating defeat he had ever suffered. Long Chen was waiting for his divine boat Jun. This time, I came purely to borrow the divine boat Jun to head to the battlefield of the gods once, and to investigate some things about my father. I hope City Lord can grant my request. After all, he was taking someone else's things, and even if he won, he should be polite. At this moment, there was silence. City Lord Jun suddenly looked behind Long Chen, and said, "Di Sheng, give the divine boat Jun to him." After saying this, he disappeared. Di Sheng was one of his sons, and he was Diyu's father. A few months ago, Long Chen had a battle with Di Sheng, and at that time, he defeated the martial artist of the 6 paths of reincarnation, shocking the world. Who would have thought that half a year later, Long Chen would kill City Lord Jun, who had the body of a demigod? It was terrifying. After City Lord Jun left, the middle-aged man called Di Sheng came up. He had once fought with Long Chen, and it made him despair. Today's result made him even more conflicted. "This is the divine boat Jun." He placed a golden ball in Long Chen's hand, and turned to leave. His eyes were, of course, cold. Long Chen wanted to stop him and apologize for the matter with Diyu. After all, he was a father. But after thinking about it, he gave up. This was fate, and an apology would be useless. Instead, it would make the other think that he was humiliating him, and it would make him look hypocritical. After City Lord Jun left, the surroundings became even more silent. The city lords looked at Long Chen in a daze, especially the Tai City Lord. He had come into contact with Long Chen in the battlefield of the gods, but after that day, he never thought that he would have a confrontation with Long Chen like this. Long Chen put away the divine boat Jun in his hand, then looked at the Tai City Lord and said, "I remember you. It seems that back in the battlefield of the gods, when you fought with the divine spirit, I killed Diyu in your Tai royal bell, right?" The Tai City Lord's face darkened, and he was a little afraid. He nodded and said firmly, "That's right." "Do you think I fulfilled my vow?" Long Chen suddenly asked. "What?" The Tai City Lord was dumbfounded. "At that time, I said that I would come back. Now, I'm back. I killed someone who deserved to be killed, but who can judge me now?" Of course, this was only for the Tai City Lord. It was also to give an explanation to himself. At that time, he swore that he would return one day so that no one would be able to underestimate him. And today, he did it, especially after defeating City Lord Jun. From today onwards, his name would definitely shake the world and shock the four seas. In the world, it was like a second eternal dragon emperor was slowly being born, rising like a superstar. Under the dazed gaze of the Tai city lord and the gazes of admiration and awe from the people of Mount Dijun, Long Chen turned into a ray of light and disappeared from their sight. The people who remained could not calm their hearts for a long time. This is already his time. This was what almost everyone thought at the same time. Of course, the most important thing to Long Chen right now was the battlefield of the gods, the shocking secrets hidden in the long river of history, the promise he made to his father, and the real attack he launched in order to fulfill his father's final wish. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. It was dark inside the quiet hall, and stars were rotating outside the window. It was obvious that this vast hall was very high up in the sky. This was the highest peak of Mount Dijun, the Dijun Temple. Here, the statue and position of the primeval god Dijun were enshrined. I, the god Dijun, illuminate the world, rule the world, and be invincible. In the divine hall, a white-haired cultivator in silver-white dragon robes knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply. He kowtowed 999 times in total. Only then did he raise his head and look at the divine tablet before him. His eyes were filled with devotion. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind. "Didn't I say that no one can come in?" The white-haired warrior said coldly. "Biyao, long time no see." A strange voice came from behind. It was a little feminine. City Lord Dijun looked back and saw a middle-aged man with black hair and black eyes. He wore a black robe and only his pale face was exposed. He had a pair of unforgettable eyes. Even with City Lord Dijun's state of mind, his body could not help but tremble when he saw this person. He even could not help but take a step back. It showed how nervous he was at this moment. But he was also an expert who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, so he quickly suppressed his nervousness. He took a deep breath and said, "Chen Ting, do you believe that I will report your whereabouts to the Dragon Emperor now? You won't. Or, even if you will, when those old guys come here, I will be long gone, and you will be dead." The man shrouded in the black robe laughed lightly. "You are threatening me." City Lord Dijun's voice was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. Chen Ting shook his head and said, "I won't. I sincerely want to cooperate with you." Cooperation. City Lord Dijun's eyes turned. He naturally knew that Chen Ting would not come without a reason. Chen Ting definitely needed his help, or in other words, used him. He sneered and said, "There is no need to cooperate. I don't even know who you are. Are you Chen Ting, or that octopus-like monster?" The Black Hell Emperor seemed to have guessed that he would ask this. He smiled and said, "Of course I am Chen Ting, but I am not the previous one. I am a new me, a metamorphosis, a better me." City Lord Dijun was silent for a moment. The other party's eyes were full of temptation, and his answer was also ambiguous. But he still could not help but ask, "What do you want me to do?" Chen Ting knew that he would ask him. Because City Lord Dijun had this need. He smiled and said, "It's very simple. First, we have to establish a cooperative relationship. You can rest assured that I am saving you by giving you a chance to be reborn and metamorphose. If you can cherish it, you will have endless benefits in the future." "Why should I believe you?" City Lord Dijun asked. The Black Hell Emperor laughed out loud and said, "Well, actually, I have no intention of convincing you. That would be too strenuous. You might as well wait and see. Anyway, in less than 100 years, you will truly understand." 100 years. Chapter 2236. Amidst the silence, the Black Hell Emperor said directly, "I think you'll be very interested in working together for the first time. I can see the hatred and anger in your heart. You must really want to kill that Long Chen, right?" City Lord Dijun was shocked. The previous demon slaughter conference was held to kill Long Chen. At that time, Long Chen was not as powerful as he was now, and he dared to attack. After missing that opportunity, Long Chen's rise had skyrocketed, and he had completely severed his chance. Even in this battle, he did not dare to truly kill him. But the moment Diyu was born, he almost thought that the fate of Dijun Divine City would change. The 20 years of Diyu's existence were the most exciting 20 years of his life. For this grandson, he had spent 20 years of effort. But in this battlefield of the gods, a new name appeared and replaced Diyu. This news was a more serious blow to him than anyone could imagine. But Long Chen escaped to the spirit god territory and the demon clan, which were places he could not set foot in. Later, he came to the Chaos Galaxy, and with Yang Yu's protection, he could not do anything. Until now, he had lost all hope and suppressed this hatred in the depths of his heart. You don't have to worry about those 10 dragon emperors. Soon, it will not be their era. I can't tell you the details, but Biyao, the world will change. I am the darling of fate. Now that I have brought you my luck, you must grasp it. This sentence reminded City Lord Dijun of the Black Yama Beast in Eternal Dragon City. The Black Yama Beast had defeated 7 dragon emperors single-handedly. It was as easy as blowing off dust. City Lord Dijun guessed that it must have something to do with Long Qinglan. After all, it was Long Qinglan's body. Long Chen could not do that. He did not have the power to do so. City Lord Dijun knew that a terrible shadow was eroding this world. For example, there are countless experts of that level in our team, Chen Ting said coldly. Yes. City Lord Dijun was like a cat, his hair standing on end. He recalled the terror of the Black Yama Beast in Eternal Dragon City. You'll understand. You'll know whether or not I'm lying. Right now, we only need you to do one thing. Don't you hate Long Chen? We have a way to let you enter the battlefield of the gods and kill him. No one will know it was you who did it. Do you dare to do it? Finally, the Black Hell Emperor revealed his true motive. City Lord Dijun narrowed his eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He also hated Long Chen. If you think there's no problem, I can tell you the specific details so that you won't make any mistakes. Of course, we will also give you something that is enough to kill him. After all, he's already very powerful now, isn't he? In another 3 years, he'll be as powerful as 15 Dragon Emperor. So, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There were barren mountains and ferocious beasts everywhere. This was the ancient divine wilderness. The last time they came here, it was Su Xilan who led the team. At that time, the Nian beasts ran amok and disrupted their journey. But this time, as long as the wild beasts had some intelligence, they would escape immediately after meeting Long Chen. Along the way, Long Chen arrived at the Dusk Divine Bay. This was where he met Li Xuanji and Diyu. No one has changed much. It's just that you're too fast. Li Xuanji squinted her beautiful eyes and looked at the deity ocean in front of her. Is that so? I still think it's too slow. It's not enough for me to do the most important thing. He was referring to entering the battlefield of the gods. Don't worry, you'll succeed. Li Xuanji cheered him on. This matter was too crucial. The deity ocean was right in front of them. It was not the opening day of the battlefield of the gods, so the storm in the deity ocean was terrifying. The entire deity ocean was in the midst of the storm. The storm brought up a large amount of water from the deity ocean. It was rumored that it was the blood of the gods and possessed terrifying power. Even a rebirth realm warrior would probably die on the spot if they came into contact with it, let alone fall into the deity ocean. There used to be such a terrifying expert in this world. In the depths of the deity ocean, there was a blood-colored tornado. If one passed through the tornado, they would reach the battlefield of the gods. Among the 72 divine boats, only the Dijun divine boat could withstand the storm of the deity ocean. Before the battlefield of the gods opened, it brought Long Chen in. Long Chen flew through the air and arrived at the edge of the divine Sense Sea in the blink of an eye. There was a line separating the Twilight God Bay and the divine Sense Sea. Within this line was the Twilight God Bay, which was extremely peaceful, and outside the line was the divine Sense Sea, which was filled with storms. It was hard to imagine what kind of power this line had to be able to isolate the storms of the divine Sense Sea. Long Chen stretched out an arm and gently passed through the line, passing into the storm of the divine Sense Sea. In an instant, the storm rushed over like a hungry wolf, firmly surrounding Long Chen's finger and biting it. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen already felt pain. When he retracted his finger, it was already covered in blood. Looks like even if I fall into this divine Sense Sea, I will definitely die. Long Chen said in a deep voice. This didn't make sense. Logically speaking, he had already come into contact with the peak of the entire world. Such an expert should not exist in the world today, but whether it was the divine Sense Sea, the black jade dragon head, or even the ancestral dragon cave, they were all things that could not be understood. Perhaps I will only understand after I become a god spirit, Li Xuanji said. Looking out, the divine Sense Sea was boundless, and there were countless Sanskrit chants and divine music coming from it. It was as if there were goddesses dancing in the sea, and below the divine Sense Sea, there seemed to be giants fighting, causing waves to erupt. There was even real blood surging out from the depths. It was a terrifying kind of blood. Although it was separated by the line of Twilight God Bay, there was still a terrifying and shocking power suppressing them. The divine might was vast and mighty. Let's go. Long Chen took out the Dijun divine boat. This was an ancient item that came from the inheritance of the gods. It was not an ordinary Dao item, and could only be used as a tool. Long Chen and Li Xuanji entered, and there was only a spacious space inside. The interior of the Dijun divine boat was also filled with marks, but this was not what Long Chen was concerned about. He held on to the Dijun divine boat, and without saying anything else, he rushed into the divine Sense Sea. The storm came. As expected, if one came here on a day that was not the opening day, the divine Sense Sea would not welcome them. In an instant, almost all the pressure of the storm was on Long Chen. His cultivation was just enough to control the Dijun divine boat. If it was anyone else who rushed in with the Dijun divine boat, they would definitely die. Be careful. Li Xuanji was so scared that her face turned pale, and she could not help but remind him. Don't worry, when have I ever been careless? In the divine Sense Sea, they fought against the wind and waves, and trembled with the god blood. It was as if countless experts were attacking the Dijun divine boat, and Long Chen controlled the powerful divine shield and rushed forward, breaking the divine Sense Sea. Boom boom boom. They were all monstrous waves that bombarded over, often knocking Long Chen to the point that he was swaying left and right. Occasionally, there seemed to be divine blood sprinkled on the Dijun divine boat, emitting sizzling sounds. It felt as if there were countless steel-toothed insects that wanted to tear the Dijun divine boat apart and charge in. Encountering such a scene, no matter how bold Li Xuanji was usually, she was so scared that she was trembling. Come here. Long Chen easily embraced her delicate body and flew in the divine Sense Sea with her in his arms. The warmth in his arms calmed him down and filled him with strength. Little she told me that she might have a child. Long Chen said beside her ear. Li Xuanji's beautiful face slightly tensed up, and said in surprise, Really? That's great, you're going to be a father. She was naturally happy from the bottom of her heart. Aren't you going to be a second mother or something? Long Chen suddenly asked. He looked at her sincerely. They had been companions for many years, and they had gone through life and death together several times. This was an unforgettable fate. Perhaps it was because of the difference in their personalities that caused them to get along a little awkwardly. It even made Long Chen's heart waver, but at this moment, in this storm, he could not help but ask. Li Xuanji was stunned. Her delicate face, with a blank expression, was especially charming under the light of the divine Sense Sea. In fact, the most entangled person was herself. Give me a little more time, okay? Now. I'm a little hesitant. I don't know why, but I'm very afraid, she said bitterly. She felt that she should not disturb the world of the two of them. But love could not be restrained. When she heard about Long Chen's difficulties in the Eternal Dragon City, she ran all the way over, her eyes already wet with tears. It was only when she saw that Long Chen was safe and sound that she acted as if nothing had happened. It wasn't because of her. Long Chen and Lingxi's relationship was extremely good. They were a match made in heaven, and Li Xuanji was not used to standing next to them at any time. But the desire in her heart, the long-established love, and also after she became his Yin demon, after becoming a part of him, she would never be able to break away from this man. When facing her, Long Chen was also at a loss. He was unable to give up on this woman, nor could he allow anyone to bully her or hurt her in the slightest. However, he also took care of her emotions. Before she was willing, he still chose to respect her. Then, let's talk about it in the future. Anyways, you won't be able to escape. It had been a long time since he spoke so shamelessly. Li Xuanji was both embarrassed and angry. Just as she was about to speak, a huge impact slammed onto the Supreme June Divine Arkansas. The entire Supreme June Divine Arc started to shake. Amidst the shaking, the two of them swayed left and right and rolled on the ground. The Supreme June Divine Arc was extremely tough, and Long Chen's head was almost bleeding from the impact. What happened? Chapter 2237. The Divine Arc Di Jun moved forward in the storm of the Divine Sense Sea. Logically speaking, Long Chen had already controlled the Divine Arc Di Jun. Although it was extremely difficult to break through the storm, it was generally impossible for such a violent collision to occur. The storm could not cause the Divine Arc Di Jun to shake so violently. There must be something else. At this time, the Divine Arc Di Jun should have been thrown out of the Divine Sense Sea. Long Chen hurriedly took control of the Divine Arc Di Jun. He filled the entire Divine Arc Di Jun with his samsara power of the four symbols. This was not a simple samsara power of the four symbols. Instead, it was a samsara power that had fused with the power of the earth veins in the surroundings. Under his control, the Divine Arc Di Jun finally stabilized while it was flying. It continued moving forward under Long Chen's control. What's going on? Li Xuanji tidied up her messy clothes and looked around warily. Perhaps she was too sensitive, but she could already feel a sense of danger. This was the Divine Sense Sea. I don't know yet. The interior of the Divine Arc Di Jun was sealed. It was actually very difficult to see what was happening. There was only a small window inside that allowed one to see outside. The range of vision was very small, and all that could be seen was the storm and the churning god's blood. If he wanted to see a larger area, he would probably have to open the door of the cabin. Then, the storm and the god's blood outside would probably surge in. I'll stabilize myself first and continue forward. If there is still such a collision, it means that there is something in the Divine Sense Sea. Long Chen said calmly. Logically speaking, this was the battlefield of the gods. With such a terrifying storm in the Divine Sense Sea, there should not be any living things. However, if it was not a living thing, why had the Divine Arc Di Jun been hit just now? For a short period of time, the Divine Arc Di Jun was moving steadily. In the next moment, Long Chen saw from the small window that the surrounding waves were even more violent. The god's blood in the sea was also much denser. He spread his power throughout the entire Divine Arc Di Jun. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Arc Di Jun let out a heavy, dang sound. Then, a tyrannical and destructive power attacked him again. That power was extremely tyrannical, overbearing, and barbaric. It was purely a collision of physical strength, causing the entire Divine Arc Di Jun to shake violently once again. Fortunately, this time around, it was under Long Chen's control. Therefore, the entire Divine Arc Di Jun was not completely smashed away. Instead, it jolted for a moment before coming to a stop. Long Chen realized that something had descended and was staring at them. Of course, he couldn't fight in the Divine Sense Sea and the Dijun Divine Boat, which gave him a headache. However, he wanted to know what this thing that had suddenly appeared was. In this storm, he hurriedly turned the direction of the Divine Boat Dijun. The small window in front of him faced the direction of the other party's attack. What is this? Li Xuanji gently covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. It flashed before his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Long Chen still saw that thing. It was actually a person. He was dozens of meters tall and was as big as the divine ship Dijun. Long Chen could only vaguely see that he was wearing an extremely old and tattered armor. His entire body was shrouded in shadows, and he could not see his appearance clearly. In his hand, he was holding an almost rotten golden halberd. Most importantly, Long Chen actually saw that his body was covered in densely packed wounds, and some parts of his body were even pierced through. His armor was almost torn apart, and it was almost like a tattered cloth hanging on his body. Furthermore, blood was continuously flowing out of the numerous wounds, converging into the Divine Sense Sea, causing his surroundings to be covered in a dark red light. This was also the reason why the surrounding seawater was so dense when it arrived. The blood in the Divine Sense Sea is divine blood, and the blood flowing out of this thing is divine blood. Could it be that he is a god? Long Chen was shocked. Of course he knew that the blood flowing out of his opponent's body was exactly the same as the blood he had seen rolling in the Divine Sense Sea at the beginning. It's coming back again. Li Xuanji cried out in alarm. Long Chen did not have time to be shocked. If this continued, not only would it delay their journey, if the divine boat Dijun was broken, both he and Li Xuanji would probably die here. This was not a joke, and no one would even be able to save them. Through the window, he saw the god spirit once again appear in front of the divine boat Dijun. He raised the rotten golden halberd high up and slashed towards the divine boat Dijun, splitting the surrounding seawater into two. This time, Long Chen could see it even more clearly, and even his face could be seen clearly. However, there were many wounds on this guy's face, and his body was in a state of decay. Long Chen finally understood that if his guess was not wrong, the thing in front of him was actually a body. Or it could be said that it was a god's corpse. He did not have time to think, and hurriedly controlled the divine boat Dijun to dodge like a fish. This time, he was very lucky to dodge the attack, but in the blink of an eye, the god's corpse had already disappeared from his sight, leaving only the Divine Sense Sea storm around him. He shouldn't have left yet, Li Xuanji said. The window was too small, and he could not see or feel the situation outside. The divine boat Dijun was also sealed, and in that instant, the divine boat Dijun suffered another heavy blow. The top part of the divine boat Dijun even caved in, and if the other party continued to hack at it, the divine boat Dijun would probably be broken. As long as it was broken, the two of them would definitely die here. They had to retaliate, or else they would die. They had just arrived at the battlefield of the gods, and they had already encountered such a crisis. It was indeed too terrifying. Furthermore, the opponent's background was unknown. Xuanji, come here. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji as he controlled the divine boat Dijun. Right now, he was only at the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, and without the help of Li Xuanji's demon power, he was not much stronger than City Lord Dijun. Therefore, in this life and death situation, he naturally needed Li Xuanji's help. Li Xuanji understood and turned into a demon, fusing into Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen's physical strength to increase dramatically, and his control over the entire divine boat Dijun became stronger. At the same time, his intuition told him that the god's corpse was nearby, and was already preparing for a second attack. I will open the cabin, block the Divine Sense Sea storm, and use the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow to deal with him. Long Chen had no choice but to take this risk. Otherwise, if this continued, he would just be waiting for death. Although this method was very risky, there was no other way. He did what he said he would do. First, he turned the divine boat Dijun and finally found the location of the god's corpse. As expected, he had already rushed up and was preparing to attack. Long Chen opened the door decisively at this moment. Of course, he did not directly use the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow in the first instant. Instead, he used his strength to punch out, sending the divine sense sea storm that was about to rush in flying, and bought a certain amount of time. Immediately after, Long Chen quickly finished preparing the bow and arrows. At this time, the god's corpse had already slashed the golden halberd towards the divine boat Dijun. The heavy power carried a terrifying destructive force. Without saying a word, Long Chen released the dragon-enslaved arrow in his hand. The dragon-enslaved arrow turned into a golden dragon and instantly pounced on the god's corpse. It exploded like a cannonball, causing the god's corpse's chest to explode into a bloody mist. At the same time, it also resolved the crisis this time and sent the god's corpse flying. However, Long Chen was shocked to discover that the attack that could subdue City Lord Dijun was actually unable to completely shatter the god's corpse into pieces. It was only slightly injured. Sure enough, at this time, the god's corpse let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire divine sense sea to tremble. Long Chen had actually blocked the divine sense sea storm, and it was extremely strenuous. He had already readied the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow, and once the other party made a move, he would attack. But at this time, the god's corpse's dim eyes actually looked at Long Chen, and with an extremely gloomy and ancient voice, he said, "Destroy the battlefield of the gods, save my people, save my people." After saying that, the god's corpse seemed to have lost its strength and started to sink into the divine sense sea. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Long Chen was almost stunned. Seeing that the storm that carried the god's blood was rushing towards them again, Long Chen hurriedly closed the cabin of the divine ship Dijun, and controlled the divine ship Dijun to advance steadily. After the battle was over and they had miraculously escaped danger, Li Xuanji came out of his body, and the two of them looked at each other. "Destroy the battlefield of the gods, save my people." Long Chen was confused by this sentence. Why did Long Qinglan want to destroy the battlefield of the gods? Was it because he had seen the god's corpse? In other words, he knew a deeper secret. But why didn't he tell me? In fact, he didn't even tell the Dragon Emperor, and directly took responsibility for everything. What was this secret? What did the god corpse mean when it said those words to him just now? Long Chen was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. This made him feel like he had entered a strange whirlpool. Don't be too anxious. The truth will come to light one day. You are still young. As long as you don't die, you can create endless possibilities. Li Xuanji held his hands and said gently, "It's okay." Yes. Long Chen nodded. This strange interlude was finally over. From then on, the immortal's corpse did not appear again. However, another problem appeared in front of them. It seemed that they had been here for a much longer time than the last time, but they could not find the blood-red tornado or the battlefield of the gods inside it. Could it be that the god's corpse's attack was off course? This seemed unlikely. Back then, Long Chen was already able to adjust the direction as much as possible. Moreover, the tornado was so huge, how could he not have found it? Therefore, he began to search for the tornado very seriously. A day passed, but there was still no result. He had also searched the surrounding area. In that case, it should be somewhere even deeper. He continued to move deeper. Chapter 2238. Just as Long Chen was searching for the location of the battlefield of the deities, City Lord Dijun was looking at the deity ocean with a deep gaze. Go, this is your only chance. Make good use of it and join us. Become one of the lucky ones in this era of destruction. The Black Hell Emperor turned into a black cloud behind him and said sinisterly. A storm swept across the deity ocean. Blood rained everywhere, sending chills down one's spine. City Lord Dijun turned around and looked at the Black Hell Emperor coldly. You can't go back on your word about what you promised me. With that, he walked towards the deity ocean. Halfway there, he suddenly turned around and asked, Chen Ting, when did you become like this? Hearing this, the Black Hell Emperor was startled. He immediately smiled. That's all in the past. Now, I'm living better than anyone else. That's the key. You just need to tell me that you agree, City Lord Dijun said. The Black Hell Emperor chuckled and said, It's not a big deal. Back then, after losing to Long Qinglan several times, I was indignant. Fortunately, fate took care of me. Now, not even Long Qinglan's corpse is left, and I have such capabilities. Therefore, this is all in the past, not worth mentioning. Hearing this, City Lord Dijun didn't say anything more. He silently entered the deity ocean. With the things provided by the Black Hell Emperor, he didn't need the Dijun divine boat. Because of this, even if he killed Long Chen in the battlefield of the deities, no one would know. After he succeeded, he just needed to escape. After City Lord Dijun entered, the Black Hell Emperor laughed sinisterly. What an idiot who was blinded by hatred. I simply made up a few experts to scare him. Because of this, he was very proud. Life, oh life, it's so lonely. Who knew that my fate would change like this? I thought I was the only Black Yama beast left in this world, but Long Qinglan wasn't created by me. I'm sure there are others like me, and they'll definitely come looking for me. The so-called countless experts in his team and that he would definitely attack the dragon sacrificial continent within 100 years were all fabricated by him. However, they were also his conjectures. After all, Long Qinglan had turned into a Black Yama beast after his death. There was definitely an even more powerful Black Yama beast that had completed this task. The Black Hell's sovereign wanted to find him, or even them, and then become one of them. This is the battlefield of the gods. I've been warned many times not to enter this place. What secrets are hidden here? Although Dragon Emperor Yongye is following him, Biyao is not easy to deal with. I hope he succeeds. With that, he left quietly. Just as he had expected, Dragon Emperor Yongye had lost track of Long Chen. She moved forward alone in the Divine Sense Sea. Only an expert of her level would be able to withstand such a terrifying divine blood and storm. Her silver robe and long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her delicate figure was like a flower blooming in the sea. However, she was frowning at this moment. Not long ago, she was following the divine boat Emperor Jun. Suddenly, an immortal's corpse appeared and blasted the divine boat Emperor Jun away, then immediately chased after it. At that moment, a huge storm was triggered, and Dragon Emperor Yongye happened to be blown away by the storm. Because she did not have the protection of the divine boat Emperor Jun, she had to be very careful in moving forward in the Divine Sense Sea. She was not fast, so when she turned around, she lost the divine boat Emperor Jun and the immortal's corpse. However, she would not forget the shock she felt when she saw the immortal's corpse. The battlefield of the gods was the mausoleum of the gods. However, the gods of the ancient times had also disappeared. Until now, no one knew that they would die. The immortal's corpse must be one of the corpses left behind by the gods. Appearing in the Divine Sense Sea, Dragon Emperor Yongye had already felt that there must be a great secret hidden here. A secret that even she did not know. To be honest, the 15 dragon emperors were all dragon warriors, so they rarely paid attention to the matters of the 72 divine cities. Generally speaking, the 72 divine cities would come here on days when the storm subsided. At other times, naturally, no one would dare to disturb the rest of the gods. Although the 15 dragon emperors had the ability to enter alone, first of all, they had no faith in the 72 gods. Secondly, it was not easy to enter once, and they might even be injured. Therefore, since ancient times, it seemed that not many people would come here when it was not the opening day. Even if they entered for half a day, they would basically leave without finding the battlefield of the gods. It seemed that Long Qinglan had been here before, and then he destroyed this place. Fortunately, they were intercepted. Therefore, the appearance of the immortal's corpse this time made her feel that there was a secret in the battlefield of the gods. It was even possible that Long Qinglan's actions were not wrong. Long Chen was firm in his belief. Let's find Long Chen first. She went deep into the deity ocean to find Long Chen's whereabouts. As for diving into the sea, to be honest, even though she was at the peak of the world, there were still many places she could not go. The depths of the deity ocean was one of them. Since ancient times, no matter how strong one was, as long as they dived in, no one could come out alive. Long Chen drove the divine boat Emperor Jun, and circled in the storm of the deity ocean for a few days. The deity ocean did not look big, but in reality, it was boundless. There was no end to it. Once every 1,000 years, the deity ocean would open, and there would be a calm path that led directly to the battlefield of the gods. However, it was different this time. Long Chen had originally followed that path, but after being blocked by the immortal's corpse, he might have deviated from the path, or perhaps the battlefield of the gods was no longer in its original position. After a few days of research, Long Chen found that it was more likely that the battlefield of the gods was no longer in its original position. This was also a major discovery. However, he did not give up, and continued to go deeper. He had to find enough evidence to let the 15 Dragon Emperor see that they had misunderstood Long Qinglan. Perhaps it was luck, but one day, he finally saw the blood-colored tornado in the Divine Sense Sea. In front of him was a storm that looked like a huge dragon, soaring into the sky, enveloping a large area of the surrounding sea. Rumble, 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 rumble. Long Chen drove the divine boat Emperor Jun, and approached it excitedly. Back then, Su's island could drive the war god's ancient boat into the battlefield of the gods. Of course, he could do it this time. Although the turbulence was a little big, it was obviously not as big as the collision of the immortal's corpse. However, the location of the battlefield of the gods in front of him seemed to be very different from the previous one. However, there would definitely only be one battlefield of the gods in the entire deity ocean. The same blood-colored tornado made Long Chen sure that this was the place. Finally found it. Long Chen was a little excited. He remembered that last time, the first place he reached was the Doomsday Gate, and then through the Doomsday Gate was the path to the god's mausoleum. Last time, Long Chen only went to the war god's mausoleum. Obviously, the god's mausoleum was also very big. Long Chen started to charge forward. Amidst the tornadoes, the road was bumpy. In front of him was a blood-red fog. Next, there should be a 9-colored fog. Seeing the 9-colored fog, he was almost certain that he had arrived at the battlefield of the gods. Sure enough, after a period of time, the 9-colored fog finally appeared. Long Chen held his breath, broke through the 9-colored fog, and came to a platform. At this time, the divine boat Emperor Jun had already reached the shore, and calmed down. Long Chen came down from the divine boat Emperor Jun with the beauty Li Xuanji in excitement. When he raised his head and looked at the battlefield of the gods in front of him, he saw a scene that stunned him for a full quarter of an hour. All of this was completely different from what he had imagined, or rather, it was not the same as last time. In fact, Long Chen almost thought that this was not the battlefield of the gods at all. In his impression, the battlefield of the gods was covered in 9-colored fog, and countless gods' mausoleums were faintly discernible in the 9-colored fog. It was quiet and profound, sacred and lofty, even like a paradise. But in front of him, the sky was also covered in 9-colored fog, but in front of him was a huge group of palaces. There were countless palaces, and more importantly, these palaces were all grayish-white. The walls, tiles, pillars, etc. were all made of bones. It was hard to imagine that in front of him was a group of palaces made of bones, a world of bones. In front of him was a city gate, also made of white bones. It was mottled with the marks of time, as if no one had stepped in for tens of thousands of years. On the city gate, there was a plaque made of white bones. On it, there were 4 large words, not Battlefield of the Gods, but the Divine Palace of White Bones. Looking out, the entire White Bones Divine Palace was shrouded in a deep grayish-white fog, and a thick rotting smell swept out. There were also many other smells, showing that no one had been here for a long time. In front of him, there were no signs of life, and it was more like a dead city. White Bone's Divine Palace. Li Xuanji's face was slightly pale, and she read out the 4 twisted words formed by the bones in front of her. Long Chen did not know why there were such changes here. But this verified his guess. There was indeed a problem here, and today, he was here to uncover this secret. In the past, my father entered this place, which was why he wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Long Chen couldn't help but say eagerly. Li Xuanji saw that he was so emotional and said, "No matter what, this is a mysterious place left by the ancient era, and there are many dangers. You should be careful in case anything happens." "Okay." Long Chen nodded his head. "Let me help you." In this place alone, it was even more dangerous for her. Turning into a Yin demon could ensure her safety and also increase Long Chen's strength, so why not? During these few days, it was because of Li Xuanji's help that Long Chen was able to defeat City Lord Di Jun and the God Corpse. The two of them merged. Chapter 2239. After passing through the city gate, what appeared in front of him was a vast group of white bone palaces. A desolate aura assaulted his face, and the ground was actually filled with skulls, tens of millions of them. In any case, he could not see the end of them. Eerie, deathly silent, this was a city of death. The difference between this and the battlefield of the gods was like the difference between heaven and earth. In front of him was a sea of skulls, and then there were countless white bone palaces, some big and some small. Long Chen was currently walking on the widest road, and it was also filled with skulls. These skulls were extremely hard, and Long Chen was not worried about breaking them, but in this strange place, it was better to make as little noise as possible, so he lightened his footsteps and floated forward. He noticed that on both sides of the road, other than the skulls, the most common thing was a type of warrior sculpture. It was extremely neat, and there were at least tens of thousands of such sculptures in his field of vision. They were dressed in battle armor, holding weapons, and their eyes were solemn and respectful as they looked forward. They were the only thing that did not have anything to do with white bones. Although these warrior sculptures were just sculptures, each of them had a tyrannical and ancient aura. They were extremely dignified, and even brought some pressure to Long Chen. From this, it could be seen that this place was definitely not simple. Tens of thousands of warriors were stationed on both sides of the road. Long Chen first entered the small palace on both sides of the road. It was empty inside, and it was estimated that no one had come here for a long time. He decided to walk further inside. Among them, he had entered countless palaces, but none of them had any direction. On the other hand, the eerie and deathly silent aura was getting denser and denser. Now that he turned around, he could not even see the city gate. He was deeply immersed in this white bone palace, and when he raised his head, he could see skulls, warrior sculptures, and white bone palace everywhere. After walking for another half a day, a majestic palace appeared in the depths of the white bone palace. It was over 1,000 meters tall, and stood majestically in the middle of the white bone palace. It was surrounded by gray clouds, and above it was a 9-colored mist. The 9-colored mist seemed to be connected to the tall palace, as if the 9-colored mist was coming out from the palace. This must be the key. After walking for such a long time, he finally found a more crucial place. He quickened his pace and walked towards the palace. Of course, he was very careful to stay hidden. Although this place seemed to be deserted, it was not necessarily without danger. Soon, he approached the palace. Standing at its foot, he raised his head and looked up. The white bone palace towered into the clouds like a giant mountain. One of the doors was a full 500 meters tall. It was made of 2 sets of white bones and was extremely huge. The 2 sets of doors were tightly shut, but the key point was that they were not tightly sealed. There was a gap of 2 meters wide, which was naturally enough for Long Chen to enter. There was a similar plaque on the door, and on it were several dozen skulls that formed 3 words, Rainbow Palace. Rainbow Palace? It was pitch black inside, but there seemed to be living things inside. What will appear in the Rainbow Palace? Long Chen was even more confused, but he didn't want to go in. Otherwise, there would be no point in coming here. After he made up his mind, he walked into the palace through the crack in the door. When he stepped inside, he felt a vast pressure pressing down on him. It was just like the spatial pressure City Lord Di Jun exerted, and it was even more terrifying than his spatial freezing power. It was as if there was a god standing in front of Long Chen, forcing him to lower his head and kneel. Long Chen stabilized his body with great difficulty, but his forehead was already covered in sweat. It seemed that this place was indeed the key. He mobilized his strength to resist this pressure, and raised his head. This huge white bone palace was pitch black, with a total of a few hundred white bone pillars erected in the surroundings, forming a path in the middle. There was a red carpet on it, extending into the depths of the palace. Everything was silent. I feel a sense of danger. Li Xuanji turned into a Yin demon, but he was connected to Long Chen's heart. With just one thought, he could send a message to Long Chen. Let's go in and take a look. Long Chen entered the time dragon state. This made him feel slightly better and safer. Now that his time Dao was improving quickly, it was much easier for him to use the time dragon. Every few hundred meters, there would be 2 pillars around. He continued to walk in. After walking a few hundred pillars, he suddenly stopped. He felt like he was being targeted. Under this kind of intense pressure, it was extremely difficult to even fight. Dee-dee-da-da. There was a sound around him. On the ground around him, many thumb-sized beads fell to the ground. They bounced around and gave out a ticking sound. All of a sudden, Long Chen's hair stood on end. Just beads. These beads seemed to have fallen from the sky. They bounced around and surrounded Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was prepared to fight. As expected, in the next moment, the beads that fell to the ground started to smoke. They turned into many warriors in silver robes and golden armor. Dozens of warriors in silver robes and golden armor surrounded Long Chen in the blink of an eye. Long Chen wasn't anxious. First of all, he couldn't sense any life aura from these warriors. Clearly, they were puppets and not living people. He carefully observed these warriors and found that they were very similar to humans in every aspect. There was almost no difference in their appearance. However, they had no emotions, no eyes, and their expressions were stiff. Although they weren't alive, they had a vast power. Each of them was like a warrior at least at the 7-star reincarnation realm. The Dao artifacts in their hands basically had more than 500 Dao patterns. More importantly, Long Chen found a very special power in them. This power was similar to the divine power of all beings. In fact, it was even more mysterious and domineering. It gave off an indescribable feeling of terror. It was precisely because these silver-robed and golden-armored warriors had no emotions. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they brandished the Dao weapons in their hands and charged towards Long Chen with expressionless faces. Dozens of warriors of this level attacking together brought a certain amount of pressure to Long Chen. Time Storm. Long Chen first used the power of time to attack them. This was the most effective, fastest, and most unavoidable method. Amidst the chaos of time, there seemed to be a series of explosions in the surroundings. Blood splattered from the warriors' bodies. The blood wasn't red. Some were gold, some were silver. With Long Chen's current strength, it wasn't difficult to subdue them. Under the time storm, he wielded the god-slaying sword and killed them. Currently, the god-slaying sword had more than 400 Dao patterns. Because he had the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow, Long Chen wouldn't use it for the time being. However, the god-slaying sword was extremely valuable. Seeing so many Dao artifacts, Long Chen naturally wouldn't waste them. Ah! There's so much to eat. I'm starving. Little Skeleton was extremely excited. Under Long Chen's command, the god-slaying sword swept past those Dao artifacts and tore off pieces of flesh. Long Chen's speed was extraordinarily fast. With the eternal instant of the Void Dragon, with the combination of the three powers, the warriors in silver robes and golden armor fell in front of them one after another. They turned back into their original pearls, but they were already broken. The little skeleton had been laughing happily the whole time. On the god-slaying sword, more and more Dao patterns appeared. After Long Chen killed more than 10 Dao artifacts with around 500 Dao patterns, the god-slaying sword also advanced to a Dao artifact with 500 Dao patterns. However, at this point, Dao artifacts of the same level were useless to him. Therefore, Long Chen kept all the remaining precious Dao artifacts so that others could use them in the future. In the end, only a few warriors were left in front of Long Chen. Those warriors weren't afraid of death at all. They continued to attack with all their might. At this moment, that warrior stopped and said, "Those who aren't of our race will definitely die. Human, there's no need for you to struggle." In reality, they looked no different from humans. Long Chen had always thought that they were created by the human race or that they were gods of the human race. However, they were still humans. Why did this one suddenly say such a thing? At this moment, the guy in front of him exploded and turned back into a pearl in front of Long Chen. However, it was already broken. He placed all the broken pearls into the new world of the God Kingdom. Once again, the surroundings became deathly silent. Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword and continued walking inside. At this point, he could already see light shining in from the depths of his field of vision. It was actually a door gap. It was a 500-meter tall door. There was a gap in the middle that was enough for him to pass through. There seemed to be 9-colored light inside. It was gentle and beautiful. It made Long Chen think that it was a fairyland inside. Most importantly, this huge palace was called the 9-colored palace. It must have something to do with this. Finally, he had reached the crucial point. He slowed down and walked over step by step. When he neared the door, he could already hear rustling sounds and the sound of wind. The 9-colored light was getting stronger and stronger. When Long Chen stood in the gap of the door, he saw that behind the door was actually an abyss. It was endless and the area was very wide. He could not see the end. In this abyss, there were countless 9-colored fog rushing towards the sky from the bottom. Looking up, the palace did not have a peak. The 9-colored fog was indeed connected to the 9-colored fog above the White Bones Divine Palace. In other words, the 9-colored fog in the entire White Bones Divine Palace was surging up from this abyss. Long Chen suddenly remembered that the 9-colored fog was a very scary thing. It was like a tiny worm that could swallow a person clean in a short period of time. It was very scary. So what was the 9-colored fog formed from? He could not help but step through the door and look into the depths. This was a 9-colored abyss. All kinds of colors shone. For a moment, Long Chen could not see clearly what was below. However, he felt danger. Today was mainly because of an exam that delayed him. He was also a little tired. Tomorrow afternoon, he needed to go to a place to give a lecture about writing. He wanted to share his experience with a newbie writer. Tomorrow night, the phone network will invite Madman to participate in an interview. It will be the interview of the 10 Days God. I hope that everyone will support me. After doing these two things tomorrow, he would be tired. When the time came, Madman would quickly update the remaining 5 chapters. From the internship until I came back, I had to deal with many things. You might not know how busy I have been these few days. There were dozens of people on QQ who talked to me, but none of them replied. My body is getting weaker and weaker day by day, and my head is spinning. I need to adjust. Writing a book is against my health. The more I work, the more I die. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 2240. This crisis came very quickly. Although he had already been aware of this since he came here, he was willing to take the risk for his father. This was his responsibility as a son and also his desire. In the blink of an eye, the nine-colored mist in front of him fluctuated rapidly as if it had sensed Long Chen's living aura. In an instant, it rushed towards Long Chen. It was endless nine-colored mist. If he encountered this nine-colored mist again, Long Chen estimated that he wouldn't be able to stop it. In that instant, the nine-colored mist bombarded the gate, causing the whole gate to tremble violently. The 500-meter-tall gate was blasted open in an instant, and then endless nine-colored mist surged in. They didn't directly attack Long Chen, but circled behind Long Chen and instantly blocked Long Chen's path of retreat. It could be seen that the nine-colored mist also had a certain degree of intelligence. Be careful. Just as the nine-colored mist surrounded Long Chen, leaving Long Chen with no way of retreat, the nine-colored mist behind him suddenly rushed towards Long Chen. From the looks of it, it seemed that Long Chen wanted to have a life and death struggle with it. This sudden change was beyond Long Chen's expectations. When the nine-colored mist descended, Long Chen used Time Storm to block it. He treated the nine-colored mist as insects, as living creatures. Sure enough, under his Time Storm, a large amount of nine-colored mist disappeared into thin air and turned into powder. However, there were too many of them. After destroying a batch, endless nine-colored mist surged up, forcing Long Chen into the abyss that he had been close to and blocking his path of retreat. In that instant, the gate was sealed by the endless nine-colored mist. Even the entire palace was filled with the nine-colored mist. Long Chen couldn't get out of this abyss at all. He could escape from the gap in the sky, which was the place where the nine-colored mist in the abyss connected with the sky, but there was more nine-colored mist there. For a moment, Long Chen was trapped here. Endless nine-colored mist surrounded him. Although it didn't attack immediately, it was almost there. Endless nine-colored mist danced around him and even made a terrible zzz sound, like the chirping of insects. I can't get out. Long Chen couldn't help but frown. If he rushed out now, it was likely that he would be eaten up before he could get out. Currently, few people in the world were his opponents, but in this battlefield of the gods, there were still strange things that he couldn't resist. Under the suppression of the nine-colored mist, Long Chen even sank into the abyss. At this moment, the scene could only be described as soul-stirring. It was much more dangerous than when he fought City Lord Di Jun. Long Chen felt that there were living things wriggling below. He couldn't help but look down, and found a scene that he couldn't imagine at first. This seemingly bottomless abyss, the surrounding mountain walls were actually covered with a kind of insect. The small ones were more than 10 meters long. The long ones were more than 100 meters long, and even several hundred meters long. They were like sticks that stuck to the mountain wall. This was a type of pure flesh worm, but its entire body was sparkling and translucent. It had a nine-colored radiance, just like a gem. It gave off a very beautiful radiance in this abyss. If it was somewhere else, it would have been decorated into a fairyland. However, such a beautiful meat worm was a terrifying monster to Long Chen. This was because he could see that the nine-colored mist that surrounded the entire Divine Bone Palace, or rather the battlefield of the gods, and the nine-colored mist that surrounded him, were actually the smoke released by the nine-colored bug, or rather, the larvae. No matter what, all the nine-colored mist was created by the nine-colored insects. This place was called the Nine-Colored Palace, so that was what it meant. The battlefield of the gods, the Bone Palace, and the nine-colored insects, what kind of secrets were there? Before Long Chen could think, just as he entered the abyss and saw the nine-colored insects, the endless nine-colored mist that had accumulated over the years swarmed over once more. In just an instant, it almost drowned Long Chen. Long Chen was also thinking about how to deal with these terrifying things. First, he used the Weeping Blood Dragon Souls. He summoned the million Weeping Blood Dragon Souls and wanted to rely on them to charge out. However, when the million Weeping Blood Dragon Souls appeared and surrounded Long Chen, and just as they were about to charge into the sky, the endless nine-colored mist instantly drowned the Weeping Blood Dragon Souls and devoured them. It had always been the slaughter dragons that killed others, but today, the other party had more people than them, and they were the ones being killed and devoured. Under the terrifying swarm of nine-colored mist, Long Chen's weeping blood dragon souls couldn't support him to charge into the sky. After all, the nine-colored mist was endless. He quickly put away the weeping blood dragon souls to prevent himself from suffering too much damage. If this continued, he would die here. He used Time Storm again. This was the most effective method, and it could turn a large area of the nine-colored mist into powder. However, the nine-colored mist was endless, and who knew how many nine-colored insects were still producing them? When he used up all his energy, wouldn't he die here? The situation seemed to be a bit urgent. After dealing with 3 or 4 attacks, the other party still attacked, leaving almost no room for Long Chen to breathe. Long Chen could already smell danger and death. At this critical moment, he had an idea and set his sights on the nine-colored bugs. Without a word, he formed the dragon-enslaved bow and the dragon-enslaved arrow with 700 Dao patterns and aimed at the fattest nine-colored bug in his field of vision. It was a full 100 meters long, and its tail was spewing a large amount of nine-colored mist. "You're the one who's controlling the nine-colored mist." Long Chen sneered. "Release the arrow." The dragon imprisonment arrow turned into a dragon, and Long Chen used the explosive rule. With his current strength and the dragon imprisonment bow, the powerful destructive power was released. The nine-colored insects couldn't block it. It was obvious that they weren't good at defense, so Long Chen's dragon imprisonment arrow directly pierced through the nine-colored insect. Then, it exploded. The entire nine-colored insect exploded, turning into endless nine-colored mist that joined the group attacking Long Chen. Then, some of its organs exploded and turned to dust. Before dying, the eyeless nine-colored insect let out an earth-shattering scream. The surrounding nine-colored insects squirmed downwards in fear. Even the nine-colored mist surrounding Long Chen slowed down, but it still stared at Long Chen. It didn't give Long Chen any chance of escaping. It was even preparing for the next attack. This is still difficult. Long Chen was still trapped here, and he only had a dozen meters of space to move around. He couldn't even tell which side was up and which side was down. Let's kill a few more first. He started to descend, and the dragon imprisonment arrow returned to his hand. Using the dragon imprisonment arrow, Long Chen aimed at a nine-colored insect. The nine-colored insect seemed to feel it and it went down again, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The nine-colored mist went berserk once again, not giving Long Chen a chance. Long Chen unleashed the time storm again and again. Very quickly, he was exhausted, but the nine-colored mist was still endless. He could already sense a terrifying crisis. If he continued to be trapped like this, he would really lose his life. How can I get out? This was the question he and Li Xuanji were thinking about all the time. They were racking their brains for a solution. The nine-colored insects were afraid that Long Chen would kill them, so they were basically going down. Long Chen could only go down and threaten them at any time. Otherwise, the nine-colored mist would quickly swallow Long Chen. Because of this, the deeper Long Chen went, the farther he was from the exit. But he had no choice. If he didn't go down, the nine-colored mist would have nothing to worry about. During this process, if the nine-colored mist attacked, Long Chen would shoot a nine-colored insect to warn them. This was the only way. Now, this endless loop continued. Long Chen tragically found that he didn't know how far he had fallen, and it was even harder to get out. "Are you afraid?" He gripped the dragon imprisonment bow and looked at his opponent seriously. Then he used his mind to communicate with Li Xuanji. "No." "Why?" Facing this kind of death, in truth, even Long Chen felt disgusted. Who would want to be swallowed by something like this? How painful would that be? "Because I don't think you will die." "You won't die, and I won't die." Li Xuanji's voice was filled with gentleness and certainty. She trusted him so much and gave him endless power. As the saying went, the boat would cross the bridge when it came to the end. Before he died, he shouldn't give up or be afraid. Otherwise, how could he live up to her trust in him? He continued to go down and kill the 9-colored insects. The 9-colored insects basically didn't have much attack power and were easily killed. However, Long Chen didn't dare to be too cruel. If he killed all the 9-colored insects, it would be the real apocalypse. Right now, he could still threaten them. In a daze, Long Chen saw something special on the mountain wall below. It was a small blade of grass. In this barren land, there was such a green blade of grass. It was truly a bit inconceivable. It was even emitting an enchanting radiance, bringing with it a rich green color. It was incomparably powerful, and filled with a terrifying vitality. More importantly, there was no 9-colored mist within 10 meters of this blade of grass. The 9-colored mist seemed to be afraid of this blade of grass. Chapter 22:41. When Long Chen stood next to the grass, as expected, the 9-colored mist stopped 10 meters away from the grass, not daring to approach. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed he had reached a safe place. His life was temporarily out of danger. This could be counted as the heavens helping him. He was sure that the 9-colored mist only dared to clamor outside, not daring to approach. He couldn't help but start to study the grass growing out of the cliff. It wasn't an immortal essence, it didn't even have a single immortal mark. It looked very ordinary, but it had a terrifying life force. With this life force, it could grow to 1,000 meters tall, or even as tall as the progenitor tree of planet Xuxing. But it was just a blade of grass. How could a blade of grass have such a huge life force? The so-called life force was the power of all living things in the world, the power of the birth and growth of all living things. All living things possessed it, and the stronger the life force, the more terrifying it would be. For example, Long Chen's current life force had already reached an unprecedented level. This was also a part of his cultivation and potential. More importantly, the Tai Chi dragon was a dragon of life and creation. Although Long Chen's comprehension of the Tao of life was very little, he had a tyrannical and terrifying innate advantage. In terms of control over life force, he could be considered an ancestor. At least, his bloodline was the ancestor. Life is truly a mysterious existence. This 9-colored mist looks beautiful, but it's actually composed of death energy. That's why it's so afraid of this incomparably vigorous life force. It's precisely in this divine palace of white bones that this blade of grass has gathered the last of the life force of the entire divine palace of white bones. That's why it has such a boundless life force. In a trance, Long Chen had almost found a way to escape. His body was like a massive treasure trove, it was just that he didn't have the time to excavate it. He spent most of his time focusing on the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of time, neglecting the cultivation of the Tao of life. At most, he was able to control the strength of the 14th temper. If he could fully utilize the power of the 14th temper, the destructive power of the time storm could almost match up to the destructive power of the time storm. But with the Tao of life controlling his divine kingdom, that vast and boundless world of life within his body should be able to develop even further. Now that I'm trapped here, it might even be a form of cultivation for me. This is a rare opportunity bestowed to me by the heavens. Right now, I seem to be a fish that has fallen into a fishing net. Looks like I can only fight to the death in order to have a chance to break out of this place. To me, this is a form of encouragement. When he understood everything, his previously nervous heart completely calmed down. Just as Li Xuanji said, he would not die. He forgot about life and death. He forgot about the boundless 9-colored mist that was still fluttering about outside. He entered a mysterious world of life. He stretched out his hand and gently grasped the stalk of grass that had such boundless vitality. Of course, he wouldn't break it. If he did, it would lose all its vitality. That would be a great pity. Perhaps this was the only remaining vitality in this divine palace of bones. When he grasped the stalk of grass, Long Chen seemed to have arrived in another world. He saw himself leaning against a towering tree that was 10,000 meters tall. That towering tree had a huge canopy, and a single tree could form a lush forest. Surging vitality flowed around this towering tree, urging it to continue growing. It even had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. This was life. In the new world within Long Chen's body, the perfect dragon-shaped continent continued to grow. As it grew, the 14 peaks represented the 14 elements. Everything was forming, and it was full of vitality. There were even new lives being born. They were extremely weak lives that were filled with a primitive aura. They were simple and fragile, but even so, the greatest power in this world was not any of the 14 peaks. Instead, it was the power of life. Among the 15 heads of the Tai Chi dragon, the head of life was the most important. If the primordial blood spirit dragon was the divine dragon that brought death, then the Tai Chi dragon was the ancestral dragon that brought life. Long Chen immersed himself in his own world from the stalk of grass in his hand. Time passed quietly, and everything was born. In the new world, Long Chen, in his own Tao of life, found the first flame. It was a green flame that was born in the center of the new world. There was only a tiny bit, but it was the birth of this flame that seemed to give this new world a core, a life, and a soul. Long Chen called this green flame, the flame of life. The flame itself had to be that name. Although the flame of life was small, it spread through the entire new world, encompassing everything. Even the tiny life that had just been born, and even the flowers and trees. Although the flame wasn't large, it was beautiful, and it wouldn't be extinguished. Long Chen could manifest this flame of life on his palm and on his body. This was the true beginning of his path on the Tao of life. At the same time, this flame of life was also his greatest reliance. Long Chen placed the flame of life on his palm. Under the illumination of this flame, not only did Long Chen, but the stalk of grass also seemed to be filled with vitality. How comfortable, Li Xuanji couldn't help but moan. Her body was currently connected to Long Chen's, so everything she sensed was the same as Long Chen's. Under the illumination of the flame of life, as long as Long Chen had a final wish, everything could be reborn and revitalized. This flame of life's healing was different from the dream of time reversal. The dream of time reversal consumed a lot of energy, but the flame of life bestowed life, recovery, and growth. It also had endless uses that Long Chen hadn't fully unearthed yet. For example, his flame of life was even more frightening to the nine-colored mist than the stalk of grass. In an instant, the nine-colored mist retreated several hundred meters away, trembling under the power of the flame of life. When this flame of life was born, it meant that Long Chen could leave this place without a problem. Below was still the abyss with countless nine-colored insects. This time, it had been very dangerous, and he had almost lost his life. He couldn't be bothered to stay in this damned place. This divine bone palace was so huge. The answer Long Chen wanted shouldn't be in this place. Perhaps after the nine-colored palace, there would be many more palaces like this, hiding true secrets. This was just the beginning. Thank you. Long Chen gently touched the green grass with his flame of life. The grass continued to grow, growing from less than half a meter to close to 10 meters in a short time. It also had a stronger life force. Today, it was Long Chen's savior. Long Chen held the flame of life and flew into the sky. Now, all the nine-colored mist was retreating in panic. As Long Chen flew up, he saw the place where he had entered. He passed through the door that had been blasted open and came to the hall. The nine-colored mist behind him had long retreated into the abyss, not daring to look up at him. Nine-color palace, hee hee. The battlefield of the gods should be this divine bone palace. He believed in his father even more. If this divine bone palace was the battlefield of the gods, then this place had to be destroyed. But before it was destroyed, Long Chen still wanted to know its secrets. He left the Nine Colors Palace, went around the Nine Colors Palace, and headed deeper into the White Bone Divine Palace. In front of him were endless skulls and warriors guarding on both sides of the road. In front of him was still a vast gray cloud, and the surroundings were still empty palaces. This time, Longchen quickened his pace and continued forward. After about an hour, he saw the second tall palace in front of him. It was even taller than the nine-colored palace. On it, skulls were arranged into 3 words, God Statue Palace. God Statue Palace. From these 3 words, Longchen could sense that it had something to do with the ancient legion of gods. The statues of the gods. Because of what happened in the 9-colored palace, Longchen was still afraid of this place. So, this time, he didn't dare to act rashly. The God Statue Palace was also a palace made of white bones. Among them, the 500-meter-tall gate was also half-closed. One could easily enter through the gap. Standing outside the gate, Longchen saw that it was pitch black inside, as if there was nothing inside. However, this time, the pressure that the statue palace gave him was even greater, as if there was a real god inside. To tell the truth, he did hesitate for a moment. But for the truth, for the desire in his heart, he couldn't help but act. He stepped forward and walked into the god statue palace. It was different from the last time. The moment he stepped into the statue palace, the inside suddenly became golden and dazzling. Thousands of rays of light burst out. Everything in front of him instantly turned into mist. It was as if he was floating in the sky above the 9 heavens. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, numerous drum sounds spread out and caused a huge explosion. There were also many chanting like they were singing about something. Longchen stood on the spot and looked at the rumbling white mist. At that moment, dozens of people appeared from the mist and floated above it. They looked down at Longchen. Longchen took a close look and noticed that there were 72 of them. 72, this was the number of the 72 ancient cities of gods. The 72 people in front of him obviously corresponded to the 72 ancient gods. They wore ancient clothing and their eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if they stood above the 9 heavens and looked down on the world. They made people worship them. Even when Longchen faced them, he felt an urge to bow down. That was the strong pressure they gave off from their bones. Hong hong. It was as if there were countless boulders pressing down on Longchen's body, making it hard for him to breathe. All 72 people seemed to have their eyes on him. This is Chapter 2242. The clouds were thick and the gods had descended. Their divine might was vast. A huge pressure pressed down on him. It was as if he was in a temple. When he looked back, even the door had disappeared. There were clouds and mist everywhere, and the people on the clouds and mist were getting clearer and clearer. At first, Longchen was really scared, but when he sobered up and carefully looked at these people, with his aura, he found that this so-called divine might was not that scary. At most, it was just a bit scarier than the previous Rainbow Palace. If they were real gods, 72 gods standing here, how scary would that be? When Long Qinglan was at his strongest, he hadn't even become a god. That was already enough to shock the entire eternal god domain. Therefore, the ones in front of him were definitely not real gods. Also, this place was called God Statue Palace. The entire White Bone God Palace was still very long and there would definitely be many more palaces. This was just the second palace, so how could all the gods appear? So, he felt that it was impossible. Thirdly, after a round of careful observation, he discovered that the 72 people above the clouds were actually similar to the silver-robed and golden-armored warriors he had seen in the Rainbow Palace. They were all lifeless puppets, or rather, divine statues. Now that Longchen had awakened his flame of life, he was even more familiar with these things. They didn't have life. So, there was nothing to fear. But even if they were statues, they were too lifelike. Almost all of them seemed to be observing him. That feeling would still make one's hair stand on end. When the initial fear and worry passed, they still didn't move. Long Chen started to observe them. At the start, his gaze naturally fell on the god in the center. Long Chen had seen this person before on Mount Emperor Jun. It was the statue of the top ancient god Di Jun. He wore cloth and looked very ordinary. In the crowd, he didn't stand out at all. But in reality, he was a natural emperor. Long Chen had seen his other appearance. It was extremely handsome and domineering. He believed that was his true appearance. Now, this Di Jun statue was also looking at him. Although it was a statue, it looked no different from a human. It was made of flesh and blood, just that it didn't move. On the other hand, the statue on Mount Di Jun should have been carved out of rock. The two were not the same concept. Other than Di Jun, there were other deities who were dressed up. Basically, they were all graceful and magnificent, extremely domineering, possessing true divine might. Some controlled lightning snakes, some rode divine dragons, some embraced the moon, some were like giants, and so on. Other than Di Jun, there was also the primordial giant god, heavenly emperor Zi Wei, eastern monarch Tai Yi, god King Qing Su, and the more ordinary heavenly fire divinity, mystic ice goddess, radiant god, hell demon god, and so on. The 72 primordial gods of the human race appeared clearly in front of Long Chen. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't real. Otherwise, he would really be dead this time. Now, they were still above the clouds. Long Chen couldn't help but wonder why 72 statues of primordial gods had appeared here. After calming down, he was about to go up and take a look. At this moment, he recalled the sense of danger he felt when he first entered. Although it was a statue in front of him, that sense of danger didn't seem to have disappeared. Long Chen thought of the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. At this time, a cold snort sounded like thunder. It was deafening, and for a moment, it scared Long Chen. Who dares to barge into my race's heavenly palace? This voice came from one of the 72 statues above. When Long Chen's gaze swept over them, one of the statues actually moved. It felt similar to the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. Although it wasn't a real deity, and Long Chen naturally didn't know where those deities had gone, the appearance of this fellow in front of him might resolve his doubts. Of course, it would also bring him greater danger. The one who suddenly moved was a god statue dressed in golden armor. His entire body was overflowing with brilliant colors, and his entire body seemed to be cast from gold. Even his skin was faintly golden. He held a golden halberd in his hand, with 3 points and 2 blades. When he woke up, boundless light erupted from his body. His gaze was like a blazing fire, filled with boundless battle intent. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert who was obsessed with martial arts. Mortal, how dare you barge into my heavenly palace? Die! That golden warrior jumped down from the clouds and attacked in a grandiose manner. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground, causing the entire deity statue palace to rumble. What made Long Chen slightly relieved was that the statues in the clouds did not seem to come alive like this deity in front of him. There were many deities that Long Chen had not seen before, so he wasn't sure which deity in front of him was from. Even so, the other party gave him an extremely terrifying killing intent. It was definitely countless times stronger than that of the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. Now, Long Chen was facing him in the deity statue palace. The other party's divine eyes shone brightly, and his entire body was shining with a supreme radiance. The golden halberd in his hand pointed at Long Chen and shouted like thunder, "I am the martial deity's mortal body. Guard the deity statue palace. Thou shalt commit suicide. If I make a move, I will definitely destroy your 3 souls and 7 spirits, and you will never be able to reincarnate." Of course, he couldn't commit suicide. It was difficult to even transform into a divine dragon and fight here. After all, the space was not big. He held the god-slaying sword with one hand. Currently, the god-slaying sword had over 500 Dao patterns, which was just right for him to use. The moment Long Chen took out his weapon, the martial deity was enraged. The so-called martial deity probably had a deep relationship with Long Chen. Among them, the true martial emperor Palace was related to the martial god Ancient City, and weren't the ancestors of the martial god Ancient City the 18 martial gods? In other words, the martial deity? Unexpectedly, it was him. Then what was the so-called mortal realm's physical body? Who knows what you are? What is the mortal body? If you tell me, I will believe you and definitely commit suicide. The thing in front of him was basically lifeless. Of course, it shouldn't have much intelligence, so Long Chen wanted to get something out of it at this critical moment. However, the other party shouted angrily, "Damn it, how dare you make fun of me!" At this moment, the martial deity's power suddenly erupted. Long Chen could clearly see the complete world tree, the heart of law, and even the 1 billion celestial palaces that only real deities could possess. Inside it, 1 billion lives lived. Of course, it was just a flash. Bang! The martial deity was the pinnacle of martial arts. He was an expert in close combat. Now that he was attacking with the golden halberd, his moves seemed simple, but they contained thousands of variations and infinite power. As he attacked, the wind and clouds around him surged, instantly suppressing Long Chen within his weapon. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to execute the slaughter sword art that he had not used for a long time. Now, he could even execute 3,000 strikes. With his current power, the slaughter sword art's profoundness was all about speed. Faster and faster, the attacks became fiercer and fiercer. In just an instant, he had exchanged over 1,000 blows with the divine spirit of martialism. He could sense that the power of the divine spirit of martialism wasn't that great, and was about the same as City Lord Di Jun's. More importantly, the divine spirit of martialism was able to unleash a truly profound might of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps it was the laws. The martial Tao's rule. From the martial Tao to the heavenly Tao, and finally, the rule. The rule was the most profound power of the world. It was almost like the ruler of the world, controlling one of the rules of the world. 2,000 strikes. The sword chi around Long Chen soared into the sky. The slaughter-devouring sword chi exploded and bombarded the martial deity's body. The 2,000 strikes that surpassed the limit unleashed a terrifying power never seen before in the slaughter sword art. The fierce strike pierced through the martial deity like an arrow. Bang! At that moment, the divine spirit of martialism calmly swiped his hand across the golden halberd. A series of abstruse words appeared on the golden halberd. The words contained the might of the heavens and earth, as if the entire world was trembling with his every move. Every word contained the power of destruction and the power of the supreme laws. The golden halberd clashed with Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Long Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, during the clash, the explosive power of the god-slaying sword sent the martial deity flying. The martial deity even rolled a few times on the ground. This meant that the martial deity before him wasn't a real deity. However, he was able to use some supreme power. For example, during the clash, Long Chen had clearly forced the martial deity back. However, an indescribable force suddenly acted on his body, rendering him unable to resist. At that moment, even little skeleton cried out in pain, as though the god-slaying sword was on the verge of breaking. Meanwhile, Long Chen was in an even worse state. Cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared on his body, as though his entire body was about to break apart. If that happened, he would undoubtedly die. Even his head was broken. The feeling was undoubtedly excruciating. At the same time, it also frightened Long Chen. He deeply understood that this was most likely the power of a deity, the power of the rule. Under the rule, his body was on the verge of breaking apart when the martial deity uttered the word break. Just as his body was about to break apart, at the critical moment, Long Chen transferred the flame of life to his own body. At that moment, his entire body was burning with emerald flames. A tremendous amount of life force flowed through his body and suppressed the attack of the rule of martial arts in a very short period of time. In fact, ordinary theurgies couldn't possibly block the attack of the rule of martial arts. In the martial deity's opinion, Long Chen would definitely die. However, in reality, the theurgies that Long Chen had executed were the ancestral dragon's theurgies. Although they were only in their embryonic form, they were fundamentally superior to the rules of the gods. There were two types of rules. One was the rules controlled by the deities. Some were strong, while others were weak. The other was the fundamental rules of the entire world, such as destiny and the birth of life. The flame of life was currently only a theurgy. However, in the future, it would definitely grow into a supreme fundamental rule. Chapter 2243. Fortunately, there was the fire of life in the Rainbow Palace. Otherwise, Long Chen would have to use Origin of Dream to recover. There was a limit to Origin of Dream. The more serious the injury, the more energy it would take to reverse time to recover. However, the fire of life, it was the bestowal of life. On the path of recovery, the power of life was much more perfect than time reversal. Furthermore, the power of time was varied. It was the fire of life, the power of the laws of martial arts that could easily dispel formless attacks. Perhaps even the divine spirit of martial arts didn't know about this. He quickly got up. His eyes were filled with doubt, but at the same time, he became furious and brutal. The battle between the two began again. This time, although the divine spirit of martial arts repeatedly unleashed the power of laws, Long Chen was able to deal with it with ease. However, what he didn't know was that while he was fighting the divine spirit of martial arts, there was a pair of eyes watching the scene in the Palace of Divinity in astonishment. As the divine spirit of martial arts fought, Long Chen gradually understood his opponent's strength. At this moment, the Sword of Massacre had reached a terrifying level of around 3,000 swords. At this level, its power was extremely terrifying. Therefore, Long Chen was basically suppressing his opponent. In fact, he was suppressing him more and more. The divine spirit of martial arts couldn't help but yell angrily, "How audacious of you to avoid judgment. If this goes on, you will die miserably." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his words. His opponent was undoubtedly very dangerous. After gaining the upper hand, he couldn't help but use his killing move. Eye of Hell. It had been a long time since he used this move. He wondered if it would affect the divine spirit of martial arts' physical body in the mortal realm. Even Long Chen couldn't see the pair of green eyes that seemed to be shrouded in mist. However, the divine spirit of martial arts seemed to be able to see them. The power of the Eye of Hell lay in awe. It was a powerful mental awe, or perhaps even more mysterious. Therefore, when Long Chen used this move against the divine spirit of martial arts, he actually succeeded. Even the martial spirit almost dropped the golden halberd in his hand. At that moment, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He condensed golden light in his left hand and transformed it into the dragon-enslaved bow. In his right hand, he condensed the dragon-enslaved arrow. The two Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns instantly combined. While the Eye of Hell was in effect, Long Chen didn't hesitate at all. He shot out the sword in his hand. It exploded. This was also a type of rule. The dragon-imprisoning arrow instantly pierced through the divine spirit of martialism. Then, it exploded. The explosion contained a terrifying destructive power, causing the divine spirit of martialism to panic and explode. With a groan, the divine spirit of martialism shattered into pieces before Long Chen's eyes. The fragment turned into countless golden grains of sand that spread into the sky. In the end, it rushed back into the clouds and stood together with the other 71 ancient gods. In a very short period of time, the ancient gods once again took on the appearance of the martial spirit. Long Chen thought he would have to continue fighting endlessly. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and realized that the divine spirit of martialism had stopped moving. Even if it did not move now, he didn't know if it would move later and attack again. The Palace of Divinity was an extremely dangerous place. It was better for him to leave this place as soon as possible. Just as he was about to leave this place, he didn't expect someone to walk in from the outside. To him, it was impossible for anyone else to appear in the White Bones' divine palace, or the battlefield of the gods. But now, this person was standing in front of him coldly and excitedly. His eyes were fixed on Long Chen. His eyes were filled with cruel excitement. He was so excited that he seemed to have gone crazy. This person had snow-white hair and wore a silver robe with rolling dragons. He was City Lord Biyao. Long Chen had just fought against him twice, so he was very familiar with him. Previously, it was Long Chen who had defeated him and borrowed the divine vessel Dijun. But no matter how imaginative he was, he didn't expect this person to come here. So, the moment he saw him, Long Chen thought he had seen the wrong person. After taking a closer look, there was no mistake. It was him. That bone-chilling hatred was not something that could be faked. Originally, he wanted to escape, but since the other party was blocking the door, Long Chen temporarily lost the opportunity. He was very curious about why this guy was so agitated. You must be wondering how I came here. That's right, there is only one divine vessel Dijun. Biyao blocked the door. He was not in a hurry to enter because he knew that Long Chen wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. At this point, he temporarily concealed the anger on his face. Instead, he looked at the statues above the clouds with a fanatical expression and sighed with emotion. How magnificent! I, Dijun, led the 72 ancient gods with monstrous power. Is this their true grave? I'm Dijun. Biyao is fortunate to be able to see such a scene in this life. I have no regrets even if I die. Obviously, when he came here and saw that this was not the battlefield of the gods, but the White Bone Divine Palace, he was also very surprised. However, he was too immersed in it. He had worshipped Dijun his entire life, so of course, he had absolute trust in him. Therefore, even if it was such a scene, he still believed it. Especially when he saw the 72 lifelike statues in the clouds, or rather, the mortal realm bodies of the gods. If we don't leave now, when they come back to life, we will all die here. Long Chen reminded him. He didn't know the purpose of City Lord Dijun's visit, but he knew that it was best to leave this place. Yes. City Lord Dijun seemed to have heard a joke. He said, "What a joke. My divine vessel Dijun is the descendant of God Dijun, and I am the strongest among his descendants. How can he kill me? All the ancient gods here will listen to him. It's you. Do you still not understand the real purpose of me coming to the battlefield of the gods?" Long Chen became vigilant and asked, "Could it be that you want to follow and kill me?" "That's right." City Lord Dijun's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. This was not like his usual calm self. He was crazy, as if he had been suppressing it for a long time. He covered his chest and said mournfully, "You don't know how much I hate you. That's my baby, I protected him since he was young. I took care of him as he grew up, taught him everything, and was willing to give him everything I had. But you actually took everything away from him. From that day onwards, I wanted to kill you. But you were too shrewd, and also too heaven-defying. Now, you've even defeated me and taken everything away from me. Now, you even defeated me and completely deprived me of my chance." He couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were slightly red as he said, "Fortunately, the heavens have given me another chance." Long Chen couldn't help but think, this is the plan. When he knew that I'm coming to the battlefield of the gods, he was already prepared to use other methods to follow me. But he knew that he was no match for me, yet he still followed me. Why is he so proud at this time? Dijun Divine City was the #1 divine city, and he was the #1 city lord of the ancient city. This was the battlefield of the gods, the territory of his ancestor, Dijun. Could it be that he could obtain some unexpected power here? No matter what, there was another crisis at this time, and it was an unexpected crisis. He had to be careful, so at this time, he was already prepared to fight. Although he had defeated Dijun once, he had to admit that he was indeed very tyrannical. In the past, Long Chen relied on the fusion of two Tao treasures to defeat him. Today is the day you die. There must be many things you don't understand, but I won't tell you. You only need to know that I can't kill you outside, but if you die in the battlefield of the gods, no one will know. If it was outside, it was impossible for Long Chen to die. Now, 15 dragon emperors were obviously protecting him. Since that's the case, let's cut the crap. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at him. At the same time, he stared at the 72 statues on the clouds. To him, there was danger on both sides. City Lord Dijun didn't panic. In his right hand, the divine sword Ruoshi appeared again. It was like the feather of a phoenix. 700 Tao patterns burned fiercely. It was extremely beautiful. In his left hand was the endless roulette. The everlasting roulette didn't collapse. Only one attack was neutralized by Long Chen. On the everlasting roulette, tens of thousands of crystal balls were rotating. Each crystal ball contained a world. The power of space and fire swept over. The only things in Long Chen's hand were the dragon imprisoning bow and dragon imprisoning arrow. He retreated and stood far away. He narrowed his eyes and looked at City Lord Dijun. Although he had won once, he wouldn't let his guard down since his opponent was so confident. The two of them only confronted each other for a short period of time before they started fighting. This time, it was even more intense than the battle between Long Chen and the god of martialism. City Lord Dijun finally grasped this opportunity. Naturally, he went crazy. Sword engulfs God Kong. He used his killer move right from the start. He engulfed God Kong with a single sword. The entire god statue palace was enveloped in his sword light. He wasn't afraid of touching the statues. His attacks were extremely ferocious. It could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Long Chen aimed at the Ruoshi sword with 700 Tao patterns. He let go of the arrow. The dragon imprisoning arrow turned into a dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The golden light clawed at the Ruoshi sword. The intense shock sent City Lord Dijun and the Ruoshi sword flying. At the same time, Long Chen heard a cry of pain from the Ruoshi sword. It was Biyao's wife. He didn't know why she had become the Tao spirit of the Ruoshi sword. You aren't my match. Why do you force yourself? I've already said that the matter with Du is over. If you continue to be stubborn, you will bring disaster upon yourself. Long Chen naturally didn't regret killing Du. However, he was the grandson that Du loved dearly. Du's actions were pardonable. Hence, Long Chen was forgiving. However, Du was clearly different from what he thought. Chapter 2244. This time, City Lord Dijun was looking forward to it. There seemed to be something hidden under the Wuji wheel. Who knew what was in the countless crystal worlds? But for Long Chen, this was nothing more than City Lord Dijun using the same thing twice. In this way, the dragon prisoner arrow had returned to his hand. Seeing the Wuji roulette turning into many macro worlds and shooting towards him, he concentrated and exhaled. The dragon prisoner arrow was pointed at the Wuji wheel was instantly released. Both were in the nick of time. The enslaved dragon arrow turned into a golden ray of light and instantly collided with the Wuji wheel that had manifested a great world. They were both Tao artifacts with 700 Tao patterns. City Lord Dijun's life god power was slightly more terrifying, but Long Chen's 4 divisions reincarnation land had absorbed the power of the earth veins. So, in terms of Tao artifacts, Long Chen had an advantage because he used 2 Tao artifacts to attack together. Ding! The dragon prisoner arrow showed its might again and nearly shattered the Wuji wheel. Tens of thousands of crystal balls turned into countless crystal shards in front of Long Chen's eyes. They rained down endlessly. The power of the dragon prisoner arrow simply pierced through the Wuji wheel. Long Qinglan was famous for using the dragon prisoner Bao to kill an expert with a demigod body. Now, Long Chen could do the same. He used his actions to prove that with Li Xuanji's help and the power of the Yin demons, City Lord Di Jun was no match for him. Of course, without the power of the Yin demons, he might not have been able to do it. Even drawing the dragon-enslaved Bao was a problem. The reason why he could improve by leaps and bounds during this period of time was because of two reasons. One was Li Xuanji's help, and the other was that he had broken through to the Four Symbols Reincarnation Tribulation realm. The Wuji will exploded and the crystal shone brilliantly. However, City Lord Di Jun wasn't frustrated or sad. Instead, he was excited and expectant. There's a problem. Long Chen sensed it. At first, he thought that the martial deity from before had appeared again, so he focused his attention on the clouds. However, he soon discovered that it was not the case. The 72 primordial deities were still motionless. So what would it be? He was very puzzled. If City Lord Di Jun would come to deal with him, he must be confident. However, now that the infinite roulette had shattered into pieces, it would be difficult for him to reform it. What was he relying on? Then, in that instant, Long Chen felt his hair stand on end. He realized that there seemed to be something on his neck, and even on his arms and body. When he looked down, he realized that there were actually quite a few black spots of light attached to his body. They must have come out from the world of the Wuji roulette, and then followed those fragments. It descended, hid, and finally floated up to him. This scene reminded him of how he had allowed the Black Yama beast to invade his body. At that time, he didn't understand at all. Today, he understood. It must be the larvae of the Black Yama beast. They were extremely small, just like the black spots of light in front of him. In that instant, Long Chen hurriedly covered his body with the spiritual refining fire. The blood-red flames instantly caused a large number of black spots of light to disappear. However, he realized it a little too late. One of the spots of light on his arm expanded rapidly and turned into a reptile as thick as an arm. It was very similar to a gu, but it had flesh wings and teeth that were as hard as a shark's. Instantly, there were extremely thick holes, like the mouth of a leech. It was extremely ugly. It was indeed a creepy thing. Even the spiritual refining fire couldn't burn it to death. The dragon-enslaved Bao in Long Chen's hand turned into a golden spear and stabbed towards the thing in front of him. At this moment, he was already sure that City Lord Di Jun must have been in contact with the Black Yama Emperor. This thing obviously came from the Black Yama Emperor. However, City Lord Di Jun could be so at ease because he knew that this thing was terrifying. Just as Long Chen was dealing with the thing on his body, City Lord Di Jun smiled sinisterly. He used the heaven and earth instant flash and appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. He used the heaven and earth reversal to block Long Chen's dragon-enslaved arrow. It was crooked. Next, he used Roashi's sword principle and used the flaming sword light to draw countless patterns that surrounded Long Chen. Thousands of sword light shot out furiously, causing a huge impact on Long Chen. After failing to do anything to that thing once or twice, a terrifying suction suddenly acted on his body. This worm was actually devouring Long Chen's power. It was not the power of the Four Symbols Reincarnation, nor was it the divine power of Taisher, but the power of the Yin demon that belonged to Li Xuanji. In this devouring, Li Xuanji was greatly affected. Compared to the real power in Long Chen's body, there was still a gap. In this way, it was as if Li Xuanji was being pulled out of Long Chen's body by the worm. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The Yin-devouring worm will disintegrate your power. Don't think that I don't know that if it wasn't for that girl, you would be so powerful. City Lord Di Jun was already laughing out loud in the process of blocking them. This worm had steel teeth, flesh wings, and many holes. It was called the Yin-devouring worm. This was obviously not something that originally existed in the dragon sacrificial continent because no one had heard of it. It must have come from the Black Hell Emperor, and its ability was very obvious. It could devour the power of extreme yin. To the current Long Chen, it could simply suck Li Xuanji out of Long Chen's body. It was not simply, but reality. Since the Black Hell Emperor had given this yin-devouring worm to City Lord Di Jun, it was definitely because it would definitely be effective against Long Chen. Moreover, with a martial artist of City Lord Di Jun's level affecting Long Chen in this chaos, the yin-devouring worm would only need 1 or 2 breaths of time. It would succeed. Countless suction forces erupted from the countless holes, forcefully pulling Li Xuanji's power and herself out of Long Chen's body. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Chen would definitely find it unbelievable. Of course, it was also unbelievable that Li Xuanji could become his yin demon. At this critical moment, the two of them separated, and the yin-devouring worm attached itself to Li Xuanji's back, pulling her away. Sword-devouring god space. City Lord Di Jun took advantage of this opportunity and swung his sword once again, swinging the entire god statue palace. The Ruoshi sword swept out in all directions, turning into a godly devouring sword, devouring space, and pressing towards Long Chen. After losing the power of the yin demon, Long Chen's combat strength instantly dropped by a lot. Under such pressure, he was completely at a disadvantage, causing Li Xuanji to be completely out of his control, allowing City Lord Di Jun to condense the Wuji wheel to trap her. Success. City Lord Di Jun laughed maniacally. With the help of the Black Hell Emperor, he had finally waited for this moment. He trembled as he used the Wuji wheel to control Li Xuanji. At the same time, he used the godly devouring sword. A sword charged into the sky, and Long Chen was only able to pull the dragon enslavement bow halfway before he was sent flying. Half of his body was nearly destroyed by the godly devouring sword. But even so, it caused a huge shockwave. When Long Chen regained his footing and everything stopped, City Lord Di Jun was already smiling coldly. He stood in front of him with a crystal ball in his hand. Li Xuanji was within it, and even behind her, the yin-devouring worm was still there, swallowing her. The power in her body brought her extreme pain. This scene caused Long Chen's eyes to turn red. To be honest, he really did not expect it to be like this. He was able to fuse with Li Xuanji. How would he have thought that there would be something like the yin-devouring worm that could separate them? Even if he suspected that City Lord Di Jun would have a backup plan from the beginning, he was forced to fall for it, because this was the strange plot of the Black Hell Emperor. Now, City Lord Di Jun controlled Li Xuanji, and Long Chen's strength had weakened. Everything was under his control. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, and even laughed until tears came out. He cried, it's finally time for me to give you an explanation. When Long Chen saw Li Xuanji, he was stunned. Don't worry, I might not lose to this disgusting thing. At this moment, Li Xuanji's voice rang in Long Chen's heart. Their hearts were connected, even if they were separated by a whole world. This sentence pulled Long Chen back from the despair. To be honest, anyone would lose, and Long Chen was no exception. He had encountered a huge crisis in the Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time, let alone now. Fortunately, Li Xuanji was not a simple woman, and she would not be trouble for Long Chen. Just like now, she was also fighting with the yin-devouring worm. Protect yourself first, I can rest assured. Give me 15 minutes, and I will be able to deal with this thing. If it wasn't for the fact that the shadow-swallowing insect could devour yin energy, it wouldn't pose a threat to Long Chen at all, especially those who didn't have yin energy at all. However, Long Chen had unfortunately fallen for it this time. Fortunately, Li Xuanji could deal with it. He was completely relieved, and anger made him burn with anger. Originally, he did not plan to do anything to City Lord Di Jun, but now, he really had the idea of killing him, and it was very strong. Long Chen, you still haven't seen the reality clearly. As long as I pinch gently, your woman will be crushed. Moreover, if this goes on, the yin-devouring worm will make her lose her power sooner or later. I think this process should take less than half an hour. What will happen after half an hour? Then, she will have nothing and become a useless person. City Lord Dijun had now won a great victory. Not only did he weaken Long Chen's power, but he also controlled Long Chen's weakness. He naturally understood that this woman was very important to Long Chen. He understood the love of youth, just like how he treated Ruoshi. That was the most fatal. He held the most fatal weapon for Long Chen. He suddenly felt enlightened, and all the gloom and suppression broke out. He held the Ruoshi sword, walked towards Long Chen step by step, and said, "You have to be obedient, and you can't move. You only have one choice, and that is to die in front of me within half an hour. I can keep my promise, let her live, and take her away from here." Chapter 22:45. From time to time, flaming phoenixes would fly out from the Ruoshi sword and circle in front of Long Chen. The terrifying heat wave almost hit Long Chen in the face. City Lord Dijun held a small crystal ball in his other hand. It was a small part of the Wuji roulette. Now, Li Xuanji was in the crystal ball. Her face was pale and she was frowning. She sat on the ground and trembled slightly. The Een devourer worm on her body was like a deadly poison. It attached itself to her body and grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the fact that he could communicate with Li Xuanji in secret, he would have been scared out of his wits. Even though he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage and this crazy City Lord Dijun found an opportunity, Long Chen was still very calm. He just had to look panicky. In the 15 minutes that Li Xuanji was free, he would have to pay a certain price. "Do you understand what I said, Long Chen?" City Lord Dijun could not hide the excitement in his heart. He walked towards Long Chen step by step. "Remember. Don't move. You must. I will make her suffer. I believe that you love her. If you are a man, you should not let her suffer." City Lord Dijun might be stronger than Long Chen now, but he also believed that Long Chen was not easy to deal with. Therefore, he chose a safer method. "Then are you a man?" Long Chen had to stall for time and divert his attention. He was referring to the Ruoshi sword. If City Lord Dijun liked this Ruoshi and could protect her, why would he let her live in the sword? Just like Long Chen, he fought to let Lingxi out. Of course, Lingxi was not a primordial spirit back in the dragon sacrificial continent. "How dare you!" City Lord Dijun was a little angry. He held the Ruoshi sword and displayed the Ruoshi sword Dao. Suddenly, a monstrous sword light attacked. Flames instantly surrounded Long Chen. The murderous intent pierced through the sky. This small statue palace could not stop it. "Don't move, or I will crush it. Besides, she doesn't have much time left." Now that he had lost Li Xuanji, City Lord Dijun understood that he would not lose to Long Chen as long as he worked hard. However, he wanted to kill Long Chen, so he used Li Xuanji to threaten him. Of course, if Long Chen did not accept the threat, he would kill her with great difficulty. At that time, even if Li Xuanji could fight against the Een swallowing worm, it would be useless. To be honest, if they could dodge, who would be willing to be slashed? However, City Lord Dijun had already made up his mind. Once Long Chen resisted, he would use his full strength. He could tell from the look in Long Chen's eyes. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the sharp sword light of the Ruoshi sword swept across Long Chen's right arm. The violent scorching sun aura instantly tore Long Chen's arm apart. Turned into ashes. If Long Chen were to use his flame of life, his arm would definitely recover quickly. However, he wanted to paralyze his opponent. Thus, he gave up on this opportunity. However, this meant that there would be terrible pain. However, he endured it. Even though his arm was broken, he still did not say a word. He did not even make a sound as he stared at City Lord Dijun. "You really have a backbone. Very affectionate, very unyielding. Just because of this, I promise to send her out after you die. Of course, I will erase this part of her memory. City Lord Dijun smiled coldly. In the crystal ball in his hand, the woman with black hair as dark as the night looked at him in a daze. She could not help but shed tears. Perhaps this was something that had not appeared for a long time. Don't worry, I am just paralyzing him. When you defeat that worm, it will be fine. Work hard. Long Chen was afraid that she would think too much and quickly told her. Of course, he did not want this to happen. This was the pain of losing an arm. However, in order to survive the killing intent created by the Black Hell Emperor, he could only endure. Li Xuanji did not say much. She stretched out her white and slender fingers and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She was dealing with the swallowing worm. The swallowing worm seemed to be her natural enemy, but in fact, they were just competitors. It was not certain who would be able to compete with the other. However, Li Xuanji had her own fate. Long Chen imagined that she could do it. Fight to the death? City Lord Dijun could not help but feel the hatred in his heart. He always wanted to kill Long Chen with his own hands and avenge his grandson. Now, he once again approached Long Chen and said, I will make it clear to you. Now that your strength is no longer as good as mine, I only want you to die, not her. I, Biyao, have always been a man of my words. My enemy is you, not her. However, if you resist and you do not want to die, even if it is just once, I will not be able to resist and kill her first before killing you. Don't force me. You are a smart person. You must admit that you only have two choices now. The first is to die alone, and the second is to die together. You must make the right choice. After saying the last word, his whole body had already turned into flaming sand. That was the Yang God technique. His whole body was like steel and molten iron in a furnace, full of endless heat and violent killing intent. He held the Ruoxin sword that looked like a phoenix feather in his hand and attacked again. This time, he gave a deep warning to Long Chen. While attacking, he placed the small crystal ball in his hand in front of his eyes, warning Long Chen not to attack at all. At this time, Li Xuanji could see everything clearly. Originally, she thought that it would be enough to hold on until she succeeded. However, if this went on, Long Chen would not be able to hold on until then. She watched helplessly as Long Chen was attacked without being able to fight back. It was a kind of heart-wrenching feeling, which made her feel extremely sad and painful. Quick! Block it. I am not afraid of death. She could not help but say in a sad tone in Long Chen's heart. The tears that she had just wiped away could not help but flow out again. But even so, Long Chen was still indifferent. Li Xuanji's heart was filled with great sorrow. She even trembled all over, and it was difficult for her to block the attack of the swallowing insect. She wanted to tell Long Chen that it was not worth it to do this for her. He should care about Lingxi and their child, and then live well for them. But in such a short time, she could not say it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Naturally, Long Chen saw her. She was heartbroken, in pain, and blamed herself. But none of this could be blamed on her. She just came in to help. If it were not for her, Long Chen would not have been able to come here now. It was Long Chen who wanted to take risks and find out the truth. She was indeed a good girl. She was quiet and tranquil, but she had her own principles and persistence. Long Chen could not let her down. But did he lose today? No. Don't mess things up. I'm just waiting for you. He could only remind her by scolding her. Until the last moment, there was no true death. It was not considered a true victory or defeat. For example, City Lord Dijun had once lost to Long Chen. Had he really lost? No, he was not dead yet. That was why his counterattack was so fierce. In the face of this attack, Long Chen could only block it appropriately. In the end, City Lord Dijun still achieved his goal. The Wuxia sword pierced through Long Chen's chest. The surging flame power burned his body, almost charring him and bringing him terrible pain. Long Chen gathered his strength to shake the Wuxia sword back. He retreated in a sorry state and almost fell to the ground. But from the beginning to the end, there was no change in his eyes. He was still strong and unyielding. He did not say a word or even frown. Such great perseverance made City Lord Di Jun admire him very much. Not bad. I can see that you like this girl very much. At the same time, it shows that you, Long Chen, are the most terrifying and ambitious person in the world. If you don't die today, you will definitely change the fate of the world in the future. Although City Lord Di Jun was extremely hateful and ferocious, he had to admit that Long Chen was much better than Diyu. If Diyu was faced with such a difficult problem, he would definitely not fight back and resist. After all, City Lord Di Jun wanted his life. Of course, Li Xuanji saw that gaze. Firm, persistent, and without any change or wavering. This was Long Chen. Of course, the current harm was just a small matter to him. It's almost half-time. Don't drag me down. At this time, Long Chen could only scare her with a fierce attitude. Otherwise, she would not concentrate on what she should do. Of course, Li Xuanji was a smart person. Until now, she had deeply experienced the strength of Long Chen's resistance. Was there no third option? Yes, the opportunity was with her. The faster she was, the faster the third option would appear. Now, with tears in her eyes, she really tried her best to resist the swallowing worm. In this state, she finally displayed her potential. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was finally relieved. Now, he only needed to coax this old guy for a period of time. I suddenly want to see how much you love her. City Lord Di Jun was a person who believed in love. Therefore, under the situation where he absolutely suppressed Long Chen, he raised the crystal ball and said, "Break one of your legs for me to see. I will count to 3. After 3 counts, if you don't complete the task, she will die. Also, you better pay attention to the time. After half an hour, even if you are alive, she will be dead." From the beginning to the end, his tone was cold and calm. But it was very scary. 1. He began to count. Now, although Li Xuanji was crying in her heart, it would not affect her progress. As time passed, City Lord Di Jun's grip on the crystal ball became tighter and tighter. When he almost counted to 3, Long Chen's expression didn't change. According to City Lord Di Jun's request, Long Chen used his remaining arm to deal with his leg. To him, this seemed to be a trivial matter. Until now, City Lord Di Jun truly understood how terrifying this young man was. It wasn't just his potential and divine abilities, but also his willpower. That was what was truly indestructible. It seems that if I don't end your life quickly, I am really too afraid. So get ready. This time, I will kill you. You better not resist. If you resist, you can live, but she will be dead. There are probably only a few such beautiful women in this world. Chapter 2246. He might have really gone crazy from suppressing himself. In the outside world, he no longer had the ability to kill Long Chen. Now was the most important moment for him to take revenge for his efforts. It was also the only moment. He was very grateful to the Black Hell Emperor for giving him this opportunity. Back then, he had agreed to the Black Hell Emperor's request not because he was attracted by the strength of the Black Hell Emperor, but because he wanted to take revenge. It was the opportunity to take revenge that attracted him. Therefore, he had risked his life to come to the battlefield of the gods. He had also seen everything magical, but he didn't care. What he cared about was the traces of Long Chen. And now, victory was in his hands. To be honest, he really admired Long Chen. He didn't frown when he lost an arm. He didn't frown when his chest was pierced. He did the same when he was asked to break one of his legs. Therefore, City Lord Dijun understood that he had already given up his life for her. He was indeed a born hero. This time, Ruoshi's sword was pointed at Long Chen's head. If his primordial spirit was destroyed, he would definitely die. And what made him very satisfied was that Long Chen actually closed his eyes and waited for death. What City Lord Dijun didn't see was that he had one hand behind his back. Then, he was holding a green flame. Although it was small, it was the flame of life. It could continuously give birth to endless vitality and would never be extinguished. The sword pierced through. It was swift and ruthless. This was City Lord Dijun's sword Dao. Ruoshi's sword Dao was a sword of emotion. It was poetic and picturesque, showing the love between the husband and wife. But now, this sword was ruthless to the extreme. At this moment, Long Chen could already feel the danger of death. This kind of danger had been close to him many times. He was waiting for Li Xuanji to succeed. She had never disappointed Long Chen before, and this time, she had even given him a pleasant surprise. Just as City Lord Dijun was about to unleash his killing sword, the swallowing insect behind her let out a blood-curdling screech, and a black divine needle pierced through Li Xuanji's smooth back, piercing through the swallowing insect. That should not be Li Xuanji's own power, because this power was simply too great. Not only did it annihilate the swallowing insect, it even pierced through the crystal ball in City Lord Dijun's hand. Of course, this was not the Wuji wheel. The limitless roulette had tens of thousands of layers. It had been broken by Long Chen just now. City Lord Dijun had only condensed one layer. Of course, in his opinion, he could completely control Li Xuanji, who was subdued by the swallowing insect. He didn't expect that Li Xuanji also had miracles and secrets. When he discovered it, the divine needle had already pierced through the crystal ball, and suddenly shot towards his eyes. Its speed and strength were extremely heaven-defying. In any case, this was definitely not Li Xuanji's own strength, and now that City Lord Dijun was killing Long Chen, he could only dodge, he could only stop. During this process, Li Xuanji had already come out of the crystal ball. Her only task was to return to Long Chen's side and return to his body. Only in that way could Long Chen have a tyrannical fighting strength. When he saw this scene, Long Chen already smiled. The fire of life began to burn in his body, causing his body to burst out with tyrannical vitality. In a short period of time, he recovered to his original state. After Li Xuanji avoided City Lord Dijun with the black needle, she took the opportunity to hit Long Chen's body. There was no time to linger, no time to complain. She just wanted Long Chen to quickly have the power to defeat City Lord Dijun, and then he would not be defeated, and he would not die. Instant reversal. It was extremely thrilling. But finally, a miracle happened. Under mutual trust and cooperation, this moment was ushered in. Even if it was any other two people, they might not be able to complete this cooperation and reversal. It was not that Long Chen was not angry and furious. Now that the other party had brought him a fatal killing intent, there was nothing to say. Now that the power of the devil had returned to his body, the only thing he thought of was naturally revenge. The dragon prisoner bow and dragon prisoner arrow instantly appeared in his hands. Under the surging power, the arrow instantly pointed at City Lord Dijun. All of this happened in a critical moment. Long Chen could not bear it anymore. Perhaps for City Lord Dijun, this was another huge blow. This blow made him lose all opportunities and return to the starting point. He even knew that his mind was a little muddled. Until he felt the terrible killing intent of Long Chen, he was really afraid. Last time, he was defeated by the dragon prisoner bow and dragon prisoner arrow. So at this moment of extreme shock, he thought of escaping. For him who had the heaven and earth flash, it was very easy to escape. He was very fast, but Long Chen's angry arrow was even faster. It was so close. In that instant, the dragon prisoner arrow of Long Chen turned into a golden light and shot out. It instantly pierced through the space and appeared in front of City Lord Dijun. It looked like it was about to pierce through City Lord Di Jun's head. He was using the heaven and earth flash, but his speed was obviously not as fast as the dragon prisoner arrow. Ding! An extremely ear-piercing sound rang out. That sound was simply unimaginable. It was even accompanied by the scream of a woman. It was ear-piercing and vibrating. Gold and red collided, creating a large amount of sparks. Even the entire god statue palace was shaking. It was the Ruoxin sword that had left City Lord Di Jun's hand. When he used the heaven and earth flash, it took the initiative to block in front of him and save his life. However, without the support of City Lord Di Jun, the Ruoxin sword faced the joint attack of Long Chen's 2 Dao artifacts alone. Even City Lord Di Jun could not block it, let alone a Dao artifact. Under the explosive attribute of the dragon prisoner Biyao, the Ruoxin sword was almost pierced. There was even a hole in the middle. A large amount of Dao patterns disappeared, turning into dead patterns. The entire Ruoxin sword was almost ruined. Of course, as a sword Dao spirit, Ruoxin was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The power of the dragon prisoner arrow almost destroyed her. Her body instantly became illusory and even unclear. She was in extreme pain. Ruoxin. City Lord Di Jun was going crazy. He had just used the heaven and earth flash to escape, and then immediately returned. He did not expect the Ruoxin sword to resist for him. If not for her, he would not have been able to escape from that arrow. This was called the cycle of karma. He picked up the almost ruined Ruoxin sword from the ground with a miserable expression. He did not even have time to retaliate. At this time, Long Chen had already placed the dragon prisoner arrow on the dragon prisoner Biyao for the second time, ready to kill him. City Lord Di Jun looked at him with even more resentment. He used the spatial shift and heaven and earth flash to rush out of the god statue palace. He was proficient in spatial mystiques. In terms of escaping, even Long Chen would find it hard to catch up to him. What a pity. No matter what, he still hurried out of the god statue palace. But City Lord Di Jun disappeared in the blink of an eye. After such a long time, he still could not kill him. What a pity. This time, Long Chen was truly infuriated. He had wasted so much time in vain. However, City Lord Di Jun was still very strong. After all, he was an expert with a demigod body. He desperately wanted to escape. Long Chen was not much stronger than him. Long Chen relied more on the 2 Dao artifacts. Therefore, it was normal that he could not kill him on the spot. In any case, his Dao artifact was destroyed. That Ruoxin sword, although Dao spirit was his woman, since they hated each other, there was no other way. Long Chen thought that he could kill him. He did not expect that the Dao artifact would block him. For such a woman to be willing to die for him, it meant that City Lord Di Jun was very lucky. Looking at the vast white bones divine palace, there were white bones everywhere. Now that he walked out of the second palace, there were still clouds in front of him. He did not know where City Lord Di Jun had gone. He was probably a time bomb that would appear at any time. He did not know if there were any more swallowing insects. Of course, next time, Long Chen would definitely not be careless and give the other party a chance to succeed. The White Bones Divine Palace was filled with endless mysteries waiting for him to uncover. Li Xuanji had taken human form in front of him. Her beautiful and peerless face was now right in front of Long Chen's eyes. This experience had proven many things. Most of the time, going through life and death together was not just a joke. Today was indeed very dangerous, but it also made their lives even more closely linked. You don't have to say anything more. Everything is worth it. I will not admit defeat so easily, unless I really die. Long Chen stretched out his hand and caressed her hair and temples as he said softly. I think I understand. If I have the chance to accompany you to the ends of the earth, I will try my best to adapt to these changes. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but the feeling of being wet made her even more beautiful. Long Chen could not help but laugh, and said, "Look, although it's a little dangerous, but at least I have won the beauty's heart, I have still profited." With a single sentence, the atmosphere became vulgar. Li Xuanji gave a moving smile. She shook her head helplessly and turned into a black cloud that revolved around Long Chen's body. Then, she gradually merged with his body, and the two of them merged into one. This feeling was even more complete than the other kind of fusion. It was beautiful, but it was not as cheerful and exciting. But it was obvious that Li Xuanji liked this kind of dreamy thing. After saying a few words, Long Chen clenched his fists and entered the Time Dragon. In this White Bones divine palace that was filled with danger, and with City Lord Di Jun causing trouble, it would not be easy to find the source of the truth. It seemed like this place would become more and more exciting. Next, there would definitely be even greater mysteries and doubts that would appear in front of him. It wasn't easy for him to come here, so he definitely couldn't go back with his tail between his legs. City Lord Di Jun was no longer a huge threat, but keeping him by his side was still a dangerous thing. Long Chen originally did not want to kill him, but now that there was already a blood feud, he had no choice but to fight. He couldn't help but continue to head deeper into the White Bones divine palace. He had a rough understanding of the Nine Colors Palace and the God Statue Palace, so what would be even more terrifying next? He continued to walk forward along the path, passing through countless skulls. On both sides were black-armored generals, and in the end, the clouds lingered in front of him, and another palace appeared. What was it this time? Long Chen walked forward and saw 3 words. Divine Rain? There were only 4 more left. Chapter 2247. Divine Spiritual Rain. It took Long Chen a lot of effort to remember these 3 words. It was the last time they came to the battlefield of the gods. All the young martial artists of the 72 divine descendants had to bathe in the divine spiritual rain. It was of great help to their cultivation. The only ones who didn't bathe in the divine spiritual rain were Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Long Chen didn't bathe in the divine spiritual rain because Li Xuanji told him so. Since ancient times, almost everyone in the 72 divine descendants had bathed in the divine spiritual rain. Of course, they had to be a disciple of the imperial clan, a direct descendant of a deity. The first was the Rainbow Palace, followed by the Divine Statue Palace. This was an even bigger palace with the words Divine Spiritual Rain written on it. Back then, Long Chen already felt that the divine spiritual rain was strange. However, Sumu Chen and the rest still bathed in it for a year. In that year, the golden rain entered their bodies, but there wasn't any movement, as if it had disappeared. The name of the divine spiritual rain palace also showed that this divine bone palace was the battlefield of the gods. This time, Long Chen stood in front of this palace. To be honest, although the secret was right in front of him, he didn't really want to go in. From the first and second time, who knew what kind of danger was hidden in this place? Therefore, he had to think carefully before he acted. Don't you have the blood-weeping dragon souls? You can let them in to take a look. Li Xuanji's words reminded Long Chen. In fact, each blood-weeping dragon soul was considered a small identity for him. Moreover, it wasn't a problem to injure a few. Thinking of this, he summoned a few small blood-weeping dragon souls. The slaughter dragons circled around him a few times before flying inside. At the same time, Long Chen was vigilant of his surroundings to prevent City Lord Di Jun from attacking again. He could replace the slaughter dragon's vision and see the scene inside. When the slaughter dragon entered the divine spirit rain palace, Long Chen first saw a seemingly endless golden lake. It was as if gold had turned into liquid, but it wasn't as thick. Instead, it was very fresh, surging, and full of beauty. Although it was just a palace, there was definitely a lot of water in the golden lake. There might even be an abyss like the Rainbow Palace at the bottom. Under the contrast of this golden lake, the entire palace seemed to be bathed in a golden light, like a dream. On the surface of the golden lake, waves of steam rose like clouds. Within it were many tiny golden water droplets. They were extremely fine, basically no different from the divine rain. In other words, the god spirit rain came from this lake and formed? Long Chen guessed. He asked Li Xuanji, "Why didn't you let me bathe in the god spirit rain last time?" Li Xuanji said, "I don't know. My master told me to do so. She didn't give me a reason. I had very few chances to communicate with her. In fact, there were only a few times in total. I could only wait for her to find me. Otherwise, I think she would understand everything if I asked her. In fact, I did ask her for you, but she said that I can't know too much now." Oh, just as Li Xuanji finished speaking, Long Chen's attention fell on the divine spirit rain palace. Soon, he discovered a shocking scene. Beside the slaughter dragons, the rising water mist, which was the tiny golden raindrops, suddenly underwent a huge change. Although they were extremely tiny, Long Chen could still see the change. Each of the golden raindrops suddenly grew more than 8 silk-like legs, and they suddenly looked like spiders. Their sizes were not much different from the 9-colored mist, and there were tens of thousands of golden raindrops that had turned into golden spiders in a small area. In that instant, tens of thousands of tiny golden spiders rushed into the slaughter dragons' bodies and tore them into pieces. Their ability was beyond Long Chen's imagination. He couldn't help but tremble. This was just the power of a little mist, and there were already hundreds of thousands of golden spiders. Long Chen looked at the golden lake below and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If all the water turned into those tiny golden spiders, there would probably be trillions or even trillions. In any case, it would be countless times more than the population of the dragon sacrificial continent. The entire dragon sacrificial continent had trillions of lives at most. In fact, compared to the dragon sacrificial continent, perhaps an extremely tiny golden spider here would also turn into a colossus in that nearly collapsed world. Long Chen truly realized how terrifying this battlefield of the gods was. If I had gone in directly and fallen into this lake of divine spirit rain, I'm afraid that even if I reached the realm of the Dragon Emperor, I would still be smashed into pieces. Thinking up to here, Long Chen hurriedly took a few steps away from the divine spirit rain palace. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. If all the divine spirit rain can turn into those tiny golden spiders, this should be inevitable. If they leave the battlefield of the gods, it will definitely be a terrifying killing force. If they escape to the dragon sacrificial continent, it will be a catastrophe, Li Xuanji also said with some trepidation. Long Chen didn't dare to go in, but he could remember to discuss it with the 15 dragon emperors when the time comes. Right now, the 15 dragon emperors should be chasing after the Black Hell Emperor. This place was too dangerous. Long Chen planned to kill City Lord Dijun and leave. Long Chen, have you thought about it? Li Xuanji asked with a heavy voice. Back then, they had all bathed in the divine spirit rain for a year. Even the countless martial artists in the ancient city of 72 divine descendants had bathed in the divine spirit rain. But if there was a problem with the divine spirit rain, they would have died long ago. Since they didn't die, doesn't it mean that the divine spirit rain is still hibernating in their bodies? It's very likely. After we go out, we must first find someone to study it. This is a very big discovery. If we tell the 15 dragon emperors, they should really pay attention to the battlefield of the gods. My father's decision back then wouldn't be wrong. From the divine sea ancient corpse to the white bone divine palace, to the 9-colored insects in the 9-colored palace and the 72 god statues in the god statue palace, everything in the mortal world is full of strangeness. There must be a huge problem in the battlefield of the gods. There was no need to enter the 3rd palace. Long Chen said, "Let's find City Lord Dijun first and finish him off. Then, prepare to leave this place." After the two of them decided, they passed the 3rd palace and headed towards the depths. Just as they were moving forward, they didn't know that the 4th palace in the distance was currently undergoing a wonderful change. The 4th palace was shrouded in clouds and mist, like a ghost city. Gray mist filled the air, dancing on it like ghosts, letting out eerie laughter that made one's hair stand on end. Under the palace, hundreds of thousands of skulls were piled up, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. They had completely covered the surrounding roads and everything else. Even the generals on both sides of the road couldn't be seen. The first 3 palaces were all unlocked. As for the palace in front of him, the 500-meter-tall gate was tightly shut. There was a huge bronze lock at the entrance that was mottled and rotten. Only when a gentle breeze blew would countless ancient characters appear on the lock. They were like divine characters, and each character was like a person wielding a divine weapon. They stood guard within the lock, exuding a majestic divine might. On the gate, the densely packed skulls formed 3 big words. This time, it was God Seal Palace. The 4th palace that was tightly locked was called God Seal Palace. The 3 words were bold and powerful. Compared to the other 3 palaces, it had a more terrifying majesty and aggressiveness, as well as a murderous aura. Beside the gate of the God Seal Palace, there was a black statue. This was a divine general wearing black armor that covered his entire body. Only his hands and face were exposed. His helmet rose to the sky, and his eyes were slightly vertical. He looked majestic without being angry. He held a black saber in his hand, and the handle of the saber was completely made up of black skulls. The most shocking thing was that there was a vertical third eye between his eyebrows. The pupil was actually a Tai Chi pattern. Of course, it wasn't a black and white yin-yang fish. Instead, it was half black and half scarlet. This third eye was the most dazzling part of this divine general. Of course, this was just a statue. It was 5 meters tall. In Long Chen's human form, it was about the size of this divine general's forearm, or even smaller. The wind and sand swept past, and the skulls rolled. However, nothing could get close to this divine general's statue. At this moment, without any warning, the third eye actually lit up. It was a black and red ray of light, emitted by the 2 halves of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish. Then, the pupil of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish began to spin, and the 2 rays of light also spun. In this spinning process, with the third eye as the core, the steel-like statue actually gradually transformed into a body of flesh and blood, from a statue to a living person. The range continued to expand until finally, there was a living person standing in front of the God Seal Palace. A divine general gradually emitted a terrifying primordial aura. In that instant, even the entire white-boned divine palace trembled. The pitch-black armor was also trembling slightly, revealing countless strange and vast primordial characters. Ding ding. The armor collided, emitting a series of sounds. At the last moment, the 2 eyes below the third eye suddenly opened, and 2 pitch-black rays of light shot out, transforming into 2 black tigers that roared in the air. The divine general woke up, and his lips curled into a strange and terrifying smile. He reached out to grab the blade of the black saber, weighing it a few times. He said gloomily, "I want to see which 2 flies dare to sneak in and ruin my eternal sleep." He had really slept for a long time. Even he himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he was obviously very angry, and if he didn't kill people, he would find it hard to breathe. When he took the first step, the dozens of skulls piled up around him rolled down, creating a huge roar that even Long Chen could hear from afar. City Lord Di Jun is over there. Chapter 2248. In the beginning, he did run very fast, wanting to get rid of City Lord Di Jun as soon as possible. But then he thought, City Lord Di Jun is such a careful person, why would he make such a loud noise? Did he set up a trap to lure me over? Thinking of this, Long Chen instantly stopped. He escaped into the river of time and entered the state of the time dragon, drifting forward lightly. He had already been tricked by City Lord Di Jun once, it would definitely not be so easy next time. However, the closer he got to that direction, the stronger the sense of danger in Long Chen's heart. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the roar of a giant beast. It was a terrifying roar that came from ancient times, bloody, brutal, and possessed supreme power, as if something had appeared in front of him. Did City Lord Di Jun provoke something? Long Chen could not help but ponder. Raising his head, he could see that in the endless gray fog, there were actually two rays of light soaring into the sky. One was black, the other was red, brutal and bloody, like a butcher who had killed countless people. There was a terrifying murderous aura on its body, that kind of brutal feeling that came from ancient times. Long Chen was very sensitive to. It should be something that originally belonged to this divine palace of bones. Did it come out of the palace, or, just as Long Chen stopped and pondered over the current situation, it was clear that the awakened powerhouse was rushing in a certain direction. Judging from the huge deviation of the aura, the powerhouse's first target shouldn't be Long Chen. However, Long Chen was certain that he was also being targeted. It was the feeling of being stared at by a ferocious beast. In the next moment, there was a violent sound of fighting in front of him. Light shot into the sky, the fire was vast and mighty. 9 flame giants appeared. It was City Lord Di Jun's Zhuyang Di Zun. At this time, City Lord Di Jun was fighting with the awakened thing. This battle caused the entire divine palace of bones to tremble, producing a loud roar. Countless skulls exploded into flying ashes, filling the sky, and vaguely, there was a conversation between the two people. It was just that he did not know what they were talking about. Fortunately, City Lord Di Jun was closer. Otherwise, if he was caught first and City Lord Di Jun was hiding in the dark, he would be in danger. After a short period of battle, City Lord Di Jun had not been defeated. Long Chen could speculate the strength of the mysterious opponent. Although it was terrifying, it should not be able to kill them in a second. It was even possible that this person had countless mysteries that Long Chen wanted, so he could not help but go in that direction. Of course, he was very careful. He tried to hide himself as much as possible to see if he could avoid the other party's claws. With his speed, he quickly arrived at the battlefield. Long Chen stood in a corner and watched as City Lord Di Jun fought with that person. It was a god general who was 5 meters tall, wearing black armor that covered his entire body. Under the helmet was a dark face with dense stubble, looking very rough and barbaric. The most eye-catching thing was his black blade, which was 3 meters long, and the vertical eye on his forehead was even more frightening. Now that City Lord Di Jun's Ruoshi sword had been destroyed by Long Chen, he had recovered the limitless roulette and was fighting with the god general. Although he was not defeated immediately, under the god general's attack, he would not be able to live for long. What shocked Long Chen was that the 5-meter-tall god general was no longer a 9-colored bug, a puppet warrior, but a person with life and soul. This was the only thing in the entire divine palace of bones that had intelligence. He must know everything that Long Chen wanted to know. As such, Long Chen could not help but become excited. He was originally prepared to leave, but now that all hope was in front of him, City Lord Di Jun was fighting with the other party, and he did not go up. He could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, looking for an opportunity. But to his disappointment, City Lord Di Jun did not have the qualifications to fight with the other party. After losing the title Divine Sword, Yi Futian's combat prowess had plummeted. Under the powerful attacks of the Heavenly General, despite using the Sun God technique, Empyrean Emperor Zhuyang, Heaven and Earth Reversal, Heaven and Earth Flash, and even the Wuji Roulette, the Heavenly General's black battle saber tore them apart. It was even more ferocious than Long Chen's dragon-enslaved bow. This god general should not be a divine spirit, but Long Chen realized that he was like the divine spirit of martialism in the divine statue palace. He could use a part of the power of the rules. The power of the rules was an irresistible power. As long as one was in this world, one would be controlled by this world. For example, the divine spirit of martialism's rules of martial Tao, his word, collapse. Under the rules, Long Chen's body cracked. If not for the flame of life, he would have died just now. However, City Lord Di Jun did not have the flame of life. But the god general in front of him was proficient in the Tao of battle and used the rules of battle. Under such circumstances, City Lord Dijun was covered in blood after a few attacks. He knelt in front of the god general in pain. He completely gave up resisting and knelt in front of the god general, shouting, "God General, please spare my life. I am the current City Lord of Dijun Divine City, a descendant of God Dijun. Today, I trespassed here purely to chase a fugitive and accidentally offended you. Please spare my life." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on the 5-meter-tall divine general's face. "Oh. Are you a descendant of Empyrean God Dijun? I was ordered to stand guard here and kill everyone who intrudes. I can't spare you just because you are a descendant of Empyrean God Dijun. If that's the case, not even Empyrean God Dijun would spare me." Hearing this, Long Chen was extremely shocked. It seemed to be saying that Dijun existed. Those who dominated the world in the immemorial era and disappeared mysteriously like the divine dragons, actually existed. This was simply inconceivable. Long Chen held his breath and continued listening. No, I trespassed here by mistake. I am the most loyal citizen of the gods, and the leader of the 72 divine descendants. You can't kill me, I still need to protect the descendants of God Dijun Lord God General. I am the most loyal servant of your side. City Lord Dijun's tears flowed down his face. To him, this was also a huge shock. He was a demigod, and he understood that the God General had used the laws of the gods to defeat him. As for those who had yet to become gods, if they wanted to use the laws, they would need the blessing of the gods themselves. This meant that the gods definitely existed. They weren't dead, and they weren't missing either. Oh. When he heard this, the 5-meter-tall God General started laughing. He shook his head helplessly. There's no other way, I have to abide by the rules. However, if you really don't wish to die, I do have a way to spare your life. City Lord Dijun hurriedly said, "What is it?" "As long as I can do it, I will try my best." The divine general chuckled. He opened up his black armor, revealing the dark skin on his chest. It was a pair of huge pectoral muscles and firm abdominal muscles. At this time, a pitch-black world tree was born from his body. It possessed a vigorous life force. Black divine palaces hung from it like stars in the sky. Each divine palace had a living being cultivating in it, supplying the world tree with divine power. He displayed the world tree and said, "It's very simple. I'll open a divine palace for you, and you'll become a divine palace creature in my divine palace and cultivate for me for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, I'll let you go. You have no other choice. If you don't listen, I'll have no choice but to kill you." At the end, his tone was very harsh. City Lord Dijun was now a piece of meat on his chopping board. City Lord Dijun was trembling all over. Death, imprisonment for 30,000 years, and cultivation for him for 30,000 years were all extremely terrifying things. He understood the divine palace, and he himself had a divine palace. This meant that he was about to experience 30,000 years of loneliness, and he could not advance his 30,000 years of cultivation. Of course, among the people he knew, there was no one who had the means of a divine general. Even Ling Huang did not have this ability. As expected, this divine general came from among the gods. Fortunately, he had his wife, Ruo Shi, to accompany him. City Lord Dijun shed tears. He gritted his teeth, stood up and said, "All right, I agree. But God General, please kill the other young man who has rebelled against the gods in the cruelest way. In this way, I will willingly cultivate for you for 30,000 years. That's easy. I saw him just now. I think he is hiding now. But it's impossible for him to escape from me here. Haha." The God General said with satisfaction. Of course, he knew about the existence of Long Chen. Hearing this, City Lord Dijun was completely relieved. In fact, if he really could not go back alive after catching up, he would be willing to do so. Although the ending was tragic, he was aware of it. He closed his eyes and waited for the god general to give him judgment. The god general stretched out his hand, grabbed City Lord Jun's head, and lifted him up. The third eye of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish was facing City Lord Jun's head. Very good, very good. From now on, you will be a large part of my power. You can't resist, or you will die miserably. There was unconcealable excitement in the god general's words. On his forehead, the third eye rotated, shooting out black and red light that shone on City Lord Jun's body. City Lord Jun's body began to shrink. He closed his eyes, his body convulsed, and the pain suffocated him. At this moment, a golden light pierced through the air and pierced City Lord Jun's head. It pierced through. At that moment, City Lord Jun's eyes widened, and he stared at the god general. He did not know why the god general wanted to kill him, but he saw that the god general's eyes widened just like him. The god general's eyes turned from a dull look to extreme anger. Seeing all this, City Lord Jun was powerless to know more. Because the power of the prisoner of Dragon Arrow was released, his body instantly turned into powder, and completely dissipated into the air. That's right, this arrow came from Long Chen. The god general would find him sooner or later. If he let him swallow City Lord Jun, he would have no chance of defeating him. There would be more at night. Now, the readers of Dragon's Blood were spread across more than a dozen sales platforms and bookstores. There were hundreds of thousands of friends, and it was already the most popular new fantasy work in 14 years. Today, he received a very exciting gift. It was the signature of a junior high school class, written on a school uniform, and sent over. The whole class was reading Dragon's Blood. Chapter 2249. Now that he had appeared, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and used the dragon-enslaved Biyao to kill City Lord Jun when neither of them were paying attention. At that moment, City Lord Jun was already surrounded by despair and sorrow. He did not expect Long Chen to appear at this time. As for the black-armored general, he naturally did not expect Long Chen to be nearby and have the guts to make a move before the delicacy. Therefore, City Lord Jun died under the explosive power of the dragon-enslaved arrow. The black-armored general could only watch as City Lord Jun disappeared. When he looked over with bloodshot eyes filled with endless anger, Long Chen was holding the dragon-enslaved Biyao in his hand. The dragon-enslaved arrow returned to his side and he held it in his hand. He took the opportunity to place it on the dragon-enslaved Biyao and pointed the sharp golden arrow at the general. The young man narrowed his eyes. He was fearless, calm and decisive. To him, killing City Lord Jun wasn't a big deal at all. Although he was the commander of the 72 god cities and had a very important role, even if Long Chen did not make a move, he would disappear forever. The most important thing was how to deal with this mysterious general. Then, he would find out the secret of the battlefield of the gods from him. This might be the most important battle for him to clear Long Qinglan's name and realize his dying wish. Now, there was no fear that could stop him. Who? The 5-meter-tall general exhaled a white aura and stared at Long Chen like a giant beast. He clenched his fists and held a sinister black saber. He walked towards Long Chen step by step. Every time he took a step, a deep footprint would appear on the ground. So you're a dragon warrior. The general narrowed his eyes. His third eye exploded with intense red and black light. He stuck out his half-meter-long black tongue and licked his thick lips. His voice was filled with brutality and coldness. You seem to be the one guarding here, right? I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Long Chen pointed the dragon-enslaved arrow at the eye between his eyebrows. Although he was very small compared to this divine general, in terms of power, he could not be weaker than him. Hearing this, the divine general burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. His voice was exceptionally loud, making people feel very uncomfortable. I know you want to know the secrets of this place. You want to know a lot of things from me. You want to know my identity. Don't try to act smart in front of me. Little guy, you're too small for me. Just like a baby. So don't expect your little tricks to fool me. The divine general lowered his head and said to Long Chen with great pity. Long Chen was indeed trying to get information out of him. He didn't expect this divine general to know everything. Then, he definitely wouldn't tell Long Chen what was going on here. If Long Chen wanted to know what he knew, the only way was to defeat him. But to be honest, it was easier said than done to defeat this guy. The divine general stretched out his heavy hands. At this time, he was less than 30 meters away from Long Chen. He laughed cruelly and said, "Since you killed my prey, the only way to live is to replace him and become my prey. Are you ready?" He didn't even bother to talk nonsense with Long Chen. When he said the last sentence, he was already holding the black saber with both hands. His thick muscles squirmed and surged with power. The divine power of all living beings could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The surrounding skulls were shattered into powder. Even some small palaces began to collapse. Long Chen looked up. He looked past the divine general and saw the fourth palace in the distance. It was called the Seal God Palace. The strangest thing was that the gate of the Wind God Palace was actually locked. That was strange. At this moment, the divine general made his move. It was earth-shattering. The saber slashed forward. It seemed like a simple slash, but it contained an unparalleled killing intent. Looking at its aura, the characters on the saber flickered. They were the laws of the gods. This divine general was similar to the martial spirit from before. He could display the power of the laws. The instant the divine general made his move, Long Chen let go. The dragon imprisoning arrow's golden light flashed and instantly reached the divine general's head. This was a move that could kill City Lord Di Jun. 2 layers of 700 Dao patterns exploded with endless power. It tore through space and broke through everything. In an instant, it arrived before the divine general's third eye. Ding! The black-armored divine general used the black saber to protect himself from the terrifying attack of the dragon imprisoning arrow. The boundless power of the dragon imprisoning arrow clashed violently with the saber's power of laws. The power of laws could be said to crush everything. However, the power of Long Chen's arrow was also extraordinary. Under the collision, the divine general's 5-meter-tall body was sent flying. Of course, Long Chen could also feel the intense shock. He instantly disappeared from his original position. With the flexibility of his physical strength and the control of the time dragon, he changed his position. This battle was a matter of life and death. He had to remain calm and bring out his most perfect state. He can even resist the laws of a god. This little guy is not bad. As expected, the divine general jumped up from the ground and landed perfectly on the ground. He laughed loudly, but in reality, he was even more furious. It could be seen that he was a very easily angered person. He was breathing heavily and his chest was heaving up and down. Destructive power exploded around him. He was furious because he was looking down on him. This damned dog. Stupid animal. He actually dared to attack me. Stupid, stupid. He was already cursing crazily in his heart. He was a divine general, a servant of a god. He was stationed here, but someone actually dared to barge in at such an unsuitable time. Roar. He was so angry that he couldn't help but roar like a wild beast. This time, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed thousands of meters and arrived before Long Chen. God rule, army breaker. The black saber slashed down. On the saber, the god rule formed by primordial characters and symbols was attached to it. As the god power of all beings erupted, a loud roar was produced. That was the god power of death. It was the battle rules, the army breaker. It was the will to fight to the death and the power of a god's will. When the saber slashed down, it was as if the entire world was going to be torn apart. At this moment, his dragon-enslaved arrow had just been shot. The difference between a divine general and city lord Di Jun was huge. The dragon-enslaved arrow that Long Chen used to kill city lord Di Jun could only block him for a moment. Today's battle was difficult, but Long Chen gritted his teeth. He also had a strong fighting spirit. That was because in front of him was his hope to fulfill his father's last wish. All these years of fighting and struggling, was it all for the appearance of this evidence in front of him? As long as he defeated him. As long as he defeated him. Break. The dragon-enslaved arrow gathered all the strength in his body and shot out. If that was the case, it might not be able to block the power of the God Rule Breaker. Therefore, the moment the dragon-enslaved arrow was shot, Long Chen reached out to control the area where the Divine General was. He controlled the Divine General and his saber. Long Chen believed that the power of time was above his opponent's God Rule. At the very least, it was not a complete God Rule. Space-time reversal. This was his deepest attainment in the Tao of time so far. The reversal of time directly caused changes in space. Space was controlled by time. Generally speaking, when a divine general used God Rule, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others' time power would definitely not be able to do anything to him. However, Long Chen's time power was the Ancestral Dragon's mystique that surpassed God Rule. Therefore, there was basically no difference between a divine general and anyone else when it was used. Space-time reversal made the divine general retreat by 10 meters. The power of the God Rule was also greatly affected. At the same time, Long Chen's dragon-enslaved arrow took the initiative and instantly turned into a dragon, colliding with the God Rule that the divine general had yet to completely split open. Rumble. It was a tragic explosion. This time, the divine general's arm actually exploded in a ball of blood. Even the black saber was thrown out of his hand. He crashed into the ground, causing a terrifying explosion, causing the White Bones divine palace to tremble. A huge crater formed in the ground. It could be said that Long Chen had successfully used the power of the ancestral dragon's mystique and became the divine general's nemesis. Impossible. The divine general scrambled to his feet in rage. He had God Rule, which was a power that could defeat almost everyone in the Eternal Sacred Territory. Even if the 15 dragon emperors from the Dragon God territory came here, he would not be worried. However, why was Long Chen able to use the power of time despite having God Rule, defeating and injuring him? He was both furious and shocked. At first, he had never imagined that such a scene would happen. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. At that moment, the golden light appeared before him again. Whoosh! The divine general was furious. God Rule, mad demon. In that instant, pitch-black fur actually grew on his body. His hair also stood on end, and he instantly turned into a wild beast. At the same time, under the power of the God Rule, his divine power of living beings also experienced a terrifying increase, instantly leaping to the next level. He reached a level where he could almost instantly kill City Lord Di Jun with God Rule alone. Now, his eyes were bloodshot and shone with a dazzling bloody light. He gripped the black saber with both hands, and his entire appearance was no different from a battle maniac. Bloody primordial characters shone brightly on his muscles. That was the power of the gods. Clang! This time, he relied on pure strength to send the dragon-enslaved arrow flying, while he himself was unharmed. He gripped the saber and looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. His lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "Little guy, do you still think you won't be finished this time?" In that instant, his speed skyrocketed, and he came crashing down from above like a huge monster. At this point, even Dao weapons were ineffective. Long Chen felt a bloodline impulse that made him instantly transform into a primordial blood spiritual dragon. His huge body was shrouded in blood-colored mist. Just the size of his body alone was enough to suppress the divine general. With a swipe of his dragon claws and the power of the massacre dragon seal, he sent the divine general flying again. Dragon God. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.